Okay, we are live looking at the Counter Nerd Squad. We have no bounce back or delay, Nerd Squad. It is 2:50 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, February 23rd, 2025, Sunday. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since June 2024, the last week thereof. That being said, if this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, be advised that I didn't end it, that Unit 207 et al. Is responsible for ending it. There is quite a bit to go over, but all of that was addressed in the preceding live stream, and I'm inclined to just go over that shit like twice a day at this point, especially because the FBI has odd instructions for when I'm supposed to be ending live streams and starting another at the present point in time. Normally, I let them roll for as close to 12 hours as possible, but I don't have a say in the times that I'm terminating and beginning new live streams at present. So it is 2:51 p.m. PST. I have zero intention of ending this live stream for the immediate future. I am going to go and take a bath. Unit 207 may successfully terminate this live stream or attempt to do something on the task manager while I'm in the tub and not sitting here to end the process. I don't know how that works. And now I'm going to, timestamps is already on the live stream. So I'm going to write what I just said in here. It is 2:51 p.m. I want to take a hot bath and a cold shower. Unit 207, NEP, busy being terrorist. See prior live that just ended and read description. Unit 207 will likely attempt to execute what I keep ending via task manager while I am naked and in the tub because they suck dick. Whistleblowers excluded. Paper bag faces up there. And that being said, Nerd Squad, I'm going to enlarge this. I'm going to disable the live chat feature and keep the chat replay. Saving it at 2:53 p.m. Did I say that right in court? Did you tell them that they suck dick? Yes, because they do. Not all of them. Some of them get their dick sucked and some of them suck dick. Depends on who we're talking about. Anyway, I am going to take a shower. I'm going to give it a minute. Unit 207 is real quiet, so I think I hit the bullseye when I said, I think when I'm in the shower, they're going to be terrorists again. I could be wrong. We're also going to follow the FBI's other instructions, which they gave me yesterday. Don't watch any of my YouTube videos. Yesterday, I was told not to do that so they could gather data and evidence. This morning, I was instructed to go to Task Manager and end basically every process and see what it did, and then to keep ending certain processes that as they appeared. But I wasn't told to continue doing that for hours, nor was I told I couldn't watch Pluto TV or Tubi either. I'm doing that on my own accord. Nor was I told I couldn't listen to podcasts on Spotify. But when I go to those websites, as you've heard in the preceding live stream, what happens? Well, the exact same things that happen when they're terminating my live streams. And then if you missed it, the FBI's whole goal right now is to make the craziest among the domestic terrorists. And let's be real, none of them are upstairs right now. The craziest among them blow their tops tomorrow night at dinner. Why? I don't fucking know. But it is what it is. And the FBI did say to me, which I followed the instructions of last night, to close all the tabs but the one running the live stream whenever I want to go to sleep. So I've got them closed right now at 2:55 p.m. for the time that I'm going to be in the bath and in the shower. I like to take a hot bath, then a cold shower, then a hot shower, and then get out. Sometimes I'll do a cold bath and then a hot shower. But it's better if you go hot, cold, hot. Other than that, I haven't put it in this description yet, but it's in the preceding live streams. In the future, going forward, there will be no more thumbnails to delineate which live streams I've ended. And that's because Unit 207 is also using local storage and downloaded images for their hacks. They're using everything that one could use for their hacks. They are excellent hackers. Let the female Kim Jae-ungs know. Very efficient team. Too bad all the Kim Jae-ungs are going to prison. The good news is then we can have some better individuals. Some Teddy Roosevelts, some Winston Churchills, maybe with tits, taking Kim Jae-un's spot. And Osama bin Laden's. On that note, again, I don't want to go over everything I've already had gone over in every fucking live stream that I've had to start since I've had to start like 100 million of them in the last week. Not really that many, but it is over 100. It's over 100 since the 11th of these live streams I've had to start. Go over like the same spiel with little updates that are like, update today, they're still being jackasses. Update. It's an hour later. They're still being jackasses, you know? Anyway, I'm going to piss and take a shower in the bath. And maybe they'll terminate the live stream. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll hack back into the device and fuck up the task manager. I don't know. Remember, this whole task manager thing that's still ongoing, that's totally me. As I stated, the FBI didn't say I needed to keep shutting off anything. They just told me to do it once in this morning. And they did say, don't click on your YouTube live stream videos or look at your channel while you are running a live stream. gotta wait on the tub for a minute because I totally forgot that my cat is an asshole as well. As well, even my cat is an asshole. Everything looks the same as it did before I got in the shower at 3:31. I didn't do a hot bath and a cold shower and a hot shower. Ugh. I'm going to click on my incognito browser and try opening a tab and see what that does. A new tab. We have spare renderer. I'm going to attempt to go to Gmail and see if that does something. Oh yeah, service worker. And spare renderer. Spare renderer again, real quick. Closing that tab. Incognito extension, ending process. Spare renderer, ending process. 3:32 p.m. Nerd Squad. All right, we're going to open up a tab that isn't incognito. A window, rather. Let's hop over to Task Manager. We got the spare renderer just on opening it. We got subframe Chrome untrusted. It's in that process. It's in the spare renderer. So basically, the only thing that I've been able to find for sure I can go to and not put myself at risk is to watch videos on YouTube. That's what I'm limited to at present, including podcast. I selected a search I already searched, full foreign movie, spare renderer, and that service worker again. I'll just try full film free YouTube. Same thing. Not quite the same. Oh, yes, it is. Subframe. Instead of saying untrusted, it says subframe YouTube. Ending process. Spare renderer. Ending process. Clicking on videos to refine the search results and opening up the task manager. Even clicking on videos to refine the search results brings spare renderer in the subframe HTTPS YouTube. Let's try this one. He can control the future. Full action adventure fantasy. I've pressed play. It's not playing, and I don't see anything in my task manager. Just like YouTube's trying, or it looks like Unit 207 is trying a new thing where I can't use YouTube either. You guys blocking me from watching YouTube videos now? That's why it was saying YouTube. Looks like it. The video is just spinning. They're attempting to use the extension Office editing again. Trying another new window. Looking at the same Chrome untrusted spare renderer Unit 207 stuff. He can control the future. YouTube. It's the video I was just trying to play. Clicking on it again. Same video. Pushing play. Same as before. Just looking at a spinning circle. Oh, now we have multiple subframes on YouTube from Unit 207. They've rigged it so I can't watch the movie unless they're on there. Being domestic terrorist. Apparently so.
Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends February 28th.
It's got it listed as subframe HTTPS YouTube just so the video will play, Nerd Squad.
Oh.
Hey, maybe we should call the doctor, babe.
Oh. It's not labor. It's not labor.
Are you sure?
This is the same pain I always have. No more, no less.
So now instead of showing as shared worker, designated worker, service worker, now it shows as subframe. And if I disable it or in process, I can't watch a movie on YouTube. Kim Jong-un, you make the best rockets. Fucking Lisa, you dumb fuck. Have I told you lately you're going to prison? Have I told you the FBI knows how criminal you've been?
Sasha's right.
You tried to send over half of the North Everett precinct to prison on behalf of your dumb fucking ass.
I found all those
Well, lady, it's over. That much is true.
We can shorten it to
But if you behave, the FBI said they're giving you 12 days or maybe only 10 next month to play pretend again.
It's okay.
Also, for those of you who missed it, I did write it in one of the preceding live streams. According to the FBI, their goal is to make those who are going to prison for the longest, who are responsible for so many people almost going to prison, blow their tops tomorrow night. Why? I don't fucking know. It's part of their plan. And if their plan is not fucked with, their operation is not fucked with, and they get what they want from those individuals on Monday evening, then nobody's getting detained until April.
Mr. Stewart, please come with me to your wife.
And then also remember, those going to prison for the longest, the FBI has a special fuck you in store for you all on Tuesday or Wednesday. Don't know which one. Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay. What am I looking at? And you're looking at 2 for the tune-up. With the brake job, that's 400. 400? You gotta watch out for the hood. That still happens to me. You're killing me.
And also remember, the FBI said there was more than a couple of people upstairs yesterday that are in good standing with the FBI. And I am speculating here, but I believe that one or more undercover FBI agents was upstairs yesterday. Were they on the 3rd floor or the 2nd? I do not know. But I believe one or more of them like somebody that they probably shouldn't be liking. And that person was being a dumbass. So they reined them in.
Okay. Go ahead and tell me.
You can't help it when you're undercover. Sometimes you get nepotism. You like the sweet little kid and they're a fucking idiot and you're watching them try to go to prison for themselves. You know? I mean, I'm speculating.
How much is it now, Neil? I thought you were supposed to be working
but
late
I think
tonight,
it's a fair
right?
speculation.
I had to come down here and see if you get this extra $10. Come on, one more. All right. You win. See you in the morning, Dan. Yeah. Take it easy, Trey. That was an easy bet. Man, some people never learn, huh? That's all right. I'll let you pick the place. Oh, thanks.
Oh, now they're popping another subframe, this time for Google
I found
syndication.
this Cash App card on the street.
Is that my car?
Ending that
Watch me
process,
rack it.
ending this process, in fact. And they bopped on the spare renderer again. I think it's fair to assume that Lisa is upstairs. Being fucking Lisa. Ugh. Joe Rogan. Save me, Joe Rogan. YouTube videos, please. Whoa, Joe Rogan lost top podcast spot? That's crazy. Or is Google full of shit? I don't know. Okay, Woody Harrelson. Ding, ding, ding. You're the winner, dude.
The Joe Rogan
Spare renderer
Experience.
popped on when I pushed play on this episode. Same with that subframe again. I'm going to end it again. It stops the podcast. So again, Nerd Squad, they changed from being shared worker, services worker, domestic terrorist, designated worker, you know, auditings, to this new setup. All right, Woody Harrelson. Have to leave one of their little hacks on while I watch the Woody Harrelson episode. Are you not going to let it play now at all, Unit 207? Because I did that. Spare renderer is cut off. The subframe is going to be cut off if you don't play the fucking episode. I'll tell you that much.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
All day. Thank you, Joe. Although Joe is adorable to look at. Joe Rogan entertains me. Even without the visual.
I'm happy to be in Austin. I love it here, you know.
It's a fun place.
Yeah. I mean, I stay here, so.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. And I don't know. It's like it's just a special place in this country.
Yeah, I agree. It's perfect because it's like a blue city in a red state. It's like even the really kooky liberal people are pretty reasonable in comparison to like the kooky liberal people from California or New York.
Yeah,
It's balanced.
kooky liberals. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about that lately.
Did you get a lot of that after Saturday Night Live? A lot of kooky liberals coming your way?
Yeah, it's a good transition.
That monologue was great, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I got a lot of blowback, as
Yeah.
I knew I would, you know,
Yeah.
because
Because he told the truth.
well, yeah, it's just that you don't want to say anything negative about vaccines, which I didn't. What I was talking about in that monologue was really about profiteering.
Yeah.
Okay, so World War II, necessary. Everyone could say that was a necessary war. Let's say that this war on microbes was a necessary war, right? Why is anyone profiteering?
Yes.
Why did Pfizer get to make $100 billion in 2021?
Right.
Anyway,
Why did the government
profiteering.
profit off of it? Why did
the profiteering of war is just wrong. Like, okay, if you say that it has to be, there's conflicts happening right now I disagree with, but I'm wondering, why are people making money off of it?
Right.
You know, even if you think you have a legitimate vantage point from the other side of it, why does someone get to make so much freaking money off of it?
Yeah. It's the dirtiest aspect of human beings. We'll find a way to profiteer off of everything.
Yeah.
Everything and anything, even if it's just, and they'll prolong just things in order to make more profit.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you know that, Richard Nixon knew it was imperative that the war continue, the Vietnam War, back before he got elected,
Yeah.
He didn't want that to get settled.
Yeah.
And there's a great phone call. I don't know if you've listened to any of Johnson's phone calls. Lyndon Johnson.
What phone call?
There's a phone call he had with Nixon, saying, "Hey man, you're going against the peace," because he was trying to get a peace to go before the '68 election, right? Which he eventually just bailed out of anyway, because he could see he was going to lose it. Johnson. I don't, maybe you haven't.
No, I've never heard that conversation between Nixon and
It's an incredible conversation, and Nixon's like, "Oh, I wouldn't do that. I would never, And of course, he was doing that. He was subverting the peace process, in the same way that they wanted to make sure Carter didn't get those, those
Iranian
guys released
hostages.
in
Yeah.
Iran.
Yeah. I always wondered about the Vietnam War, how much of it was about heroin. 3 days before 1968 presidential election, President Johnson contacted Senate Majority Leader Everett M. Dirksen to inform him the White House had received hard evidence from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The campaign of Republican presidential candidate Richard M. Dick Nixon was interfering with Johnson's effort to start peace talks to end the Vietnam War. And this call, Johnson referred to contacts between Nixon's campaign and South Vietnamese President Nguyen Van Thi, I don't know how to say his name, urged that they thwart any such negotiations. Yeah.
Yeah, and that did happen. And also, they definitely, Bush, the senior Bush, George Bush Sr., he met with the leaders of the Iranian, what do you call it, party, whatever, before the election, the fight between Carter and Reagan, and insisted they needed to not be letting those hostages go.
Right.
And so I met Carter in Austin, or rather in Atlanta, I don't know, 3 years ago, right? It's very exciting for me because I've always been a big fan of Carter. I think he's the best president in my lifetime. And I talked to Carter, and he was like, and I said, I'm sitting there, I'm thinking to myself, is there a better time to ask? When am I going to have another time?
Right.
And so that was known as the October surprise, right?
Right.
That Bush met with those guys. Anyway, I just
process
said,
ID for their new hack in an attempt to terminate all superseding lives. Process ID Nerd Squad 15633. Again, it reads as subframe : space HTTPS yada yada youtube.com /
I never talked about this publicly,
memory footprint.
we
It's
did
changing, so I don't think that number's concrete. 90-something thousand.
Who were there during
CPU
Reagan
5.6 changing.
And,
Network doing the same thing as
they
all the
confirmed it
others
was
did
true.
previously when I opened
Yeah,
a
of course it
YouTube
was true.
video
It was
before
too
I got in the
obvious.
shower.
The hostages get released right
Attempting
after
to
Reagan gets elected.
terminate any
they
live
released
stream.
him on the day he took office.
Yeah. Yeah. Ridiculous. It's kind of disgusting.
Very disgusting.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't want to be one to talk ill of American government. Far be it for me.
Yeah, we don't need to. Hey, man, your movie's fucking great. I loved it.
Oh, you saw
I
it?
saw it Wednesday night. Yeah, it was great.
Oh,
really,
thank you.
really great. Nail biter. Like,
Yeah, and the edge of your seat.
yeah,
movie,
there's not a single cut the shit moment in that movie. You know, there's movies that there's where you have to suspend disbelief and it takes you out of it. There's none of that in that movie. It's really good. It's really good. Very suspenseful. Very fulfilling. The end of it, you feel super entertained.
Yeah. Oh, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, I love it. It's so exciting, that film.
Now it's jumped up
it's
to
like an
104
action
and
movie.
105,000 for the
like
memory
as
footprint.
nail biter as any
At
action movie I've
3:55
seen. I
p.m.
love it. And Alex Parkinson, he was the director. He also directed because it was a documentary, Last Breath.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Because people may not know, this was a real incident that happened in the North Sea. Anyway, Simu Liu and Finn Cole, loved those guys, loved working with them. That was a great experience.
It's a great movie. It's very good. It's very fun. Like, it's exciting. And I hardly ever go to the movies anymore. But your people made me go see it in the movie theater.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so I had to actually go to a theater and see it. It was great, though.
Well,
really
thanks
enjoyed
for doing that,
Oh,
man.
my pleasure.
That's
my pleasure.
I know you're a busy man. You got a lot going on.
Yeah, but I was excited to talk
that.
to you, man. I'm a big fan. I've been watching you since Cheers.
Oh, thanks, sir.
It's a long time.
Well, I'm a fan of yours, too. I really am. I love the things you've done that just flipped everything on its head. The people you've interviewed, that you got, people genuinely up in arms, like you're not afraid. you're a fearless warrior, and I appreciate what you do. Like allowing voice to people. Other people will be like, "You're wrong," just to interview that person.
Yeah, you get a lot of that for sure, but that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous thinking. I don't even understand that. I really don't. I don't understand how we got to a place where you're wrong to have a conversation with someone, even if you disagree with them. This idea of platforming people. Well, how the fuck do you know what they really think? Based on what? The mainstream media that lies to you constantly? That's supported by all sorts of special interest groups that have no need to tell the American public the truth. They have a very specific narrative that they want pushed. They want no deviation from that at all. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It's crazy. I mean, if you have a large audience, I think you have at least a certain amount of responsibility to talk to some people that you think might be telling the truth.
Yeah, I liked your interview with Robert Malone.
Yes.
That was a crucial interview at a crucial time.
Well, it was the most pushback I'd ever experienced ever in my life. And I was like, this is crazy. It was really sad to see people like Joni Mitchell and Neil Young and like I wanted to sit down and talk to them and like show them some studies and give them Robert Kennedy's book and say, like, you don't really know what you're talking about.
Well, that's the thing that makes me sad is a lot of this information they're receiving is like from mainstream media, which certainly has its own objectives and its own, things that it won't discuss.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, at all.
And I just felt like after that happened, I was going to try to get in touch with you just to tip my hat to you, but it just felt like, why don't people just listen to the interview? Because I feel like everyone who was giving it a hard time hadn't even heard the interview.
Of course. Yeah, they had heard the mainstream media saying that it was dangerous misinformation. By the way, everything he said has turned out to be true. Every single thing he said had turned out to be true. Sure. Everything that everybody said about whether it was a lab leak, whether the vaccine had side effects, whether it was pushed, whether they lied about the studies and distorted the information, everything was true. All of it. Including Yale just released some study about people producing spike protein 700 plus days after the injections, which was never thought to be the case when they gave them to these people in the first place. And a host of different serious problems that people are having because that everyone's covering up and people are lying about and everyone's trying to obfuscate and doctors are trying to sweep things under the rug because they don't want to be in trouble for mandating these things and telling people to get these things. It's horrible.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. And if we go back to the allowing, I just feel like to mandate was
crazy.
Wrong. That to me is fascistic behavior.
Yes.
If you mandate that I have to take this thing, that if you take it, you're
know why Woody Harrelson's hot?
Well,
it's not just because he has a big nose, which I do like big noses. It's because his voice.
I either
like
want to be protected or don't want to be protected. Or
I liked his
maybe
voice in
I
the
am
80s
like
too.
I am,
My mom
which
watched
is the last
Cheers. I
two
remember seeing
entities
that
on
when I was
earth
a
I would
kid.
trust with my health would be big pharma and big government. Like those would be the last two I would look to. How much big pharma's done to just push shit through that they know is bad for you, that they know harms you. And in this case, they know what's happened.
Yeah.
They know it. And all we're left with after the, 86 that they mandated that you couldn't sue the vaccine companies.
Mm-hmm.
And so since then, we've only been left with VAERS, right?
VAERS,
the government, VAERS, the government website. And there we have millions of people who fought through the red tape and then the bureaucratic whatever just to anonymously be known that they were injured.
Yeah. So, it was weird watching so many people that I thought were intelligent stand up for the government and for the pharmaceutical industry.
But it's not weird if you think of how, it was ubiquitous. It never stopped. The mainstream press was just harping on it constantly.
Yeah, constantly. Yeah. But it's just weird that so many people went along with it without question. I mean, and especially the weirdest part was it was the people on the left. That was so confusing to me because all my life, people on the left were very, very hesitant to believe anything that Big Pharma said and always distrusting in any major institution that was profiting off of something. And it was all very clear. You could see where the motivation was with everything. You could see the amount of profit that was going to be generated, and still everybody was just so scared. It just exposed a lot of cowards, a lot of fools, a lot of cowards, and a lot of people that are just at the moment of any form of adversity are willing to just bow down and do what the system tells them to. It's very strange.
Well, yes. I mean, to say cowards, it's interesting because of the nature of it being so mandated. I had many people I know got vaccinated because they wanted to be able to fly, they wanted to be able to work.
Yeah.
So when it's mandated that you can't work, I mean, how many drivers?
Yeah.
Every single driver had to be vaccinated in Atlanta. Every person on the crew had to be vaccinated, and if it was you had the first vaccination, but when you got the
The boosters.
the booster, it had to be within 6 months. If it's 6 months in a day, you won't work that day.
Yeah.
It was very regimented. Everybody in every crew,
and including
I thought it
people
was
that
so
had already
cool,
been
though,
sick.
that Donald
It didn't
Trump,
even make
when
sense. Not only that, I mean,
in the
talk to
Oval Office,
virologists,
he
they
made
say
it
you
so
never
that everybody
vaccinate
that
during
was
a
in the
pandemic
military
because it encourages
who
variants.
refused
I posted that on
to
Twitter.
get their
The
COVID
study
shot
on Twitter. So many people were attacking.
reinstated
I'm like,
with
hey, I didn't write the
full
study.
back pay.
This is
Can
a
you
study that
imagine that?
shows that when you
How many do you think
vaccinate
there are?
with
Probably
a
a real small amount.
non-sterilizing
Guys. They
vaccine
are
during a
stoked, man.
pandemic,
That is
it
a good
encourages variants.
back
And
pay
that's what happened.
while you've been sitting around on
And
your
they were
ass
blaming
refusing to
them
get a COVID shot. Go you.
So a vaccine that doesn't actually prevent
And
you
by
from
the way, that
catching
is
the
the way that it
disease
should be.
or
If you're in the
spreading
military,
disease.
nobody
Right,
should
and
be
that's what
forcing
COVID
you to
is.
get
Oh, that's
inoculations.
what
Well,
COVID is.
Advising
initially
you
it was
to.
supposed
Yes.
to stop you.
Forcing
It
you.
was 100% going to stop and then of course, that guy had to be modified. If it came to now, it will lessen your symptoms.
But seriously, I'm bummed out. I don't know any guys that applies to
There was
because
never
you
any
know they're
studies
happy to.
ever in the
If I was
beginning
one of them,
that
I
ever
would still be
showed
celebrating.
that it stopped transmission. None.
I'd be
Right.
like,
Zero.
motherfucker,
All
I
it did
didn't
is
get
it
the
showed
COVID
that
shot.
it had an immune response.
I lost
So
my job and now I
you
just
read
got.
Bobby's book.
I mean, how many years back pay is that?
Yeah.
2 years? 3 years back?
And
3
even
years
the
back
guy,
pay and one lump sum. Thank you,
interestingly,
Donald.
Kerry Mullis, I believe his
For
name,
what?
the guy who
For being
created
stubborn but
PCR
being right.
tests, Or
That's the difference
Well, there was
between the
some
domestic terrorist and the good guys.
discrepancy. whether-
Stubborn and right,
But anyway, doesn't
stubborn
matter.
and
The
dumb.
guy credited.
Stubborn
He
and going
said,
to prison, stubborn and
"This
getting paid,
vaccine,
stubborn
this-
and
this,
no guilt,
test
stubborn and going to
cannot
prison and feeling
prove,
guilty.
Infection.
It doesn't prove causation. So, in other words, you're having a response that says that you have a viral load, but you don't know what the cause of that is. You don't know what generated that. And it can't prove what the illness is or
Not only that,
what the problem is that causes that.
depending upon the amount of cycles that you run the PCR, I mean, you could detect like the most
Codename
minute
Lisa,
amount
aka
that
Mini
is
Me,
not
aka
indicative
Tom
of-
Dooley, is
indicative of
upstairs.
the
She
person
would like
being
me
infected.
to terminate the
Right.
live stream
And
and
that
try a
person
new
will
one
have a
because she
false
thinks she
positive,
figured it
and
out,
there's
goddammit, and
false
she doesn't want
positives
any
were
live
all through the
streams
fucking roof.
because you guys have to
Yeah.
perpetuate the breaking and
Yeah,
entering
the whole
because
thing
that's
made
going
no
to create a
sense, and it was
non-existent
just
federal
designed
defense
to
that
push
it's not
a
going to
vaccine
create at
that they
all.
profited off of
And she doesn't
massively, and
want
I
to
hope we
believe that
learn.
everything she's been
I
up
hope we
to
learn. I
is
hope
going to be
next
used in her
time things
prosecution,
roll
which
around,
it is,
people
little
are a lot
lady.
more hesitant.
And I have
to
addressed
just
you
jump
directly.
in
I
and
was
and
telling
believe
your
this shit.
dumbass
Well, already
specifically
they
way
were
back in
coming up
December.
with additional
Stop, girl.
vaccines for
You're
this
being
or
dumb
that,
as
or
fuck.
another booster,
And the only
people were
reason I
like,
felt bad for you, I might
Yeah,
add, is
no.
you believed
So I
it was
think
a
people have
legitimate
already
operation,
started to
and
question
then, and then,
the
and then
validity of things.
you found
Well,
out
I
the
think
truth,
this pandemic and the
and you went
response
right
and the
along with
mandates
it.
and all that shit,
And then you
it
became
ruined people's
one of the
faith
demanders
in,
in chiefs of the domestic terrorism.
first of all, the mainstream media.
It's
I
insane.
think the mainstream media took the
Obviously
biggest
you're
hit out of
scared, but
anybody.
your
Like,
scared
the
and
trust
stressed antics
in
are
the
exactly why you're
television
going to prison.
shows and the newspapers that are supposed to be delivering the truth is at an all-time low.
Maybe you'll get a cush
Well, I
plea
hope
deal
you're
if you
right.
testify
Oh,
against
it's-
your
I think-
idol.
I
I don't.
think I'm right.
I wouldn't count
Yeah.
on it. Not at this
Pretty
point, but
obvious.
maybe Lisa.
I mean, the ratings are down on every fucking show there is. Newspapers
You
can't.
mean
No
you
one
mean
wants to
since
buy
the-
them.
Since the
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, okay. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. CNN is.
According to the
fucking no one's
FBI,
watching
you
it
knew
anymore.
what you were
MSNBC
doing was
is-
nothing but
is a ghost
criminal
town.
in April
No one's watching
of,
these
get this
shows, 'cause they're all
everybody,
just
some of
lying.
you haven't
They're
even been
lying. They're
around
still
this long.
lying.
She
They're lying
has.
constantly.
In April of
And now,
2023,
now
when
they're
you
lying
attempted to
about the
sabotage and
Department
steal
of
from my
Government
autistic
Efficiency.
son our prepaid
Before they were
vacation
lying about
because you wanted to begin
pandemics,
abusing him
vaccines.
right then to facilitate the
It's
kidnapping.
not really the news.
In
You know,
April
if
of
it was the news, they wouldn't be paid
2023,
for by the pharmaceutical
everyone
drug
that's been up there
companies. You
since
can't have
September,
fucking news
she can deny it,
sponsored by
but
the people
it's
that you're supposed to
true.
be reporting on, and then you never report on them. That's just crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also that whole trusted news initiative.
Yeah.
That's not
You familiar with
speculation.
that?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess you would be.
Yeah.
You talk to Bobby and everybody.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Trusted News Initiative is just like, okay, we won't. Like I'd send a YouTube video that I just got to someone else, and by the time it gets to them, they're like, it won't let me watch it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Why? You know, misinformation. But isn't misinformation also information?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, how can you term it misinformation, and what you know, what are your criteria that allow you to call that misinformation?
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping people have learned. But it was a weird time, an educational time though. It was a good experience for some people to learn that, like, hey, like, there's sources that you cannot trust. And I think now the beautiful thing about someone like Elon buying Twitter and turning it into X and having community notes is now you have a way of fact checking things where people use the community notes and they start posting studies in the community notes and saying, no, this story is not true. Here's why it's not true. Here's why it's provably not true. You know? So this is the best way to handle misinformation. It's not leave it up to government censors.
Yeah.
You know, and that was where everybody was going in 2020. It was just fucking crazy
but
to
those
watch.
weren't government censors. Those were the mainstream media censoring themselves.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
At the behest of government,
Yeah.
but also at the behest of big pharma. You know?
Yeah. When we found out that the government was actively contacting social media companies and having them remove things that were true because there was malinformation. Did you know that term?
I haven't heard
So
that before.
there's misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Malinformation is true, but could have a detrimental effect on society. True information that can have a detrimental effect on society is malinformation. That also
Oh
should
my
be censored.
God.
It's Orwell.
Wow.
It's right out of 1984. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
I feel so Orwellian, just the time we've gone through and the time we're in. It feels extremely Orwellian.
It's very weird. It's a weird time, but I'm optimistic.
I want to be optimistic. I think cynicism is the worst disease of old age. You know, once you're cynical, you are fucked, man.
Yeah.
Like it's
hard
it
to get out of it.
infects every part of your being, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But you stay very positive, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you seem like, man, nothing can stop you.
I try to stay positive.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm affected like everybody else is. You know, I was down during the pandemic. It bothered the shit out of me. But we came through it on the other end, and I think people have more resolve now. I think generally the general public has, at least a good percentage of the general public has a healthy distrust now for bullshit.
Certainly your listeners.
Yeah.
Now, but after that Robert Malone thing happened, I was really curious. I was wanting to contact you, and I didn't. But I was just curious how, because, man, I never seen anyone take more body blows. But I got to say, it was cool. They were like stood behind you. Is it Spotify?
Yeah.
Spotify was
did.
like,
Well, fortunately, they're not American. It's not an American company. You know.
oh.
Yeah, they're in
Where are they from?
Sweden.
Oh,
Yeah. So they're like, we're not buying it. Also, the show was big enough where they were like, why would we pull this thing off the air? Let's hang in there and see what happens. And it just kept getting bigger. And so they were realizing that the people were basically on the side of free distribution of information. And they didn't buy it. But there was two guys, Peter McCullough and Robert Malone. Those are the ones. And then there was like some fucking...
Oh, yeah, Peter McCullough. Boy, he took a lot of hits. Big time.
Most published doctor in human history in his particular field of study. I mean, he's a well-respected, rock-solid, credentialed...
And it was one of his videos I tried to send right after I got it. I tried to send to people. No.
Yeah.
They were so quick. I've never seen such quick censorship or editing, almost impressive,
It was creepy. What was it like in Hollywood having your perspective, your healthy distrust of what was going on, where sort of everybody was sort of in lockstep with whatever the government propaganda was?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I don't know how many sets you visited, but everybody was like, in masks.
Mm-hmm.
And then thered be different zones.
Yeah.
And then, the closer you get to the actual set where the shooting is, and then that red zone, people, put your mask on. And I was just like, I never bought it. And I never bought it from the beginning. I'm just like, this doesn't feel right. All right. I'm supposed to wear a mask, but I haven't been, now at this point, right now, I haven't been sick in 8 years. Right. Well, back then was 6 years, but it was just like I knew. Well, no, I'm doing the math wrong, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But it had been a long time since I'd been sick, and I'm like, I don't feel like I need to wear a mask, so I would just not wear a mask, But everybody else on the set's wearing a mask, which is very discomforting because you can't even relate to people so well without seeing their face.
It's very weird. It was very weird.
Very strange time.
Yeah, the strangest. And it didn't make any sense. And there was also this narrative that if you weren't vaccinated, the virus was going to hunt you down. They keep saying that. The virus will find you. If you're not vaccinated, the virus will hunt you down. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's so funny. I did a video. Oh, I wish I had it with me. But, maybe Ilya's out there, my assistant. Maybe she could pull it up for you.
Is it online?
But I did it's 11 seconds. Yeah, she's listening. Hopefully she'll look at it. But it's like, I inhale and hit a pot, right? And then I put on my mask.
And blow it right through the mask.
And I exhale. And it just comes out right? And every exhale, and by the way, hundreds of times heavier than like a virus.
Right.
Right? So viruses don't just, what the concept, for people saying, trust in science, very unscientific concepts.
Yeah.
And Fauci, anyway, in the beginning, said, no, we don't need to wear a mask. And then someone said, no, you do. We do. We should wear a mask. And, so silly, that mask, man. Just something about it felt like, it was just like Big Brother won.
Yeah.
Big Brother won.
They won a battle. But I think ultimately that's what's going to cost them the war. I think
what do you think Bobby's going to be able to? Think he'll be able to accomplish anything?
This episode is brought to you by Rocket Money. Let's talk about subscriptions. It seems like there's so much you can subscribe to these days. You got the obvious ones like streaming services and shopping, but you also got your coffee subscription, meal kit subscription, the beers from around the world subscription. If you can think of it, there's probably a subscription for it.
That's
but
a cool
let's face
subscription.
it,
Beers
you
from
sign up
around
for
the
something,
world.
forget about it after the trial period ends, and then you're charged month
My
after
grandpa
month
would
after
love
month.
that.
Subscriptions are there, but you're not using them. In fact, I just learned that 85% of people have at least one paid subscription going unused each month. That's why you got to love Rocket Money. It's a personal finance app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. See all your subscriptions in one place and know exactly where your money is going. For ones you don't want anymore, Rocket Money can help you cancel them. A great feature is Rocket Money's dashboard. It gives you a clear view of your expenses across all of your accounts. You can easily create a personalized budget with custom categories to help keep your spending on track. See your monthly spending trends in each category to know exactly where your money is going. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of
we landed upside down.
$500 million.
I almost died.
Subscriptions, saving members
$30,000, and then
$740
remember,
a year when using all of
the only
app's
people
premium
that
features.
need attorneys
Cancel your unwanted
are those that
subscriptions
didn't blow
and
the whistle
reach your financial
and make
goals
too much to have
faster
a
with
public
Rocket
defender
Money.
pointed to them.
Go to rocketmoney.com.
I.e., we won't even have to take all of Tim
today.
Dillon's advice,
That's
myself and the whistleblowers. We don't. The FBI already knows.
That's
The FBI fully agrees with Tim Dillon and his assessment on everybody that almost died on a fucked up Delta flight that flipped over.
One big one that he wants to accomplish is to remove this liability waiver for vaccines. And to make them go through real trials.
And I'm pointing that out because I'm trying to be very Monty Python-esque.
We're gonna find out.
Always look
We're gonna find
on
out.
the
There's no way
bright
that
side.
gets through
And shout out to Joe
We'll
Rogan.
see. We'll see. We'll see what the
But
resistance
every one of
is.
those
Thank God
guys
for
is
JRE.
getting money.
A lot of
Big
them are.
Pharma.
A lot of them are.
Well,
but also,
certainly all the Democrats.
people are paying attention now, and they
Or
will
I
get
would have had to
primary,
have started
and I think they're
Stephen
aware of that.
McQueening it and
So I
bouncing
think
a
there's
baseball against the
vulnerability
wall.
for their entire career.
Seriously.
People find out that they weren't willing to do this in the face of overwhelming
You stole my
evidence.
podcast, Lisa.
You know,
Fucking
like Bobby
cunt.
was just talking about the hepatitis vaccine. That they were saying that the hepatitis B vaccine, they were having a hard time selling it. And so they all of a sudden start saying, don't worry about it. We're going to prescribe it for children. And they put it on the vaccine schedule for children. And they did that just because they were having a hard time. Because the only time you get hepatitis B is from dirty needles and risky sex. And people are like, I don't want that fucking thing. And so they're like, nobody was.
Yeah, but there's one type of hepatitis. I think it's hepatitis A. I don't remember.
I think that's
It's been a long time since I learned about bloodborne pathogens. But there's one that's transferred
Do you know of any other
fecal
ones?
to mouth.
It's sexually transmitted
So you
disease.
use a public potty and you
Yeah.
rub your
It's
mouth and
transmitted
haven't
through
washed your hands
intravenous,
well, you can
drug
get
use.
hepatitis.
Okay, then I didn't know.
I think it's
Yeah,
hepatitis
which is
A.
how you think you got hepatitis
I mean,
B.
I just assumed you get run down like most sick.
No,
you
I
get
don't.
run down, you get sick.
Well, let's Google it. What is the cause of hepatitis B, Jamie?
Blood or body fluids.
Yeah, it's that's how you get it. You don't get it as a fucking baby. So injecting babies with it, the only reason why they did that is to sell more hepatitis B vaccines. Yeah, if the mother has it. Unprotected sex with an infected person, mother to child during childbirth, breastfeeding if the mother's infected. Yeah.
There's a lot of messed up things that can happen to
So
a
they-
baby
what the-
that's coming out of
Dude,
a
you got a
mom
lot of
who has
evidence.
STDs. If you
Yeah.
have gonorrhea
I
and
guess
you give
dirty
birth to a
needles.
baby and you're a girl,
Same
your
thing. I
baby
guess it
can
falls
be
under dirty
blind
needles.
from that.
Yeah.
But
Nobody
anyway,
told me that, and it wasn't in
just
any of my
wonder
birthing
that,
books when I was
you know,
pregnant.
It just
I literally
again,
found
the
out from my
profiteering,
gynecologist,
Like,
and
why
I was like,
is
that
he
is
not
so
talking
fucked
about
up. Why is this not
profiteering?
in
That
all
should
of
be
the
on
books?
everyone's list.
I mean, I've never had
Exactly.
gonorrhea,
That's
but I
what it's
know
all
plenty
about.
of girls who
That's
have.
all the
The
woes
babies can
and
be born
ills of our
blind.
society. It's people emphasizing profit over humanity. That's really what it is.
Yeah,
That's really what it is. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. It's this fucking disgustingly short-sighted approach because you don't live that long. To live your life just profiteering off of the expense of other people's suffering is so crazy. When you got 80 years if you're lucky, you got 80 summers, 80 spins around the sun, and you're gonna fucking sell people out for some money that you're never gonna have enough of anyway. All those cocksuckers, they all want more. It never ends. They all want a bigger yacht. They all wanted this. They all wanted that. There was always something. It never ends. And somehow or another, we let them get away with it because we're profiting as well. That's
I
our.
was wondering about like billionaires. You got to figure there's a certain hierarchy of billionaires,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And so even if you're a billionaire and you're thinking, well, he's good, he's made it, right?
Nope.
Well, no, I want to be the richest guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I guess it never does end in a way.
Well, if that's what your game is, right? So if your game is just numbers, you're never going to be satisfied. You know, if your game is just numbers, you're always going to look at the other people. Like my friend Brian has a friend that has $3 billion, and he says he hangs out with his billionaire friends and he feels poor because they have $30 billion. Like, you know, crazy. Imagine having $3 billion and feeling poor. But I can kind of understand the thought. I mean, it's stupid.
The poor white trash.
Joe should have said what he said before. Joe said when he hangs out with Elon Musk, he feels poor.
Poor bastard. How's he even buy a country? How do you even affect elections with $3 billion? That's nothing.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Local election.
Well, I mean, this is just a symptom of the moral decay of our society. That, you know, we don't have a moral and ethical framework. We don't have a moral and ethical structure that we operate under. And too many people are just motivated by money instead of humanity, instead of looking at people as like a community. We're all a community of people, and you can still profit and you can still make money, but like making more money at the expense of people's lives and suffering should be the most abhorrent thing that we could possibly imagine, especially if you're already wealthy. This should be absolutely disgusting to us. Instead, it's condoned and just like accepted. And, you know, you shrug your shoulders. That's what people do.
Well, I think the majority of people agree with you 100% on that. And the majority of people have a very humane and compassionate view of others, you know.
Yeah.
But there are those people who are just, you know, it's like you say, it's a numbers game.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, war makes people really rich.
Yeah.
Gets a lot. I mean, I guess, I don't know, big pharma would be the number one industry, but not far behind. It's got to be the weapons industry.
Yeah.
And it's just like, why are these, if you even get away from why are these wars happening or are they justified, why are they making that much profit off these wars?
Yeah.
You know, strange.
Yeah.
That bothers me. I get sleepless over that.
It should.
Especially because the United States has just done, you know, one World War II, okay, I give you that one, you know, but I certainly don't give you the Korean War over the potential domino theory, which was absurd. The same theory that, so 4 million people die in Korea, 3.5 million in Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia. They started carpet bombing in Laos, you know, which is everything in a 2-mile radius presumed dead.
Yeah.
You know, what we've done throughout Central, South America, all over the world, we've become masters of war, but like toward what end? To help those rich people get richer.
Yeah.
It's like, I would understand if it's a justifiable, you know, you have to stop Hitler, Mussolini, I get it.
Yeah.
But, you know, come on.
It's crazy that it all really boils down to that. It really boils down to a lot of his people profiting, you know?
I always have said that if war weren't so lucrative, there'd be a lot less of it.
Yeah.
You know?
No doubt.
Sometimes just the war itself, that's a moneymaker.
Yeah, but it's like, how do you fucking do that? What do you got there, fella?
I brought this for you, man.
What is it?
It's a very nice Northern California.
Oh.
You know, I have a dispensary in LA. Yeah, called The Woods. It's phenomenal. It's the most beautiful dispensary in the world.
You can have I remember when it was completely, totally illegal, and then you had to have a medical card. And and you just say you had a headache. That's all you have to say. You got back pain, you got a headache, you can get a subscription or prescription rather. And then it became legal. But just in 2016.
But not here.
No. It's
needs
decriminalized.
To be legal in Texas.
It should be. Well, it should be federally.
This could be this state's so great anyway. We could change everything if Texas was legal.
Well, the whole country should be legal.
Yeah.
The idea that America, the land of the free, criminalizes the use of a plant that's never killed anybody is fucking crazy.
It's legislating morality, and it's an odd morality anyway, because most people believe you should be able to smoke if you want.
Not only that, it's a morality that's based off bullshit about profiteering from the 1930s. So
Right.
it's propaganda from the
Right.
1930s that's
Right.
still working today, 90 years later, which is really crazy.
Yeah.
That's the craziest part of it. And that the only reason why I picked up steam is because they needed to put people to work after they had stopped banning alcohol. So prohibition ended, and everybody's like, what do we do now? Well, let's fucking go after marijuana. And then you get Harry Anslinger, William Randolph Hearst.
Yeah.
They're all profiting from it, and they all fucking make the marijuana movies like Reefer Madness, and
Yeah.
everyone's going to go crazy. And to this day, there's a lot of people that believe that. They think it makes you lazy, it makes you stupid. And
It really is. Although I would say my stupid quotient, I've dipped down to a new low. No, but I agree with you. I think that, like Anslinger, nobody knows about that. How this guy went all over the place and got governments all over the world to
Yep.
make, declare this the enemy drug.
Yeah.
And but like I really just believe, there's such a thing as a consensual crime, which is victimless crime. So
Yeah.
if I'm smoking a joint, well, a lot of it's like the vaccine. If I'm smoking a joint, how does that hurt you?
right. Well, it hurts
What am I doing to hurt you?
if you drive and fall asleep at the wheel and slam
that's
into a
one
school
thing,
bus.
of course.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
there's
that
already
makes sense.
laws for that.
Okay, yeah,
There's
well,
already laws
that's
against
another. Okay, outside of the driving world, I don't see how I'm
Right.
hurting you. You know,
Right,
like,
outside of the driving world, that's really the end of it.
and
right.
and if I'm not getting my job done, then fire me.
Right.
Okay, so there's
Right.
it just there's no. And by the way, most people do agree with this, but when you have like over 70% of the people in jail are there for victimless crimes,
Yes.
mostly drug-related crimes.
Well, then we go back to another thing:
Dude,
profiteering.
all I keep thinking about, it's just like
We
Tim
have
Dillon the
live
week
in
before
prisons,
with the
which is
Panda
crazy.
Express
You're
orange
essentially
chicken.
taking human
It's the same
beings
thing, I
and
just
you're
keep
using them as
thinking.
batteries to generate
We
money.
landed upside
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
The more people you get in there, the more profit you're pulling out of it, which is just crazy.
I
So
want to
then you have
listen to
prison
Tim
guard
Dillon
unions
podcast, but
that are
since I don't
lobbying
follow the
keep
news, I
laws
can
on
already
the
tell
books.
with his humor that it's like,
Victimless crimes.
no, I
on the
can't go
books,
back in
like
time. I have to
marijuana.
only listen to the episodes
Yeah.
going forward.
ridiculous.
I imagine
Otherwise, it
there's
won't
a
be
lot
funny.
of unions pushing that, but I didn't know till I saw
But
the
this week
13th.
and last week,
Is that
he's
what it
given
was
me
called?
the best quotes
That
of the
movie?
week out of anybody.
13th
We
Amendment
landed
was about the
upside
13th
down. I
Amendment.
was hanging.
I didn't know about the. What's it called? There's a movie. I think it's called The Third.
I almost died.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah. Anyway, there it is. Yeah.
Watch,
That's the
guys.
first time
Tim
I
Dillon
really
is one
thought
of
about it, in
Godzilla's
spite of being
prophets.
around prisons,
Imagine
much
that,
of
dude.
my
I
life.
could totally see him as being a
I'd
fat
never
little
thought
cherub.
about the
Put
fact
him in
that
like a little fucking man diaper, give him a heart, some wings.
that's just they're making them work. It's just
Yeah.
slave.
He
slave
has the right
labor.
name for
Exactly.
it.
Just
Yeah.
All the
Man,
Tims in the
I
world are just
never
like the
thought
biblical
about it
ones.
until-
Slave labor for
Honest.
insanely small amount of money, and they keep them locked up.
Honest
they
and
produce
skeptical.
things.
They're both.
yeah. Well, you watch that, you believe it for sure. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, you're-
I'm
Shout
aware
out
of
to the
laws,
Tims,
though.
Timmys,
I'm aware of
Timothys,
that's
Thomases.
a lot of where the Jim Crow laws came from. When they abolished slavery, what they did was just arrest people for basically anything and put them to work. I mean, that was
Right.
that was the modus operandi.
Yeah, which is, I guess that's when all the 13th started, was back then, as a part of the
And
Jim
again,
Crow
it all
law.
goes to the same thing: profit. And ironically, a lot of this lack of compassion could be solved with psychedelics. A lot of it. A lot of
See,
it.
that's
where
one
people
place
expand
where
their
Joe Rogan and I
consciousness,
disagree.
understand that what they're doing is
I don't
morally
think that people need to be
reprehensible, even though
encouraged
you
to
can
do
sort of
any
justify
sort
it
of
because
drugs.
it's legal. It's disgusting.
I think
We
if
should
they want to
change
do
those
it and
laws.
they're
Those
the
laws
right
don't make
age
sense
and their
just 'cause
brains
it's written on
developed, let
paper.
them do it.
Doesn't mean it's just. Doesn't mean it makes sense. For
But
logical,
nobody
rational
needs them. You
people.
don't
I
need
agree.
drugs
It'd
to
be
be
nice to get some
happier
acid in the punch bowl at some kind of congressional.
or more peaceful.
Well, consensually.
Just-
I think.
Man, consensual. I mean, you're not going to get all those guys who need it to agree to it. So I'm just saying, throw a little in the punch bowl. They're all going by the punch bowl.
Do you know who Graham Hancock is?
No.
He's an expert on ancient history, like a kind of a renegade historian. He's got a sort of alternative version of ancient society, ancient civilizations. But point is, like,
he has a podcast.
he's got a two seasons of a series called Ancient Apocalypse on Netflix. It's really amazing.
Oh.
It's all his field of study is the evidence that human beings and human civilization has gone through a reset, and that somewhere around 12,000 years ago, and this is all supported by this theory called the Younger Dryas impact theory, where they found evidence that the Earth was bombarded by comets at more than 2 different times in history that probably reset civilization, and that this is probably why you see like ancient structures that people can't explain, and that these stone buildings that have incredibly complex geometry and precision building from thousands
like
and
at the
thousands
World
and thousands
Fair
of years
in
ago.
Chicago, like they had all those buildings.
That's a little different.
You talking about that?
Yeah, no, that's a little different. I'm talking about like ancient Egypt.
You're talking.
I'm talking about
super
like
ancient.
Turkey.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like Göbekli Tepe and these ancient structures that they found that are absolutely 11,000 plus years old, where people are supposed to be just hunter and gatherers, and that we had thought up until last 40 or 50 years that society emerged around 6,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. What he believes is that is a reemergence of society, and that society had already reached a very high level of sophistication around 12,000 years ago, and that something happened, some sort of gigantic cataclysm, and reset things. But Graham is also an enthusiast of ayahuasca and the power of psychedelic medicine, and he has often said that to run governments, it should be mandatory that you have psychedelic sessions. And
Right.
you should probably do it publicly. So you really find out. Imagine getting Lindsey Graham fucked up on mushrooms and then filming him.
I would love to see that.
It would be amazing.
I would give to see that.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
But it would be nice if they had a little more, because it's almost those drugs that you're talking about are just like, it's like the universal, God's little helper.
Yeah.
To help you see how the world really works.
Yeah,
how
God's little helper.
the illusory nature of what it is we're experiencing.
Yeah.
And to come from the heart.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, they encourage compassion. They encourage kindness and love. And that's, we need a lot more of that in this world. And that's the problem with being so politically and ideologically divided. It's like it's so easy because people are so tribal. It's so easy to hate the other tribe. The other people are the enemy. And so we've got this bizarre thing where we're supposed to be a community, but we're a two-sided community, and one side hates the other side, and whoever's in power, those people are the problem. It's like,
yeah, that is such a weird part of the human, I don't know, nature
psyche,
or whatever
yeah.
you want to call it, psychology. It's like, and I noticed just the other day, there was some dude, like, I can't remember what the context was, but I remember he kind of came into my zone, and I thought, look at this fucking guy, man. He's such an asshole, You could just tell. You could just feel it,
Right.
And then I thought, Woody, why are you? What? You've got nothing that tells you that that's true,
right.
Other than maybe you're jealous because he's more handsome than you are, or something. No, but then anyway, and so I go, how you doing? And he smiles, and I'm like, this guy's incredible.
Yeah.
Like, you just, all you need to do sometimes is just generate a smile on that other
Sure.
person who you think's an asshole's face, and suddenly they're a kid. It's suddenly you're in a different, you're using your kid juice to interact.
Well, that's like
at
the
that point.
importance of charisma, right? Because a person isn't exactly who they are. They're who they are when they interact with you. And however you interact with them will affect the way they interact with you. It's a two-way street, most sort of interactions.
If they see a frown on your face, then
Right.
inevitably there's a frown on their face.
Inevitably. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
But smiles generate smiles. And if you think
Yeah.
about it, that is the easiest energy generating thing is
Yeah.
another person's smile
Sure.
and getting you to smile.
And common ground, and I think that's the problem with the media and with political ideologies, is that there's no currency in common ground. The currency is all in division. That's where you can gain the most momentum, get the most people on your side. You have to say the other people are the enemy. Common ground is much more common. Most people agree. Most people want to be safe. They want to be healthy. They want to be happy. They want to have friends. They want to have a good time. They want to have a nice family. They want to be loved. They want to have love. That's most people. And they think that the other people are trying to prevent that. Instead of just accentuating those important factors and saying we should all concentrate on that, and then we should all look at things that prevent that. What are the things that prevent happiness and love and health? And let's all work collectively together to eliminate those aspects of our society. Yeah. The problem is you don't make a lot of profit doing that. The profit is in the division.
The media does push the divide for sure.
The media is bullshit. First of all, they're dying. They're dying like AM radio. They're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. The internet is more compelling, and independent journalism is more accurate. And it's going to be more.
Are you sure that's not a subjective vantage point, Joe?
It's certainly subjective. Yeah, it's certainly subjective.
All your vantage points are subjective.
Yes, everything's subjective. It's definitely subjective. But listen, I think there are very good people that work in journalism. I think there are very good people that work at the New York Times, the Washington Post, and even in CNN. I know them. I know people that work at CNN, and I like them. I know people that work at the New York Times, and I like them very much. The problem is the institution. And the institution is based on profit. And where do you get your money? Well, you get a lot of your money from pharmaceutical drug companies, from NGOs. There's funding from all these different political groups, and that's the problem. The problem is enormous entities that need incredible amounts of capital in order to stay relevant. And in doing so, what's crazy is if you're in the information business, well, you can't be accurate. You cannot be accurate about the distribution of information if your profits are based on you pushing a bullshit narrative, because those are the people that are supporting you. So therefore, they're not going to make it. It's like you see the writing on the wall. It's like, this is not tenable. You're not going to be able to continue this. You're going to either have to adjust course, or you're going to be swallowed. And that's what people realize that now with the internet. When you got people like Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger and Glenn Greenwald, respected journalists who are now on the outside. And so now they've amassed this huge following on the outside, because if you go to Glenn Greenwald, he's going to tell you what's actually going on. Why are we invading this? Why are we bombing this country? What's going on? And he'll tell you it all goes back to 2013 when this was passed, and this is what happened, and they tried to do this, and this is what we're trying to do because there's oil here or there's minerals there. And you're like, oh, fuck. And so, but most people don't have the time to do that kind of a deep dive. So you turn on CNN, and CNN is safe and effective. Have you gotten your knife booster? Get your knife booster. And the fucking anchors are blacking out on TV, and it's like, wow. They're in a trap. They're in a trap. First of all, they're in a trap because of the actual format of the show sucks, right? Format of television shows suck. You have 3 talking heads yelling at each other 5 minutes before commercial. Everyone's trying to get a sound bite that goes viral, and then you cut to a commercial about antidepressants. And then you come back, and you come back, and there's a flood, and there's fucking Detroit's frozen. Do you see that shit in Detroit? Well, they had a flood, and then it froze, and so you got cars up to the fucking windshield, frozen solid in the streets, and car alarms going off.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it happened yesterday. There was some sort of a water main line broke, probably because of the cold, and then the streets flooded, and then the streets, when they flooded, then they froze. And so all these cars, literally up to the windshield, stuck. See if you can find it. It's crazy to look at. Look at this. Entire streets filled.
Oh, my God.
And if you watch a video of it, all the car alarms are going off. So the car alarms are going off, and all the cars are frozen. Give me some. Well, you can hear it if you put your microphone. Yeah, put your headphones on. Listen to this.
Wild.
So everybody's fucking car alarms going off because the car's getting crunched. So the cars are getting disturbed, so they're getting crunched. So the cars think that people are breaking into them. Minus 70 degrees. As if Detroit doesn't have enough fucking problems.
Oh my
Poor
God.
Detroit.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, but Detroit's been doing so well lately.
Yeah.
It's really. I went there not long ago.
They're making a comeback.
And it was phenomenal.
They're
I'm
making a
like,
comeback.
wow, what a fun place! Like,
Well, you know
the
what?
artists kind of took
Yes.
it over, and it
Yes.
just became. It's pretty groovy.
Artists and artisans and companies that are like proud, like Shinola. That company.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah.
buddy, Tom
you know him?
Kartsotis.
Oh,
yeah.
they're great.
Do you know him?
No, I don't. But I
He's
I
one
bought
of the
their
great
stuff.
humans on this planet. Yeah, he started Shinola.
Yeah.
Shinola is a great company.
It's a great company. I have
And
one of their
he's
laptop
an incredible
bags.
guy.
They make awesome
Oh.
stuff. They make great watches, great
Yeah.
stuff, but made in Detroit, like proudly.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it's
And they
such
got
a-
the record player that he did with Mike White, Mike, the Mike White. No,
Jack White.
Jack White.
Oh,
I knew that wasn't right. I
Yeah.
couldn't. Mike White makes
From the White
White
Stripes.
Lotus. Yeah, no, Jack
Yeah.
White. Yeah. And they also do vinyl. They make all these vinyl.
Oh, that's
Those guys do cool stuff, man.
yeah. Well,
I know, I
last
love
time I was in Detroit, I did the Fox Theater, and I saw a lot of that too. A lot of like small shops and cool places, and you know, because real
Yeah.
estate's cheap, so people are like moving in, and artists are doing things, and it's fun. It's like a little bit of a revival after they
Yeah.
got fucked by the auto industry.
Well, yeah, for sure.
More profiteering,
Sure.
right? Sent
Once
all the
again,
fucking jobs to other
yeah.
countries because you get people to work for slave labor.
Yeah. Well, and then now they're dealing with this incredible ice flood.
Yeah, I think that's
Wow, man.
a small isolated area, but still pretty fucked.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, go fig.
Are you still in LA? Where do you
Dude,
live?
I'm in Austin right here with you.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
are.
Come on.
Where do you live though? Where do you spend most of your time?
No, I live in Austin.
Oh, do you?
I live in Austin.
I didn't know you lived here.
Yeah, I live in the Drip.
Oh, nice. Dripping Springs is great. I love it out
Yeah.
there. That's
Yeah.
a nice place. That's a nice area.
No, I'm determined you and I are going to have to hang out
Let's do
sometime
it.
socially.
I would love to do that. Let's do it.
Yeah?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Okay, well,
Fuck
you
yeah.
don't feel just like you're back against the wall?
No, I
because
love
we're
you,
on a...
man. Come on. I'll hang out with you
man.
anytime.
Oh, great.
Call
great.
me 2 o'clock in the morning. We'll go meet you somewhere. I don't give a
Okay,
fuck.
perfect.
I'll bring you down to my comedy club.
Oh, yeah.
I bought a
Oh,
comedy club on
right.
6th Street.
What's
Yeah.
it called?
Comedy Mothership.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
It's fun. It's a great place. My buddy Jimmy Dore is there this weekend, who's also great, and he's filming his comedy special there this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jimmy Dore is amazing. He's another guy that's risen as an independent journalist. He's a comedian, and he started his show basically just making fun of political things. And then during the pandemic, got vaccine injured and really got kind of red pilled and kind of became like the voice of truth and reason. And, you know, another guy who's been completely outcast by supposedly progressive people for just telling the truth, the inconvenient truth.
Inconvenient. Yeah, but yeah, I guess the progressives, are they now the conservatives? We got to change the term because progressives seem a lot less progressive.
Yeah.
I really felt quite,
I think
during
they got
this whole
co-opted.
thing, I felt quite, yeah.
I think they got co-opted, and I think it was on purpose. I think there was some very sophisticated psychological manipulation that was involved, and a lot of money was being spent in order to push some very specific narratives. And they did a great job of it. They did a great job of it, but we're finding out because of the Department of Government Efficiency that most of this was funded by our own tax dollars, which is really fucking crazy. A lot of these NGOs that supported a lot of these crazy riots and all these different things that were happening in our cities was really supported by our own tax dollars. And it was just a subversion of public discourse. Instead of allowing people to figure out what's right and what's wrong, they pushed what they wanted you to say, and anybody who deviated from that was canceled. And because of the fact that before Elon bought Twitter, the left had complete, total control over the narrative because they owned all the social media sites and they were in lockstep with the government. So it was just a dark time for information, but a few brave people, braved the storm, and one of them was Jimmy.
Oh, that's good. good.
He's great. You would love him.
Shout out to him.
He's great.
Well, I remember when the guy was. Remember that guy? I think they were in London, maybe, but it was the guy who was. I think the directed one portion of Pfizer, and he met with some guy, and he had a body cam. The other guy had a body cam. It was like a date on Tinder.
Oh, it was like one of those Project Veritas,
worked
James
out.
O'Keefe things.
Did you not see it?
I'm sure I did.
But this is the perfect example of
Yeah.
how the Trusted News Initiative managed to. A lot of news just never got to people because the guy had a body cam and is talking to him, and the guy who works for Pfizer is saying they've just had a meeting talking about how they could weaponize these other viruses in
Yes.
order to basically create another pandemic to create so that they would have the vaccine to address it and make more money, which is not a surprising thing that they would be discussing. But what was great was he admitted it to the guy while they're sitting there at a little diner.
It's always chatty gay guys.
But the main thing, huh?
It's always chatty gay guys. It's always a guy on a date with another guy, and he's like, "I'll tell you what we're doing." It's like they just chat it up.
But the
spill the
incredible thing, like he got the stuff that he said was incredible.
Yeah.
What was more incredible? Oh, he told the guy basically that he'd been filming him. The guy freaks out. Anyway, this should have been across every possible platform of media.
Of course.
And yet you did not see it, zero in
Right.
mainstream media. But because Musk had bought Twitter, Musk put it on, and it immediately got 40 million views. And also, what's his name? Tucker Carlson put it on, and then there was a lot of views that way. But other than that, if you ask your average person, they never heard of this incident.
Yeah.
It's like an amazing thing, talking about, what's the term for that? The weaponization of a virus. Do you know? He's looking it up.
Term for the weaponization of a virus.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway, they do it, but that's what they think that they were doing in
Wuhan.
China.
Well, 100%.
They were weaponizing.
Well, that was why you would get banned off of all these social media platforms if you even brought that up. I mean,
Right.
it used to be if you brought that up on YouTube, you get pulled from YouTube. Now it's fact.
Right.
Now it's a fact. Now it's undeniable fact. All the things, like you said about Robert Malone, all the things that he said are now fact. Everything, every single one of them. The fact that it doesn't stay, the injection doesn't stay locally, that it infects various parts of your body in different ways. If it gets to your heart, it's very dangerous because your heart doesn't have the ability to heal, which is why you don't get heart cancer. So your heart just scars over and you get myocarditis. He started talking about all these different effects, and he personally was vaccine injured. So he's a guy who took it, almost had a fucking heart attack.
Yum,
I was
dude.
like, what is
Cocoa
going on?
with cinnamon.
His whole
so
body
good.
freaked out.
Make
Was
some Swiss
deadly
miss.
sick. Managed to get through
If
it,
you like
then
flavor
started
like
speaking
me,
out
add
against
like
it, then started
half a
doing more
tablespoon
research
of
and
cinnamon
finding
just
out
right
what
on
was
top
going
of
on,
it.
and then
Delicious.
that was the collective freak out.
Well, it's incredible that so many people were injured, and yet it's still kind of not a widely discussed thing. I think people are discussing it.
More people are discussing it now, but it's still, there's a lot of people that don't want to bring it up because they don't want the heat. They saw what happened to people that did bring it up, and they don't want that coming their way. It's still fresh in their memory, and they keep their mouth shut. Yeah. But over
I
time,
gotta say, it's
find
almost
out what it
surreal
was
to know
called?
there are so
Weapon-
many people who are pissed at me when it's like
No,
they're the
no,
only
it's
there's a
person
term,
There's a term for it, huh?
a term. I don't know what the term
Yeah,
is.
who has any right to
Yeah.
be pissed,
it just
other than the whistleblowers.
I don't know. It's a crazy
It's
time
me.
in this world.
Fuck you.
Yeah. But crazy times are fun too.
in bed with me?
People
Fuck
snap
you.
out of it. They pop through it. They come out on the other side and they go, "What the
Oh
fuck was
fuck!
going
You're not
on?"
even entitled to
then
feelings
you
as
have-
far as I'm concerned. People.
Re-examining.
People who want me
of
to know that
society.
they're mad
And I
at
think
me,
that's
I
happening
embarrass
right
them.
now.
Fuck you.
And I think that's a good thing.
You
As long as
embarrass
people keep
yourselves.
their cool and they don't go tribal.
Not talking
you
to the
can't go
whistleblowers.
tribal. You can't go us versus
And I'm
them.
definitely talking to a
They're the
woman that
bad
won't be here
guys.
till tomorrow, but
Fucking
she'll
all
be
those
here
people with
tomorrow.
blue hair, those fucking pieces of shit. No, they're sad, lost people. That's what it is. Sad, lost, angry people that think they have to lash out at the other for the problems that is really caused by gigantic corporations and the exchange of money. And yeah.
It always comes down. Hey, yeah, follow the money. Yeah.
Follow
It's just
that fucking
always
cheese.
every time.
It's always the money,
Cheese.
and it's never enough. It's a weird thing about us. And again, I think part of the problem is this lack of methods to escape. And I don't mean escape reality. I mean to escape the fog of propaganda. And that's literally why all that stuff was made illegal in 1970. Richard Nixon was trying to stop the anti-war effort in the civil rights movement. That's why they turned the sweeping Schedule 1 Prohibition Act of all psychedelic drugs. That's what that was about. It wasn't about protecting society. If it was, they would have got rid of OxyContin. They would have got rid of addictive painkillers and Vicodin, Percocets. They never got rid of any of that
They
stuff.
got rid of Big Macs for that matter.
See,
I know. Listen, I
here's the
know
thing
you're a
about Big
meat
Macs.
guy. You love meat, but can we say Big Macs are not the greatest thing for you?
no, they're not great. They're not great for you. But I feel like you should be able to eat a Big Mac if you want to. I feel
Hey,
like
you
you
should
should
be
have
able
some
to do
discipline.
anything if you want to. I wouldn't care
Yeah.
if you shot up right
But
now.
that's what I'm saying. Don't get rid of Big Macs, but don't eat them every day. You fucking idiot. It's like I say about Doritos. People are like, oh, we should get Doritos off. No, Doritos as they are a perfect snack. They're delicious, but they're fucking terrible for you. Just like cigarettes, just like whiskey. They're terrible for you.
Right.
But in the moment, they're great. The key is recover and then don't do it every day. That's the key. The key to all things is moderation. All things.
Dude, I wish you'd have given me this speech like when I was 20. It's on the precipice after 21. I just started. Became immoderate, In fact, I didn't even smoke pot till I was 21.
I didn't smoke pot till I was 30.
Drink. Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's hot, dude.
Yeah.
I like it when people
Well, I thought it
abstain
was
and
gonna
then
turn you
fall
into a
into
loser.
the temptation.
Yeah,
I bought into all of it. I grew up with a lot of people that had drug problems, and I wanted to succeed in life, and my biggest fear was being a loser. Just someone who just never got their shit together. And I was like, well, anything that gets in the way of being successful and being healthy and happy, avoid that.
And now, what at point did you say to yourself, I'm definitely not a loser? There's no chance of me being a loser.
Oh, I don't know if you ever think. I guess I think that now, but I think
Or do you sometimes doubt it and say I'm a loser?
Well, I definitely think I'm very hypercritical, self-critical. So I battle against that because I think that's something that anybody who strives to be successful battles against. You always feel like you could do more. But there's a balance of doing more and being happy, enjoying yourself, but also accomplishing things you want to do, feeling fulfilled, having worthwhile goals, things that you think are valuable, not just to you, but valuable to other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then do you feel like you must feel
I feel like that
good
now.
about it.
Yeah, but I don't think about it, honestly, because I think if you think about it, then you get lost. Then you get like, look how good I am. You can get really lost in success, where you get intoxicated by that too. So I think you just got to kind of exist. You got to kind of exist and not feed your insecurities, but also don't feed any delusions of grandeur either. Just be a person. Just learn how to be a human being.
But that's got to be hard for you, dude, because you're at the tippy top of the tippy top, and everybody's got to be kissing your ass and telling you how great you are. It's got to be hard to not allow your ego to dictate things,
So, Nerd Spot, I'm editing the live stream here.
I stomp my
to
ego
know
pretty good.
how they've changed their tactics for the hack.
Workouts, I do it with martial arts, I do it with cold plunging and saunas. I put myself through voluntary adversity. It's pretty fucking brutal. And that's my best way to achieve like homeostasis. That's my best way to achieve like a balance. Is that I put myself through way more than life ever gives me. So that I'm always, I get it. You're always vulnerable. You're always weak. You're always late. There's always something. So as long as you confront that all the time, and keep your mind healthy and balanced, have a healthy perspective. You know, there's a lot of like new agey sort of bullshit terms that unfortunately have been co-opted by silly people, you know, and but a lot of those, like, they're very important, like gratitude. Gratitude is a really important quality that people should have. You know, mindfulness is a really important quality that people should have. But these things are co-opted by goofy people that wear wooden beads and want you to join their cult. You know, it's like they want you to think that they're special and they're particularly spiritual. You know, and so unfortunately, really good concepts are often tainted by silly people. You know, like love and God and a lot of the things that are really like beneficial to us as a society. They get co-opted by goofy people. Like how many people have been turned off by religion by watching mega pastors in these huge churches flying around in private jets and driving in Rolls Royces? Like, oh well, this is all bullshit. You know.
Yeah. You. I had a couple of jokes. No,
Go ahead.
Do you think? I mean, I'm curious. I must know. I must have heard you talk about this. But what is your concept of religious? I mean, do you have a specific religion that you adhere to?
Not necessarily. I'm not in favor of any restrictive religions. I'm not in favor of any religions that punish people that don't follow them, and I'm not in favor of any religions that force a very rigid structure on people that has to be adhered to, or you're a sinner or cast out. Or I think that most religious experience. I think most religion is based on human beings' very unique experiences that have provided enlightenment, and they're trying to express that enlightenment to other people. And I think the problem with religious stories are that people are full of shit, and a lot of those stories suck. You know, a lot of those stories are probably distorted by the hand of man. But I think, you know, I'm of the school of thought that a lot of the religious experiences that people talk about were probably inspired by psychedelic experiences. And, you know, there's a great book called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross by John Marco Allegro. Do you know about that book?
I've heard of it, but I never read it. Yeah.
It's a great book, but it's very hard to follow because it's very, unless you understand Aramaic, unless you understand the translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Like,
I'm fluent Aramaic.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah, I got Aramaic. I got obviously French. I had to learn Spanish when I was working construction in Houston, and then I got.
Can you hear him with that microphone? I should push that microphone up.
I got some of the click languages.
Oh, really?
No, I only speak only English. Come on, Jay.
But the John Marco Allegro book, he was an ordained minister, but he was one of the people that was assigned to translate the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he did it over the course of, I think it was about 14 years. And he wrote this book because it was his belief, and he was a very straight-laced scholar. He wasn't a psychedelic enthusiast, but he believed that the entire Christian religion was based on the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms and fertility rituals. And he thinks that a lot of these stories, that their origins come from that. And
really?
Yeah, and he believed that a lot of it was the Amanita muscaria mushroom, which is a very confusing mushroom because a lot of people have a hard time tripping on it. They don't know exactly. Then Terence McKenna believed that the problem was that the psychedelic compounds in it varied regionally and genetically, and that they weren't all the same, and that a lot of these people that were having these experiences were not. It really depended upon where you get them from and how you got them and how you treated it, and a lot of that information was lost. And also, like, there's certain religious ceremonies that involved very mysterious things like soma. You know, soma from the ancient Hindu texts. They don't know what was in there. They don't know what it was, but it seems like it was some sort of a psychedelic compound, whether it was blue lotus and psilocybin or a combination of many things. You know, like the Eleusinian mysteries where, in ancient Greece, they believed that was ergot, that ergot was mixed in with the wine, ergot, which is a very similar experience to LSD.
Oh.
Yeah. There's a great book on that, too, if you've never read it. It's called The Immortality Key by a scholar named Brian Murarescu, who's a brilliant guy who's been on the podcast a couple times. But he's done a lot of, really legitimate work on proving that these vessels, these wine containers that they had from these ancient times, they found trace elements of ergot in these wine vessels. And they know that wine back then was not just fermented grapes. They would add a bunch of things to the wine. And so,
party, please.
Yeah. So these experiences that people would have, they would go to Ulysses, and I went there when I was in Greece a couple of years ago, and it's an amazing place, man. When you're there, it feels weird.
Okay, Nerd Squad, for the description of this video, I'm writing 2:23. All right,
when you're there.
5
because
p.m.
you can literally walk on the grounds where they had these rituals.
2:23.
And you're there, and you're like, whoa, this place feels wild. It just
during the first hour of this live stream, I went to take a bath / shower. When I exited, the task manager shows a change in Unit 207 / the North Everett Precinct's domestic terrorist tactics as far as optics is concerned. See prior live stream's description. For instance, having been able to initiate this live stream, Unit 207 / the North Everett Precinct has stopped using service worker, designated worker, shared ... and now are showing up separately, even when attempting to play any videos on YouTube as subframe https youtube.com /subframe, and are now using that to disrupt the signal to facilitate the next breaking and entering. North Everett Precinct female felons facing imprisonment
this sense of
have come to retaliate, intimidate, stalk, harass, obstruct, tamper, etc. 3 times from Friday night to 4:55 p.m. this evening, Sunday. See prior lives for descriptions and psychopathic, non-immune terrorism perped by these idiots. They intend to use the new subframe hack to resume with no live for the break-in, resume stalking, intimidation, retaliation, obstructions, tampering,
really is a unifying thing. I've always, from the first
and
time I
their
tried
willingness
it,
to follow unlawful
felt such
directives.
harm
And a
in
woman,
it.
2+, and some gents
Compassion
are
to
determined to
everybody
go to
around.
jail and be arraigned by Monday night. I.e., they are literally going for a 4th time and perping terrorism / defrauding their employer, the state of Washington, and the U.S., all while knowing they're under a FBI investigation, and Attorney General is going to indict them too. 2 arraignments. First in King County, and second at Snohomish Superior.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because there's
saving at 5:03 p.m.
Legal. What is it, Delta 9? Is that the legal stuff, or Delta 9?
Opening it up for another edit, Nerd Squad, to
it's weird because
change
it's
the title.
Pretty much just weed.
Yeah, I never got into that stuff, though.
It's just a different version of the plant.
But it doesn't get you high.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll get you some. Oh, yeah.
I don't know how many syllables you got out of
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know how they're doing it, but somehow or another they're skirting around the rules and developing something that is basically the same.
The Delta 9 Center.
Yeah, it's basically like weed's twin sister that has different genetics. I don't know. I don't understand it.
Now, I heard they're trying to work out a thing where there's no more of those exceptions here.
Oh, well, that would suck.
The legislature.
That's goofy. I mean, there's plenty of things to concentrate on. Why concentrate on that? It's just, it's a dumb rule. It's a dumb rule that's mostly enforced by people who don't know what the experience is. They have a distorted idea what the experience is, and they think it's just going to make people losers.
Well, also, it's being mandated from people with different kinds of, desires, and a lot of it financial. But, anything that does, I consider a crime anything I do that hurts you or your property.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no crime.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. And I think we got to get past that. I think there's just a lot of people that recognize that what they did in the 1970s was very effective. They threw water on the entire psychedelic movement. and the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement, and they did it by banning a lot of these compounds that were changing the way people thought about
Okay,
life.
title is 223,
And, like the
Unit
whole
207.
peace, love, and hippie movement
Oh,
of
no,
the
that'll be too
1960s
long
was
because I
all
erased the
inspired by
time.
psychedelic drugs. All
Never
of it.
mind.
Right.
And it was a revolutionary, complete change of society from 1950 to 1960. I mean, 10 years, the music and culture became almost unrecognizable. It changed so radically. And I think it was terrifying to the powers that be. And unfortunately, the propaganda that they pushed, just like the propaganda that we saw during the COVID times and propaganda that you have whenever there's a war, that propaganda is sticky. That stuff sticks. It sticks around for a long time. And unless you have viable representations of opposing narratives that are really effective, it's very hard for people to change their perspective on things without a personal experience.
Right.
And most of these people that are straight-laced, no-nonsense type folks, they don't want to smoke weed. I'm going to ruin my brain. I've heard legitimate scientists say, I would never want to interfere with the way my brain works.
Okay, saving it as
Shut the fuck
223,
up.
Unit
What are you talking
207,
about? What are you talking
NEP,
about?
coordinating
You
further
exercise? What do you
terrorist
do?
acts,
What
fourth
do you do?
attempt
You
at
get
break-in
food?
/
There's a lot of
illegal
things
entry,
that change the way your
ASAP.
brain works. This
Saving
is
it
a
at
dumb way to
5:06
look.
p.m.
You really want your doctor looking healthy. You don't want to walk in and see some obese, having heart trouble breathing type of
407,
guy.
307,
Yeah.
250
gonna
was when
give
I
you your
started this one.
Advice.
Well, that was
Editing
one of the
the
most fascinating
time,
things about COVID.
Nerd
When I was
Squad.
talking to Dr. Peter Hotez, who's an overweight guy who eats junk food, and he's telling me everybody's got to get vaccinated.
Setting the time in the video as 3. Whoops.
Are you healthy? Are you healthy? Because you don't see. Do you work out? Do you eat well? Do you take vitamins? No.
Setting the video
None of
as
those things. But you think that
2:23, 3 p.m.
chemicals. That the only way
And
that
then
you're gonna
noting
get
on the
healthy
bottom
is
of the
from a
description,
laboratory and
note,
an injection.
Video
That doesn't
actually
seem real. That seems crazy.
Well, the whole
began
notion is to bolster
at
your immune system's
2:50
response
p.m.,
to this specific
not
item,
3
right? But so
p.m.
if your immune system
Saving
is
it at
strong,
5:07 p.m.
Right.
Nerd Squad.
you really have nothing to fear.
Well,
if
that's
your immune
when
system's weak, you have also a lot to fear by taking a vaccine.
Laheim,
that
cocoa
can-
and cinnamon, guys.
with
Cocoa and
this,
cinnamon. It's so
these,
good.
this recent one, it actually hurts the immune system. It
Yeah.
harms the immune system.
especially
Well,
with
at least
repeated
old
doses.
people should get vaccinated. Should old people get vaccinated? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, the problem was also any sort of, this is Dr. Birx is now admitting this when she's being questioned, is that they stopped any early treatments that weren't the vaccine, and that they probably shouldn't have done that, and that a lot of people could have been saved because of that. And that's true. And then that's something that people need to, that's one of the best aspects of Bobby Kennedy's book, The Real Anthony Fauci, is understand what pressures were put on these organizations to stifle and completely stop the prescription use of a bunch of different things: hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin. Also, the studies that were done on vitamin D deficiencies and how that impacted immune systems, and just sunlight, exercise, diet. All those things play a critical factor in how well your immune system functions. The idea that the only way your immune system functions at its peak is you got to stick a fucking metal pin filled with a solution that gets plunged into your tissue. That's the only way. It's the only way, Woody.
Yeah.
You got to shove a fucking needle in your arm. What?
But you make a great point, because it's why didn't we hear from America's Dr. Fauci or the other representatives from the medical industry? Maybe eat less, sugar.
Yeah.
Maybe eat less fast food. Maybe exercise. There was no other directive.
No.
Take the vaccine.
No,
That's the only directive.
They didn't want to fat shame, so they never told anybody to lose weight, which is one of the major comorbidities that affected people negatively.
Yeah. Bill Maher was onto that really early. Yeah, that's a good point.
It's weird times. But again, I have hope.
Yeah, me
really
too,
do.
man. In spite of everything, I have hope.
Well,
because I believe in people generally. There's people who in California and New York, they look at Texas as this lost state. You know what I mean? greatest people in the world.
Yeah.
Greatest, kindest, nicest people.
Yeah.
But you may not want to talk about certain subjects. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. Just
Well-
avoid those subjects. You get along.
And even the subjects that you're supposed to avoid, why? Why are we avoiding them?
Well, I agree. I'd like to talk about any subject.
Yeah. I
like a little healthy,
yeah.
debate.
Also, I want to know why you think the way you think. If you think totally different than me, I want to sit down with you. And I want to give you all the room in the world to say what you think. I want to know how you came to those conclusions. I want to know what your childhood was like. I want to know, like, what experiences have you had that led you to have these, like, concrete evaluations of the way society is that are so different than mine.
That's a great compassionate vantage point. That's what we really lacked.
Yeah, we need that. You need to sit down with people that you don't agree with and find out. And oftentimes they fall apart. That's just the fascinating thing. Give them enough room. You just keep talking to them. They fall apart. You know, one of the weirdest conversations I had on this podcast was talking to Dr. Sanjay Gupta from CNN. They sent him over here to fucking straighten me out. And, by the end of it, it was a very bizarre conversation. By the end of it, he was essentially agreeing with me.
I had heard that he didn't think you should necessarily vaccinate. I thought he was a little more progressive on that.
He's smart, but he's also working for CNN, and he's also a neurosurgeon. So he's he's a bright guy. He's just like captured by the system, and that's part of the problem. But there was a lot of things that didn't make any sense. Like one of the ones where he wanted me to get vaccinated after I'd recovered from COVID.
Yeah,
I'm like, dude, I had COVID.
Shouldn't that be the reason I'm already vaccinated, basically?
Yeah. Well, I'd recovered from COVID in 3 days. It wasn't hard at all. And that's when I got hit. That's when everybody came after me. It was because I was a bad example, because I was healthy. And I was giving people bad information by telling them all the things that I took to get better, which is really weird. And then they focused on this one thing, which was ivermectin. I read a laundry list of stuff that I took. IV vitamins, NAD, ivermectin, monoclonal antibodies. I talked about all the different stuff that my doctor put me on, and I was better in 3 days. And then what did CNN do? They turned my face
80+
yellow.
years might be here.
They put a filter on
because there's been a lot of chitter chatter outside of my door
and
they going into the living room of Unit 207.
which is crazy. They said I was
And
taking
I
veterinary medicine.
I thought I heard a Nazi. I thought I heard a Nazi.
Ivermectin.
Yeah.
They suddenly calling it that in spite of it treating, millions of humans.
That's what I call those
effectively.
individuals that have been,
of prescriptions
per the
filled.
FBI,
Billions
requesting
of times
to go to
human
prison.
beings have taken
They have
ivermectin.
the guy who invented it in the statue at the WHO. I mean, that's why, because he invented ivermectin.
Yeah.
And
He won the Nobel Prize.
that was an interesting thing how they made these other
Current time is
drugs,
5:13 p.m. PST.
negative.
Did you
What
pray
was it?
today, federal felons?
Hydroxychloroquine.
Hydroxychloroquine.
I am going to add in the
ivermectin,
description
which
that I'm an
have-
FBI informant.
which some
That's something I'm supposed to
legitimate
put into
doctors
each one, and I
found to be
forgot.
effective.
So I'll do that
What's
in a
Suddenly
treatment
you
for
can't even
malaria?
bring it up, and then you couldn't even get it.
Yeah.
Like suddenly they made it ungettable.
Yeah. Well, you couldn't get it from Walgreens. They wouldn't prescribe it for you unless you
Yeah.
had like some sort of a
Malaria or something.
yeah. You'd have to have or some sort of a parasite. I mean, that's why they said it was a dewormer because it was anti-parasitic. But when I said it to Sanjay Gupta, I go, but it's also been shown to stop viral replication in vitro. And I said, you know that, right? And you can see this look on his face like, oh shit. He goes, that's a fact. Like they've studied viral replication. You use ivermectin in petri dishes, it stops viral replication. It's a fact. Like that, there's studies on this. Like it's like one of the most safe drugs known to man. It's like the safety profile is incredible. And this idea that like Rolling Stones printing articles that people are having overdoses from ivermectin and people can't get into the emergency room because
I've
of
never even
gunshot
heard
wounds.
of this
They even showed a
ivermectin.
photograph of a bunch of people
Does it have another
outside of an emergency room wearing winter coats in August because it was a photograph of people waiting in line to get a flu shot. It was a bullshit photograph that fucking Rolling Stone published. Like, this is so wild to watch because it's not just propaganda. It's really shitty propaganda.
Right.
Because there's not much truthful they could say that would go against this stuff. So they have to just say it's horse dewormer. You're a fool. You're taking horse dewormer. But what they didn't understand is at the time, they didn't understand the media landscape. They thought they were still huge, but they didn't understand like an average video on my show was like 10 times bigger than their show. It's just we weren't talking about it. We weren't saying it. So they still thought they were CNN. They were going to crush this rebellion against this one specific thing that you had to do, which was get vaccinated.
Right.
Just fucking remember when Biden rather was on television. He was talking about the hurricane was coming. The most important thing when the hurricane is coming is get vaccinated. Everything's harder if you're not vaccinated.
Yeah, well,
He didn't really say that, did he?
all that money they gave those
That's
guys,
nuts.
they
Hurricanes
got
a lot
coming
of
in,
money.
telling people
they
get a
had
shot.
to do something.
Yeah.
Go get in a basement. That's what
It's
I'd
wild
say.
though. It's going to affect their
Yeah.
ability to make money in
In a
the future.
bunker.
That's for sure. Especially CNN.
Yeah,
They all
Well,
take a hit.
honestly, I won't miss these other organizations anymore.
I watch them every now and then.
They lost my confidence.
Yeah, yours and most people's.
Yeah.
I think that's good. You know, I do. I think that's just it's healthy. That's the human mental immune system weeding out pathogens.
Yeah, right.
That's a good
true.
way to
The
think of
media
it.
you take
It is
in
really
can
good.
certainly be a pathogen.
Weeding out
Yeah,
the pathogens.
it is. But again,
When
there's
you're
a lot
around
of cool
somebody
shit
who's
out
fucking
there.
full of shit.
you know, it's like you can concentrate on that, or you can concentrate on how much cool music there is now, how much great comedy there is now, how many great movies there are now. There's plenty of things to concentrate on. It's like there's just the problem is there's a lot of people. Their business is division.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, lawyers,
What's that?
man. Fuck lawyers.
Song, politics and religion causing more division, but it's really
Yeah.
government
No, Woody
and
Harrelson.
media
Don't try and.
It's really
more
money.
division.
It's really
Yeah.
money.
I
If
think
there
he
was
was
no
going
money
for a
in
Rastafarian
politics,
thing for a
and
second.
there was
there.
no money in pharmaceutical drugs, and there's no money in war, we'd live in a much better place.
Your lips to God's ears on that.
Yeah. It's just we have to move closer to that somehow or another. And whether Bobby Kennedy can help us along those lines, and all these other people that are trying very hard to stomp out a lot of this bullshit that we've been experiencing for so long. Hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, Bobby, I really hope he's able to do some good things because he's certainly a man on a mission and a man who cares deeply.
Yeah.
And I think really heroic how much he stood up for things that he didn't need to talk about, that didn't help him in any way. He just took one arrow after the other over it. To me, even if he was wrong, which I don't think he was, then it's heroic to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, and he wasn't wrong. The thing is like, I was a victim of that propaganda, and I told him that when I met him and I had him on the show. I said, I always thought you were a kook. I had always heard, I'd bought into it. I just had this sort of cursory examination of what people are saying about you. Like, oh, that guy doesn't believe in vaccines. He's a nut. He's some sort of an anti-science nut who's just a conspiracy theorist. He's just like all these other nutty people.
Right.
And then I read his book, and I was like, okay, well, this book is real. Why isn't he getting sued? If it's not real, why is he getting sued? Why if all these things he's saying about Anthony Fauci during the AIDS crisis, if that's not true, why is he not getting sued? I would sue the fuck out of him if he lied about me and said I was vaccinating foster kids with experimental drugs that were killing them.
Whoa.
I would sue you if that was not true. Like, hey, you fucking liar, I never did that. This is a lie. You can't prove, but it's not a lie. And
If it was a lie, he'd get sued. If
Yeah.
it being truth, they just ignored it.
yeah,
But man, that is a heavy tome.
yeah,
Oh my God, there's some info in there just blew my mind. You
Yeah.
know, like the way Fauci was able to get these principal investigators from like all these respectable colleges and put them on these committees that ended up saying, yeah, this is the vaccine we'll use. This is we'll use AZT. He started with the
Yeah.
AZT thing.
Oh yeah,
And, AZT was known to be a highly toxic, really ineffective drug.
yeah,
And of course, but it was the one they picked, and so they started using that again. And I don't know how many people that killed. That killed friends of mine. AZT was very toxic, and they finally had to yank it.
Yeah.
And now they use different chemical cocktails, but like Fauci did some extraordinarily evil shit.
Yeah,
he knows what he did.
He was the villain of the Dallas Buyers Club, that movie. That was about people trying to seek alternative treatments to deal with AIDS.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's Fauci.
Right.
That's AZT.
Yeah.
Magic Johnson got on AZT and it was killing him, and he got off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's still alive.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer. It's just a bummer that someone had that kind of power for so long. It was such a fucking monster.
Yeah. Did you see that little meme that went around? It was right after he got first time anyone ever got pre-pardoned.
Yeah.
And you said nothing says nothing.
I'm
says
not
trust
shutting the
science
live
like a
stream
blanket
off.
Pre-pardon.
Yeah.
Picture of Fauci.
Well, the
You
problem
see
with
it?
that pre-pardon is he's pre-pardoned federally, but he's not pre-pardoned statewide.
Go home.
States can still sue him.
Terrorist.
Not only that, when you're pardoned, then you can no longer plead the fifth. So you could be held for perjury. So there's a lot of issues with being pardoned that I don't think Biden took into consideration, or Fauci took into consideration either.
And
I think
let
they just wanted anything to protect him
commence.
because he knew it was coming. He knew that just the emails that were available that showed collusion, where he had gotten a hold of all these different researchers and changed their perspective on whether or not it was a lab leak, because through Eco Health Alliance they had funded gain of function research after Obama.
Gain of function.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to think. Okay,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But gain of function is essentially taking a virus and making it more infectious to human beings.
Weaponizing the virus. Yeah.
The idea is supposedly to study it, but if you're studying it and you don't have a fucking cure, you've been studying this shit for so long and you don't have a cure, like, what are you actually doing? Well, you're doing weapons research. This is one of the things that Bobby's talked about with Lyme disease. Where they tried to get him on Lyme disease, which is a very funny grilling. They say, did you say that Lyme disease was a leaked bioweapon? He goes, I probably did. And he did. Plum Island, they were fucking researching whether or not they could infect bugs, fleas, and ticks, and then dump them on populations to overwhelm their medical system, and they use it as a bioweapon so we can invade easier. Yeah, they did that.
We're the masters of war.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a funny way. Good impersonation, by the way.
It's not hard.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Poor Bobby. I mean, if really science wanted to fix his fucking voice, man. If that guy had his old voice, he'd be a lot more powerful. It's like people dismiss him because his voice is hard. It's hard to listen to sometimes.
Yeah, that condition he has, you would think there'd be some way to address it, but I don't know.
Well, he believes that condition came from the flu vaccine. It's a side effect of flu vaccines. He used to take a flu vaccine every year. And so he developed this voice problem. And he believes it's a vaccine injury, which is very ironic.
Wow.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. Those fucking things don't work either. Those things, and he's talked about that. Like, even if it protects you from that one flu, it makes you many more times more likely to catch other things. We were fucking around with complex systems inside human bodies with pharmaceutical drugs that have been, the way they've studied them is filled with shenanigans. They might do 10 studies and one of them shows effectiveness because they've rigged the study in a certain way. And then he explained to me that the reason why they could say it's 100% effective was because one person got it in the vaccine trial and two people got it in the placebo.
Exactly.
So it's 100%.
100% better.
One is 100% better than two. Like, what? That's correct. No, that's not. 100% means nobody gets infected, you fucking assholes. That should be a law. That should be a crime to explain things like that. I had this guy on who was, he litigated against pharmaceutical drug companies, particularly against Vioxx, when they released this anti-inflammatory medication Vioxx, and some 50 to 60,000 people died from it. A friend of mine got a stroke from Vioxx. This guy was saying that when you hear peer-reviewed studies, when they do a vaccine study, or a pharmaceutical drug study, they don't even give the peer reviewers the raw data. They give the peer reviewers the data as it's been interpreted by the scientists who work for the pharmaceutical drug companies. So they review it, and then they give their version of it to these other scientists who are already on the payroll. They're all NIH funded. Everybody's together. Everybody's all in the loop. Everybody's dependent upon whether or not they're going to receive grants and funding. It's all based on Fauci, and that's how you find out whether or not something is good or bad. It's all rigged. Yeah. And when he was explaining, I'm like, that can't be real. And he's explaining to us, showing us how it works. And it's corrupt. It's fully, completely, totally corrupt. And if anything Bobby can do, it's make sure that we have valid studies, valid, real, peer-reviewed studies on everything that people are supposed to be taking. Let's find out what the fuck is really good for you, because it's not like all pharmaceutical drugs are bad. A lot of pharmaceutical drugs have helped people, saved people's lives, enhanced people's lives, cured diseases. There's a lot of stuff that's great. Let's find out what it is, what's real and what's bad, and why are you profiting off of shit that's killing people? That shouldn't be so hard, would it?
I'd vote for you, dude.
Oh, I don't want to run for nothing.
No, I know it'd be a step down. Why would you? Yeah. Well,
no.
Just headache in your life. But I'm just saying, I would vote for you.
Thanks. That's terrifying. Yeah.
You want to have those days where you just have a lie-in. You know what I mean? Not getting up till maybe noon. You can't have that if you were president.
No.
You don't get one day like that.
No, unless you're Biden. I think he slept a lot. He wasn't really the president.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what's really wild. I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm encouraged. And I also think things are going to get really weird with AI. I think with AI, and especially when AI gets attached to quantum computing, we're going to have an undeniable access to truth that's going to be very disconcerting to a lot of people. We're going to have an understanding of the reality of the world that we live in that's going to be very undeniable. And it's going to be strange. And unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of propaganda that's with that too, because, a lot of this AI is programmed by people. So there'll be a battle of which AI is the most trusted and effective. And then the real fear is that AI governs us, which is probably going to happen. We're probably going to be more effective.
No. The government so far has really been subpar.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't look at individual presidents, because I just look at, overall, the presidents have to bow down and kiss the ring, no matter who it is. So you're not getting in there.
Right.
So, the last guy who didn't was probably John Kennedy.
Yeah.
But certainly even a guy like Carter, who I love, I consider the best, Everybody has to kiss the ring. So
he didn't kiss it enough. That's why they got rid of him.
Well, what he did, he levied a windfall profits tax on the oil companies because they were gouging. They were making so much profit, right?
Yeah.
Which happens all the time, whether it be the oil companies or or the vaccine companies, whatever. These insane, profits that are just, they create some fear and then boom.
Yeah.
They make a lot of money. And so, but he was bold enough to lay this tax on them for their profit, and that's what killed him. There was no way he was getting another term after that.
Yeah.
And that's why, and then it was after that Oliver North was vital in helping to kill that rescue attempt with the helicopter.
And also the Contras versus the Sandinistas, they selling crack in Los Angeles in order to fund all that shit. All that stuff was going on at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally believe that.
Oh, it's fact. Absolutely. I had Freeway Ricky Ross, the guy who went to jail for it, on the podcast a few times.
Oh, was he the guy, the plane? He had the planes and he was
flying? No, that was
it
Gary Webb. That was Gary Webb. The guy was flying into Mena, Arkansas.
Webb, right.
Yeah.
It's a Gary.
Oh no, Barry Seal. Gary Webb was the reporter who committed suicide. Didn't he shoot himself in the head twice? Yeah, that's right. Barry Seal.
I think
Thank you,
the
Jamie.
first one would have slowed down the second bullet a little.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right.
A little bit. Yeah. He was one of the main whistleblowers about that. Yeah, there's it's a sordid, horrible history. But Freeway Ricky Ross was, unbeknownst to him, was selling cocaine, funding this war, and he didn't even know what was going on until he went to jail. He couldn't read. Went to jail, became literate, then became a lawyer in jail, and then figured out that they tried him on the 3 strikes rule incorrectly, got out of jail. And now he runs weed dispensaries in California.
Really?
He's a great guy.
Where does he live?
He lives in LA, yeah.
Oh,
He's a great
you gotta
guy.
connect me to him. I want to meet him.
You know Rick Ross, the rapper? He stole
Yeah.
his name from Freeway Rick Ross.
Oh.
Rick Ross was a famous, street gangster. This famous street coke dealer who was making millions of dollars a week and couldn't read. He was a tennis player, a really good tennis player.
That's pretty
who
crazy,
then
man. To go
used the
from
discipline of
illiterate
being a
to
tennis
a
player to
lawyer.
become a very
How
disciplined
cool.
drug
What
dealer.
a cool story.
Yeah. Just
Like Pfizer, disciplined drug
yeah, and now he's out. And wonderful guy to talk to. Fun guy, very happy, peaceful guy. And I mean, what a story. Learned how to read in jail and then realized that they fucked him and then tried his
it's
own
a super
case
cool
and got out.
story.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing.
It is impressive.
My daughter is a lawyer. She's a public defender in Manhattan. She loves it.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah.
cool.
And so she's helping a lot of people who are at a kind of a pivotal point in their lives where it could just be,
Yeah.
and they can't get her unless they have no money. You know
Right,
what I mean? So
right.
they're already in dire straits.
Dude, that makes me feel old
She-
as
she
fuck.
just
Woody
loves
Harrelson has a
helping people.
daughter
That's
that's a
beautiful.
prosecutor.
She's an incredible kid. I'm so proud of her.
That's amazing. That's
Yeah.
that's a beautiful way to live
Ancient.
your life.
And I'm
Damn.
like, you're gonna be a lawyer, and then it's like, oh, a lawyer that makes no money, bravo.
Dude, I still think
Bravo.
Woody Harrelson is
Yeah.
hot and not
Isn't
even
it
an old
crazy?
guy.
We all think lawyers are all evil. No, there's great lawyers. My good friend Josh Dubin, he used to work for the Innocent Project. Now he works with Ike Perlmutter, and we had a bunch of
Exterior
podcasts
stalkers
where we've
on the
highlighted
outside.
innocent
Hopefully
people
they'll stay
who
away
were
from the door.
incarcerated.
But they're
And
geared
just through
up
this
for a
podcast, we've
fourth
got a bunch of
attempt,
people released.
knowing they've had no
That's
immunity and that
doing
there is
something
no exception and
Yeah,
that they're
I mean, he's amazing.
absolutely
He's like
Yeah.
completely
intimidating,
dedicated his life
retaliating
to,
against an FBI
wrongly
informant,
incarcerated people.
What's his name?
obstructing,
Josh Dubin,
Where does he
tampering,
live?
Florida.
stalking,
He was a New York
violating
guy, moved
ADA,
to Florida fairly recently.
violating civil
Wow.
rights,
Yeah, great guy. Love him.
yada,
to
yada,
death.
yada. I
And
mean,
does
the
nothing but
true
great work,
level
just helping people, just
of
constantly
stupidity.
concentrating on all these different cases where
I
it's
just
like,
have to keep reminding myself it's
corrupt
because
DAs, corrupt prosecutors,
of those
corrupt
individuals the
judges. It's
FBI
like,
is attempting to have
it's all
blow
over
their
the place.
tops
Like
by
one of the guys that
tomorrow
Biden
at
pardoned
sundown.
was one of the people that was involved in that Kids for
But I am
Cash,
on edge.
where they
I'm
were,
on edge in the sense that I'd like to go lay
kids
down
in
and take a
detention
nap.
centers.
But I feel like, okay,
just for
it's
profit.
time. It's been
Oh,
3 days
Yeah,
of
you
it.
know
There's
that
going to be
story, right?
some absolute
I don't
acts
know.
of
Was
domestic
it
terrorism. My
Pennsylvania?
door is going to be banged
Yeah.
on. My
This
windows are going
judge
to be
in
bagged on.
Pennsylvania that,
Men and women
was
that have
making
known for
millions of
over a year and a
dollars
half
through,
to go away and leave me alone,
putting kids
and who have known for over
in
half of the
detention
year that they're
centers
going to prison,
and ruining kids' lives,
and that
causing
I'm an FBI
suicides,
informant.
deaths, downward
and even that
spiral
there's
of
some
their
undercover
life, like,
FBI
wrongfully detaining
agents
them.
actively enmeshed
And
in
but
this
how
doing
is
it
shit.
for profit.
How is he getting a
And
getting
then
kickbacks,
over
getting
50%
kickbacks from
of the
private
individuals who frequent
From
upstairs that
private
have blown
prisons. Yeah,
the
from
whistle
private
and
prisons,
can't
from
do
prosecutors,
anything because
I mean,
they're
I don't know exactly who was
100%
funding it, but he was convicted.
at risk
And
of
he's one of the guys
retaliation
Biden
worse than
pardoned.
what I've experienced. If you missed it, if we count all of the members of their terrorist organization,
sick.
I've been the victim
Yeah,
of
Biden
everything
pardoned
but
like 8,000
arson,
people.
acid being thrown in my face,
Yeah.
being stoned to
pardoned
death,
more
well, being
people than
murdered as a
anybody.
whole. We'll
Which
lump it
generally
together.
I'm a fan of.
And
Pardon people. I
being
think most people are incarcerated
the
for
victim
far too
myself
long.
of a
I don't think it
kidnapping,
rehabilitates
unlawful
people.
arrest,
I
or
think it
unlawful
probably makes them
committal.
more hardened criminals,
which is
most of the
planned
cases,
to
there's a
occur
few
while the
cases
live
where
streams are
people
terminated, as has
decide
been
to take a better
premeditated
path in jail
all the
and
way
educate
back before
themselves
they
and learn
became
and
a
come out a better
domestic
person.
terrorist
And I've met a lot of
organization
those
on
people.
August
And
6th,
unfortunately, I've met a lot of those people from Josh
when they
Tootin
were
that
just
were
an
wrongly
aggravated
incarcerated
criminal
and then came out
conspiracy.
these
And if you
amazing,
missed it, I had
incredibly
previously
intelligent,
said,
really well
oh,
read,
maybe the
interesting people
operation
because
was
they
legit
dedicated
for like a
themselves to
day in
doing
March
that while they were in jail
2023.
because they
The
realized like I did
FBI
not
has
commit this
confirmed
crime. I'm
absolutely
forced into
not.
this situation. What can I
Absolutely
do
not.
to make better of my life while I'm here? Well, I'm going to
That's
educate
another
myself
reason
and
they
I'm going
have
to come out a better
jurisdiction.
person.
If you missed that and you want more
That's
details
great.
on 2017,
By the way, I
click on
wouldn't
some of the
mind a
preceding
pre-pardon.
live streams. I'm tired of repeating
Do
myself.
whatever you want. You're speeding,
Pre-pardons are
whatever. I got a pre-pardon.
There's a lot of people that got pre-pardons. They were
Yeah.
like, what, how did Adam Schiff get a pre-pardon? Why is Liz Cheney get a pre-pardon? Like, what did you do? What did you do that you need a
But
pardon?
also, how?
But then at the same time, I'm like, well, if the FBI wants all the people that they're most excited to throw in prison to all blow their tops tomorrow
Well, there's a
night
lot of
after
debate on the
sundown,
constitutionality of it,
hey,
too,
that's
whether or not
weird.
that's
Why
what
after
the
sundown?
pardons
That
were
suggests to me
intended
something
for.
to do with business
And that was the thing
hours.
during the 2020 election.
That's
like
speculation,
when
but like,
Trump
why
was
after
leaving the
sundown?
office.
Because of business
You know,
hours,
there was
right? I
talk,
mean,
well,
everywhere
what if he
closes at like
pre-pardons
5.
his
It's like
family?
government,
That would be
maybe.
outrageous.
So
and all
that's
the Democrats
speculation,
were
but that's what I'm
against it.
guessing.
And then,
Something happening
of course,
at
when
end of
Biden did it,
business
everybody
hours.
just shut up.
And then the next thing
pre-pardoned
is,
his
if they
son
blow their
from
tops, does that mean they're going to break
2014
and
or
enter
something?
again? Is it going to
11?
be the 5th time over 4 days or what?
Oh, what a good guy.
Or will that be the 4th? I don't know. But I am not comfortable. Just saying. I mean, I'm as comfortable as one can be
Yeah.
that took a shower
That
and a
was a
bath
pre-pardon.
and is wearing a
Seemed like a
perfect
post-pardon at that point.
robe.
He was about to be
A
charged.
bathrobe
He was never
is
What was Gerald
extraordinary.
Ford going to be charged? Or
No,
so Nixon.
Watergate scandal.
What?
Oh, Watergate.
But I'm
Yeah.
uncomfortable in the sense that I'm like, ew,
That's
people
another
going to prison for being creepy and
Watergate one's a
evil
weird one,
are
too.
still
'Cause,
trying to talk to me.
The lead guy was an intelligence agent who was
Like the
all of a
Eminem
sudden a
song.
reporter.
They're trying to touch my hands like some Screaming Usher
Give
fans.
some to the Iran-Contra affair people.
Oh,
They were
what a
just
good
talking
guy.
about.
Casper Weinberger. There you go.
Civil War.
Abraham Lincoln did. There's Civil
Anyway,
War.
I'm
President
trying
Abraham
to
Lincoln,
control it
preemptive
via
pardons, part of the
mindfulness.
broader
For those of you who
strategy to
don't really
maintain
understand the
national
whole
unity.
mindfulness
Okay.
concept, it
Extended to
literally
Confederate
is
sympathizers and
refusing
soldiers.
to think about
Okay.
anything
As
you're
an
thinking
incentive to
about
lay
and
down arms and
focusing
support the Union.
systematically
Quotas
on
in the
a
Vietnam
secluded
draft?
part of your
Yes,
body.
well,
So, for
that was a
instance,
good one.
my pinky toe.
There's a few, but not
My
like
pinky
the
toe
same
is
reasons.
I remember I
warm.
was a kid. I
Why
was
is
living
it
in San
warm?
Francisco
Because it
when
is
the Vietnam
on
War
the
ended. My
chair.
parents were hippies. We were living in
The chair
Haight-Ashburn.
feels
like
soft
like
because
down
it
near
has a
Lombard
sheet
Street in the
and
middle
a
of
plastic
like,
poncho
hippie San
under it
Francisco.
because my
And I
cat's an
remember thinking,
asshole.
whew, as a little kid, thinking,
Next
wow,
body
finally
part.
the war's over. I
My
don't
left
think about war anymore. I'm
elbow
like, people are going to learn
is
from
also
this.
on the chair. It is
I
softer
really believe that.
than my pinky toe.
You know?
You
That's
'cause you're a
mindfulness,
hopeful
guys. It's
person.
just playing
Also, I
mind
was
games
10.
on yourself and focusing
Yeah,
on
no,
your
whatever I
body as
was.
though we're chopped
Those
into 1,000 different
10-year-olds, I guess,
pieces
are
and what
pretty
each piece is
hopeful.
doing
Yeah,
or
well,
feeling.
you're terrified because
And it works.
I had thought of the
But I'm
idea of
doing
being
that
drafted.
because
Like, in 8 years from now, can I be drafted and have to go and fight for some fucking insane
maybe
war
it's
that
because
makes
I've had
no
so much
sense?
green tea.
And if
Because
you don't, they put you
realistically,
in
the
a
FBI
cage.
already said that they're not going to
Like,
arrest
that was
anybody
the reality of life
next
in
month
the 1960s when they had
if their
conscription.
operation isn't fucked with.
That's scary
Which
shit,
tells me
man.
no one's breaking
You're
in.
being forced to
Every
give
time
up
they
your
come
life
to the
go
door,
fight
though.
in some fucking insane war that makes sense.
It's
It's probably
as awful as the
about
first time.
heroin. Probably had a lot to do with heroin trade.
Well, yeah, they say that bombing in Laos was a lot of that on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. A lot of that had to do with that avenue for heroin there on
Yeah.
that Ho Chi Minh Trail.
Well, how about
Right.
Afghanistan?
Yeah, Afghanistan. Yeah, that can't be a coincidence. Poppy's there and Poppy's there.
Not only that, we were guarding poppy fields. We were because we needed these farmers need to grow poppies. Is like this is how they make a living. We got to help them. We got to fight the Taliban. Then it's 90+% of the world's opium is coming from this area. Like what?
90%.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, I
Yeah,
got off
I
topic
think it's
there. What I was getting
94. I
at
think
is
it
that
was
the
94%
whistleblowers are
of the
at
world's
risk of
heroin was
retaliation,
coming
which
from
is more
Afghanistan
severe
while
than what
we
I've
were
experienced.
occupying
So,
Afghanistan.
again,
Really?
that means
Oh,
being
yeah.
shot in the head
Probably
indoor, what the
Afghanistan.
FBI said is a
No, it's
common
security.
common
the
occurrence
Taliban were the
within
people that were against
precincts
it, which is wild.
that are either corrupt
2021,
and or become a domestic
Afghanistan
terrorist
produced more than 90% of
organization.
the world's illicit heroin.
And that
However,
is
Myanmar
to
has since
unlawfully
surpassed
commit
Afghanistan.
other officers
didn't
who
Myanmar
are
just have a
cooperating
giant
with
coup?
the
Did they have a
FBI.
military takeover of Myanmar? I think they did.
Let that sink in. That is
Pretty
some
sure
fucked up
because,
shit too, dude. If I'm a cop and you're my brother in
Yeah.
blue, and then you put me in
Yeah,
the loony
it's
bin
maybe
because
it's
I'm
follow the
telling
drugs
on us
instead of
being
follow the
criminals,
money.
I would be
Yeah.
Same thing, maybe.
Yeah.
thinking that's not my fucking brother. That's what I'd be thinking.
Myanmar coup. Just write coup. Yeah, 4 years after the coup. Atrocity crimes. Yeah.
Ah.
4 years after the coup, chaos reigns as Myanmar's military struggles. Yeah, they're probably taking control. I mean, if you've got a place where now they've taken over the heroin production of the world, and all of a sudden you have a military coup, shocking,
Right.
crazy.
It does seem to follow along
Yeah.
these routes.
Yeah. It's too many things to concentrate on. That's the problem. And we're all getting inundated every day with terrible news from all over the world. And on one side, it makes people more accountable because now you know all the terrible things that are going on all over the world. But another thing, it's like it's unmanageable. If you're one human being living in Austin, your phone is blowing up all day with atrocities that are happening all over the world. You're like, what can I do? What is life? Everything's terrible. Meanwhile, you go to the coffee shop, everybody's nice. You go to the restaurant, say hi to everybody. It's like my world seems pretty fucking normal. But but when you're inundated constantly, so you're in this constant state of anxiety and weirdness and
I know it's not a good thing, but I think that's why I stay away from the media. I don't read newspapers. I don't, I just try to stay away because
yeah.
it's that toxifying element. It can really, and granted, it keeps me ignorant.
Yeah.
But they do say ignorance is bliss, and I feel pretty blissful. So I mean,
well, as long as somebody's paying attention, I guess it's okay.
But I mean, about some of these items we've been discussing, I've actually, studied this. So there's things that, but there's other things that I just can't get hit every day with like 90 things that are so depressing.
Do you go on social media at all?
No, I do have. What's the Zuckerberg? No,
Instagram.
Instagram. But because they make you like you have to give us all your information and access to your picture, so I can't personally get on the Instagram. But if I have a picture, I have to get someone else to post the picture.
Yeah.
So
that's probably healthier.
Yeah. Huh?
That's probably healthier.
Yeah. Yeah.
Than being on it all the time. Because I know a lot of people that are on it all the time, and it makes them sick. It's like radiation poisoning.
Yeah. I'm pretty much never on it.
That's good.
But I should post more. I post like once every 6 months or something. But no, I don't know. I'd rather have an alt to Instagram.
So how do you
what
find
do
out
you
about
think of a good alt?
An alt? I don't know. The problem is, well, X is what I use the most as far as like getting information. But every now and then I'll go on and watch people argue and see like these toxic fights back and forth, and that puts me in a shitty mood. And I'm like, God damn, why do people fucking treat each other like this? Like it's like such a stupid way to communicate.
Yeah, that is. It's so disheartening.
And it's also, it amplifies the worst aspects of our society, which is like shitty division. It's like shitty division is what gets a lot of clicks. Partisan thoughts and attacking people, tribal thinking. That's what gets the most clicks, and that's what you see the most. But there's enough of exposing of actual legitimate corruption and information about what's actually going on in the world that I get out of there that it balances it out for me to the point where I'm willing to engage in it to a certain extent. But I don't do it at night, and I don't do it when I think it's gonna like fuck me up before I go to bed. I don't do it if there's anything I really have to concentrate on, because I don't want some new pathway to open up my mind where now I'm concerned about this.
Right, yeah. But all of that adversity you faced, do you feel like it actually increased your popularity?
Yeah, it definitely did. Yeah, like during the COVID stuff when they were trying to get me removed from Spotify, in that 1 month I gained 2 million subscribers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And the height of the attacks on me, the show got way bigger. Yeah.
Right. So how many people listen to that Robert Malone show, would you say?
That's a good question. Between Spotify, YouTube, and all the clips, fucking, who knows, hundreds of millions probably.
Oh, great.
Yeah. A good show that gets spread around, like how many different eyeballs will see it. I mean, it really depends on how profound the person's revelations are, like what they're talking about. Like, like the biggest one we ever did. Well, some of the Elon. Well, I think the biggest one we probably ever did was Bob Lazar. Is that number one? So the Bob Lazar one. Do you know who Bob Lazar is? Bob Lazar is the guy that in 1989 he did an interview with George Knapp.
Bob Lazar
in
is the
Las
guy
Vegas,
who signed
and he said
NDAs and
was
then he ignored the
working
NDAs.
back engineering UFOs
now
for the
he's
government.
where he's at,
And
which
he
is
has
regretting
this
that he ever said
crazy
anything.
fucking story about working at Area S4, Site 4, and Area 51 in the Nevada desert. Which at that point in time, the government would deny that Area 51 even existed. And he's like, no, I work out there, and I was working back engineering propulsion systems from crashed UFOs. And he was explaining how these things work and explaining how it's some sort of gravity propulsion device that works completely different than any propulsion device that we've ever devised, and that they're trying to back engineer them. They don't know how to do it, so they keep bringing in new propulsion experts. So he was a guy that previously worked at Los Alamos Labs,
You were trying
and then he gets a job, and they're essentially throwing as much shit against the wall as possible, trying to see what sticks. Like, can you figure this out? And they're bringing in new people. And he was brought in.
Remember, whistleblowers, look at Kim Jae-young. We all know she's here. She wanted me to know she was here, so she went clopping around with her cloven hoofs.
So they said, okay,
look at her and tell her,
work. Let's try
you
another
make the
method,
best
bring in
rockets,
some other
Kim.
people. And he was one of the people they brought in. And when you have top secret clearance, what happens is they tap all your phones. They listen to you all the
remember
time.
how earlier in the live stream I
he
talked
had
about how
this
it sounded
job
like
where
there
he
was
couldn't
more
tell his wife
exterior
what he was doing.
stalkers
So he would
/
get this
domestic
phone
terrorists
call saying that
outside.
he has to fly out to Area 51
I'm going to
at like 11
say,
p.m.
based
So
only
he would
on
go to the airport, fly out, and
speculation,
his wife was like, "This motherfucker's
the
cheating on
cloven
me."
hoofed
So
beast
she
I
starts
heard
fucking her
upstairs.
flight instructor. She's got some flight instructor.
Oh.
And so
Delighting.
because his wife was
And
having
the fact
an
that she tried to
affair,
send
and
so
they
many
knew
people to
it from
prison
the
and
phone
has had
calls, they
people
thought that he
illegally
was
come
going
to
to be
my door
emotionally
over
unstable.
48
So
times
they
to attempt
removed
to
him from the
illegally enter
project.
since the first
So he
week of
gets removed from
August.
the project, and he says, "Well,
After
I'm
that
telling my
bitch got
friends."
almost
So
2
he goes to
years
tell
of
his friends,
cease
like,
and
"This is
desist
what I was
letters.
doing. I was working
She's
on
been getting cease and
these
desist
fucking
letters from me since
UFOs. They have
April
actual UFOs.
2023.
That's the one. That thing on the desk
Anyway.
right there. That's the recreation.
I'm going to
of what he
speculate
called
that the
sport
cloven hoofed
model
beast
that they
upstairs
worked
was the
on that
Jersey
has
Devil.
this
If I'm
flying
wrong,
saucer that's behind the
it's
antlers.
Lisa,
That's like
codename
the
Lisa.
The
three.
classic.
It's like the
I.E.
Tesla
I.E.
3.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Tom
If you were
Dooley,
Yeah, the
the
classic.
peppy little.
who I haven't heard
Sport
telling
model.
everybody,
So
terminate the
he
live stream,
brings
terminate the
people
live stream,
out
we must
to-
break in,
to
terminate the
watch.
live. So I'm
He
guessing,
said on
again,
Wednesday they
speculation.
have these flights and they
That the
test
Jersey
these things.
Devil
I'll
is
take
here.
you guys out to the desert. He took them out to the desert. He takes them a couple of times, then he gets arrested. So he gets arrested and he says, "They're gonna fucking kill me. I have to go public." So he goes public and tells the whole story. And so he does these series of interviews with George Knapp, who's an investigative reporter in
The Jersey Devil
in
did
Las Vegas.
in the alley
And they become legendary.
with
He's
a
told the same story for now going
soon to be
on 40
unsealed
years.
federal indictment.
And it's an
But
insane
he's still
story.
alive.
He's still alive. Yeah, he did my podcast. So he did the podcast, and I don't know what to think. I don't know if he's telling the
Remember,
truth or not.
terrorists,
It's
if
hard
you're
to
gonna
know, but
jihad, do
he's
that
told the
shit
same
miles away
goddamn
from here in
story
your
for all
fucking
these
car.
years, and he's obviously a
Be
brilliant guy.
courteous to
When
whoever
you
has to
talk
clean
to him,
up your
he's
skull and
obviously
brain.
very literate in science, really understands what
Remember,
he's saying.
guys, when I said that they only
And
take the
many
body
of
if
the
you do
things
that, that was
he
not a
said
joke.
from
Same thing is
that
true if someone
particular
hurls
interview
themselves
have
out the
been
window.
corroborated by
How do
other
I know?
people,
I worked at a
including
mental
his
institution,
knowledge of Los Alamos Labs. They
and
tried
a
to
guy
say he
hurled
never
himself
worked there,
out the
but they
window
found
and
him
he
on the employee
died.
roster.
He
And
hit
he
the
knows the
pure
building. He
cement
took people into the building. He took George Knapp in there. He knew the
back
security
porch.
guards. He knew where to go, showing everybody around the place.
Seattle came and pulled
And,
the body,
That's
left
our
all the
biggest podcast ever
brains
because
and
it's so fucking
skull
nuts.
and
There's an
bits and
incredible
pieces
Jeremy
everywhere.
Corbell did an incredible documentary called
Splattered.
Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers, and it's all about his experiences there. And it's one of those things where you just you don't know, but it's so weird.
Well, how high was it? What
It's like
floor?
if this guy's telling the
Third
same
floor.
goddamn story.
I
and
would have
then
never
they have
thought
all
you could
these
die. I would have
videos of
thought
these
at
things
worst you're gonna break
that
a bone.
the Go Fast video
No.
and the FLIR video that the government
Three stories is the magic
covered in
number.
the New
3
York Times.
stories and a
And
hit
these
to the
crafts are
front of the
exhibiting the
face and you're
same
gone.
sort of behavior that he was
Like an egg.
explaining in 1989.
Yeah.
Particularly, and they fly like this, but then when they want to go fast, they rotate sideways and point whatever this gravity propulsion, whatever this thing is, this generator, and they shoot this way, and take off. And there's videos of these things doing this. Wow. 40 years later.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So that's the biggest video. So that video
I'm gonna
on
listen to that.
YouTube got 60 million views, and then on all the other platforms, who knows how many, and all the clips, it's probably hundreds of millions. Yeah.
Bizarre.
But it's one of those things where you don't want to think too much about it because it might be bullshit. You know? That's how I feel about the whole UFO thing.
But what would be his point? What's his motivation? Like,
It's a good question.
I don't see how it benefits him other than he's got now people calling him a wacko.
Oh, yeah.
Which he didn't have before. So
Right.
what's the good of it?
Right. That's a good...
You
Well,
know, you always got to look at possible motivation.
well, there's a lot of people that want to pretend to be special. So they make up stories so that make them special. They make up encounters. They make up abductions. I've been abducted by aliens. I'm a special person. They took me aboard. I have a message for humanity. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of delusions.
Right. That's a different thing.
Right.
I mean, a guy like that, I don't see his, if that's what he actually did for a living, then I don't see why
he would
how
do that.
benefits.
Well, one of the more interesting stories is this guy. This is Travis Walton.
If anybody's
This guy's
wondering
got a
what's
little
my
ball in
mood
it.
today, it's not
Travis
Jewish.
Walton was a guy.
It's hall
I don't know if you ever
monitor.
saw that movie Fire
My
in the
mood
Sky.
is hall monitor.
It was based
I
on a
monitor the
bunch of
halls.
loggers in Arizona, and they saw this thing land.
I know
and this
which
guy,
kids are
Travis
cutting
Walton,
class.
gets out of the truck, goes to it, gets blasted by this bolt of
And
energy.
who's stolen copies of
collapses
the
to ground. His
test.
buddies take off. They're screaming in the car, all these loggers, like, we got to go back and get him. We got to go back and get him. They turn around a mile later, go back, he's gone. He's gone for 5 days. And then he shows up back in the town 5 days later with this fucking wild
But you know,
story
it's not a good
of
mood to
being
be a hall
abducted,
monitor.
taken aboard
Why?
this craft.
Because
They
there's so many
healed his
naughty kids
body,
about, and they don't
and then
fucking like
they
a hall monitor
communicated
do
with
that.
him, and
No,
then
they don't.
returned him. And the thing about it is, like, all
No, they
these
don't.
experiences,
That's why
these
I'm not a
people
hall
talk
monitor
about
who gives tickets,
the
guys.
exact
I just
same
stand in the
creatures.
hall
They
and
talk
tell you
about
that
the
you're fucking
exact
wrong.
same entities, these things with big heads and large eyes and spindly bodies, and they're communicating telepathically.
And
it's like
that
it's
is the best type of
universal.
hall monitor
It's
you
like
can get,
over and
guys.
over
The
again.
one
It's a
that
very
just tells you
similar
fucking
story.
wrong for breaking the rules.
And the problem is, if it happened to
No
you,
demerits,
who
I'm
the fuck
not
is going to
handing
believe
out
you? It's a
demerits.
unique experience, a completely novel experience that only you have. And then you have to go
Some of
and try to
you,
make sense of it to
it's
other
an
people that haven't
astounding level of
experienced it.
that.
And they're
Others
gonna
are
think you're
actually
fucking
pretty
crazy.
smart and just.
But if you have enough of these people that say the
And then
same
let's not forget about the
story
new blood
over
upstairs.
and over and over again, which is,
That's
if you read John Mack,
again,
he was a psychologist from Harvard
who I feel the
that
worst
did
for.
a lot of hypnotic regression work with people that
It's
have had
like
alien
a double
abductions. This
vision.
guy was like,
I read that.
did you ever read
The
that? It's a
new
crazy
guys
book,
I met
right?
him.
son
I
of
met
their
John.
Did you
blood.
really?
Yeah.
When did you meet him?
I met him in on the
Like who did the
campus at
Senate?
Harvard.
Oh, wow.
Someone
You
that's
know I
from
went to
prison,
Harvard,
guarantee
right?
it. That's
Yeah.
the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I had a great night, and then went back home. No, I I only visited there a couple times.
Well, I know you play really good chess.
I did play chess.
Magnus
You play?
Carlsen told me.
Huh?
I had Magnus Carlsen in a couple days ago.
Oh, really?
He told me that you did one of his opening moves. That
Yeah.
you did it for him. And he was like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, he couldn't even figure out why you did them. But he realized afterwards, like, oh, you're a really good chess player. That was actually a legitimate move. You did his opening, right?
Well, yeah. I did one time. I did an opening for the other guy. What's his name? Anyway, and I'm gonna do this opening, and at the same time, I want to tip over with my pinky, tip over the king, just as a joke, because you tip over the king, the game's over, right? So I did that, but then and there was kind of a chuckle and everything, and picked it up, and then he's
right
looking quite concerned. Oh
I
yeah,
better
this was
see
it.
something happening on the task manager.
Look.
Ah, no. I see she's still going to prison.
Yeah,
as well. That's what I said.
I knocked it down, and then
That's
I
what the
pushed it.
magical 13th generation
Yeah,
Lenovo
slow it
keypad
down, you
says.
can see it. But then I
Ah.
pushed the pawn, right? And then I realized
Lisa!
I thought he said D4, right? He didn't say D4. He said E4. So I'm looking at his face, and he had whispered it to me.
I gotta
into my
say, the
bad
fact
ear.
that
I'm like,
Joe Rogan asked that
Well,
kid
you gotta
that's a grand
whisper. I'm
chess
gonna make the
master
move anyway.
about the
Well,
whole,
Magnus said you stuck
coded
around and
anal
played a lot of
beads to
people, and he
cheat.
said you were really good.
And then they sat
Oh,
there like
that's very
discussing
nice.
it and how
Coming
it
from
worked
him,
with Tony
Carl.
Hinchcliffe.
Yeah.
He's the Mozart.
Hilarious,
Yeah.
dude.
Fascinating guy. He was.
Yeah.
I'd like to
days
say
ago.
nobody's going to
Was
that
he?
far of an
Yeah.
extent to
Yeah.
cheat, but I think
do
it's totally
admire
possible,
him.
dude. It's totally
He's great.
possible. And if
that
you're
whole
doing that to
thing,
be a chess
that just
grandmaster, you're
happened
shoving
with the
coated anal
jeans.
beads up your ass,
Like,
you're
that
not a
was
grand chest
great.
master.
Did you see it? You know,
You're
he went
pumped.
to one of the big, I forget which tournament it was, but anyway.
Can you
came in
imagine the
jeans,
concentration that would take
And they're
too?
very strict,
You're just playing the
right?
game, and all of a
So
sudden
they
you're like,
wouldn't
okay,
allow him to
3
play.
vibrations.
And
The
then
third anal
so
bead
he
is now
basically
jiggling
was going to
rapidly.
end up sacrificing the day because he came in jeans, right? He said, I just
C3.
wasn't thinking about it, you know. Well, so then he's just like, you'll have to come back tomorrow. You're sacrificed for today. He's like, you know what? I won't be back.
I don't think
tomorrow.
any grand
And
chest
then,
masters are
boom,
going to do
they
that, because
changed the
you
rule.
wouldn't be a grand chest master
Oh,
then. You
wow.
would
They changed
literally
it.
be somebody
that's
who
a
shoved
stupid
anal
rule.
beads in their ass and cheated.
Yeah,
Who gives a shit if you're wearing jeans?
I know. That
should be able to
doesn't
play in a
make you
bikini.
a better or worse player.
Yeah, it's stupid. Everybody should be able to have to play in their underwear. That way, you know they don't have any devices on them.
Right.
You know, you're not
But
doing
they
anything.
could have it in them, too.
They could,
So
yeah.
maybe you got to do a rectal probing before. This is full circle with the talking about the aliens, but you know, maybe you have to do something before.
Well, we got into very specific ways that people cheat. It was pretty interesting. He was talking to us about the different ways that people have been busted cheating. Different people signaling them in the room, moving to different parts of the room if they wanted the piece to move in a different area.
Yeah, because that one guy he said was cheating. He said he knew as soon as the move was made, and then he walked out. That was another time.
Yeah.
He just like, there's no way this guy made this move. No chance.
Well, that was what was fascinating, that you could tell by the way a guy's playing that something was amiss. That this is not inside of his capability. He knew the way the guy played so well that you could tell that something was off, which is so crazy. Which is, I'm not literate in chess, so I don't understand how you could do that, but I believe him. Especially when you talk to him, like,
well, he's got a thumper in his sock or something. You know, somebody's giving him looking on a computer and dun, dun,
he thinks it's an internal ear, like a very small, invisible earpiece that they put in.
Is that what he thought?
Yeah, that's what he thinks. He thinks that one of the possible methods. And then there was the anal beads. People were talking about anal beads.
Anal beads. It's like, guy don't want a thumper in his sock. He just wants to go pure inside man.
Yeah, I guess it would like vibrate. I guess you would do it like vibrate a certain amount of times first to indicate the letter, and then a couple times to indicate the number. That's where the piece would go.
A little Morse code in the rectal cavity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long have you been playing chess?
I started playing more probably like 10 years ago, or maybe more than that. I started playing Willie. You know,
Oh, wow.
Started playing Willie all the time. But then we'd switch over back to dominoes. He crushes me in dominoes, and then I was mostly winning chess. And then toward the end of our battles, he started switching to just, you know what, we'll just stay with the domino. Such a hustler.
Such a hustler. Yeah. I tried to interview him, but he's scared of COVID.
Yeah.
He's an old guy, you know. I get it.
He's 92.
Can't take a chance getting infected. You know, a lot of old people, I got it. I got the fear because it's like death is close to them. It's just
Either it was the wind or it was another stalker.
I get why they got roped into
Every time
it.
they've come, I've said that, and then
Well,
they've come.
Yeah, the fear of
And since we already know earlier in the live stream,
That was the Neil Young thing too. That's why I gave Neil Young
there
a
are some people
pass.
here
I was
that the
like, I get
FBI
it.
is excited to throw in prison.
Wearing masks.
Oh,
It's
all the time,
5:58 p.m.
Even in Austin.
Yeah.
I see them driving their fucking car still with masks on.
Yeah, alone in the car with the mask.
Yeah,
that
they're
always
just sick.
Confuses me. But you know, like, fear is a fairly relentless occupation for some, and I don't know. I just, you know, I studied the germ theory. You know how it came to be the backbone of Western medicine. Do you know?
The Rockefeller thing?
Well, that came after this, but yeah,
Well, Unit 207 just walked back in their front door, so maybe it was just them doing some stalking on the exterior by themselves.
But it was before that, in the 18. What was it?
It's 5:59 p.m. now.
87 or something, 89, where Louis Pasteur stood before the French Academy of Science and said, I've realized the origin of all disease, and it's the germ theory. And he took credit for the germ theory, which of course had been around for centuries at that point. But there was another guy
editing the
named Antoine
description in this
Béchamp,
live Nerd Squad.
who was actually a real genius, whereas Pasteur was a charlatan and he basically stole all these good ideas that he never had from Antoine Béchamp, including how fermentation works, how they had diseases in the grapes of at the time, so how to deal with that disease, and also having to do with uh, where they make the silk, like silkworms and stuff. That also was another thing that Béchamp figured out, and then you know. Pasteur, who's on the same committee, ends up reading these papers and basically kind of putting his own spin on it and getting credit for, the fermentation, the silkworm, the wine thing. Like each thing, he becomes more and more famous, and until he's
Okay,
able
Nerd
to
Squad,
sit
just
down
adding
in
to
front
the
of
last sentence of
Napoleon
this.
in
I am an
1863,
FBI informant as
Napoleon
North Everett
III,
Precinct,
he said,
PCYF
I
Unit
will
207
eliminate all
all
disease.
have
I will
known
eradicate
since last
all
year.
human disease.
Saving it right now at
He
6
was an
p.m. Nerd Squad.
arrogant guy, and he was a complete fraud. And
Isn't that a bummer?
And Pasteur believed the germ theory, obviously. That's the theory that he pushed, right? And then Béchamp believed in the terrain theory. Now, that's what I believe. The terrain theory, the germ theory, obviously, a pathogen, a germ, a virus, whatever, it lands in your cornflakes or on your eyeball or whatever, it gets inside you.
Right.
And then in this pristine blank slate environment, it causes damage.
It's 6:02 p.m. PST. I'm going to go to sleep. So remember, Unit 207, that means that your mail or knocking and stalking will be 100 million. I did just take a screenshot, Nerd Squad. Even though, as you read, I had previously erased all of the images. So there should be one sitting there at 6:02 p.m. Taking the image, launched spare render, and another task as well. Both of which I ended the process of. If you missed it, the FBI said going forward, whenever I go to sleep, I got to close all the browsers, except for the one running the live stream. And I am going to try and get some sleep. Not immediately, but like in the next 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. I'm curious to see something first. Deleting that image from the menu above the clock, Nerd Squad, at 6:04. Deleting the image didn't change anything on the task manager. Light an incense, it'll make you feel better. Once again, I'm not getting thanked when I feel I should be. Why should I be being thanked right now? I should be getting thanked right now because everybody in Unit 207 who's supposed to be working all evening, well, I just gave you a recess. Have a recess, guys. The only task that will be occurring on this laptop is the ongoing live stream. For hours. I feel like I'm going to sleep well, even if it's only for a few hours. And so does my cat. He's sitting comfortably under the ottoman, licking his butthole. He's relaxed. And also just speculating here, guys, but some of you are probably like, well, if they really wanted to blow her top, they wouldn't have authorized you to say it over and over and over again. Au contraire. Wrong. False. The FBI said that the reason she's going to prison for the rest of her life is because she was insecure about losing her job in August. So she decided to take a gamble, knowing that it would land everyone who participated in prison, because there are some people, and they're not even the people she tried to send to prison. There are some people she really wanted to like her and tell her how great she was. And remember, she's not the top of the little pyramid. She's in the top 5 or whatever of the ones that the FBI is happy to detain. But I'm saying that because you have to remember everything else they've said today. In the event that she and everyone else that's going to prison for a long time, they all blow their tops tomorrow at sundown, thereabouts, then no one gets detained until April, no longer March. The FBI is waiting for one individual that they haven't been able to either get the evidence on or know for sure whether or not they are, quote, corrupt. And a specific date, which makes me think, is it a judge or a commissioner? Even though I was told all the judges and commissioners were cooperating with the FBI. Is someone on vacation and there's a pro se that's a friend with someone that is part of the domestic terrorist organization, and the FBI wants to see what they're going to do on some fraudulent court date? That's speculation. Alternatively, it could be any one of a number of individuals from various institutions corrupted by this domestic terrorist organization who is an employee simply of the state of Washington. And something they're supposed to do or give or decide by a certain date. I don't know. I just know that's going on. Then there was an individual that the FBI was basically gave like X amount of times that this individual could fuck up before they go to prison. And last brief from the FBI was that they hadn't reached that quota yet, and someone who works with the FBI for them directly, that's not just an informant, doesn't want them to go to prison, but they're being a dumbass. So that's where we're at, everybody. And then you have to remember 10 to 12 days in March to play pretend. The FBI also said around March 21st, no more being able to play pretend. So you might not be detained by March 21st, but for whatever reason, no more being able to play pretend. Is there anything else that's been super pressing that I was supposed to address? I feel like that's basically the key points for myself and the whistleblowers to keep in mind as we proceed through this fucking bullshit, dude. I feel like I deserve Well, I do actually. I've made. What am I talking about? You owe me hundreds of millions of dollars because of your criminality over the last 3 days. Your employer. And you. But I was just going to say, I feel like I should be paid a large amount of money. And then I realized, oh, wait, you guys already owe me, at this point, billions of dollars. And I also feel like the FBI wants them to blow their tops tomorrow night. I hope that doesn't mean right outside of my fucking door, dude. I don't want to hear any squawking from outside my door. None of that Alu Akbar bullshit. You've got a rocket. Your name is Kim Jong-un. I don't want to fucking hear it. But it could. It could be. Remember, I'm not an employee of the FBI, so it is what it is. All right, now I'm going to lay down and try and go to sleep. Not even because I want to, but because I can't watch a podcast, can't watch a movie. I can't listen to the podcast that I really want to hear. Joe Rogan was good. That was a good episode. But literally, just to play that episode, it took the whole series of steps you orally heard me saying. Oh, they're doing this now. They're doing this now. They're doing the end process. I mean, it's just fucking dumb. And it also makes them illegally detaining me more problematic. I'll address that in my next legal filing. Remember, the FBI said I'm not to file any more legal filings this month. So whenever they clear me for next month, assuming that occurs, the legal filing is going to address your attempt to be further injurious on February 23rd by revoking my ability to listen to podcasts or watch foreign films. And then I'll be sure to write, oh, I was able to use YouTube if I ended this process, that process, this process, and that process. Dumb. Dumb as fuck. Again, my mood. Hall monitor. But not the one that gives tickets. The one that just stands in the hall and says, hey, 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 don't go stealing the ice cream scoop. And for those of you that are like, is that from something? Why would you say ice cream scoop? Yes, it's from Tom Green and his skit, Bingo. If you haven't watched it, watch it. If you hate it or you're offended, keep watching. I dubbed myself, symbolically speaking, Tom Green in that music video. The FBI is the lady that's turning to all of the domestic terrorists and saying, why are you following him? And also telling me that I've got a big fucking mouth. Too loud, too loud. Symbolically. Anyway, going to go lay down and attempt to go to sleep. Following the FBI's instructions, I am going to turn the laptop so that you have a view of my living room windows, which are covered by curtains, signs, and then per the FBI's instructions, over a month ago, I think at this point, a red curtain on top of the two different sets of curtains due to the rampant exterior stalking. That's the FBI's words. Rampant exterior stalking. And remember, go back to the live stream on either Thursday morning or Friday morning. I think it was Thursday morning too. The FBI said that the domestic terrorists that they're most excited to put in prison were going to be extra psychopathic till tomorrow. And boy, have they. That shit was verified. Less than 12 hours of data. Meep. Somebody was at my door. Definitely wasn't the wind. You know where I put my glasses, Hunter? I'm not going to refill this. It's just like the other bowl. It's already full, Hunter. And then you won't eat this because you act like it's stale. Come on. Check out here where I put them. Glasses. My goodness. Oh, this is done. Here they are. Yay. Not better than today. You do. And some cheese balls. Oops, there you go. Some of you might have missed it who are watching this. But remember how in the preceding live stream I said, oh, I like to let the videos run for like 12 hours, but the FBI has me on certain times that I'm to terminate the live streams. This one doesn't get terminated yet, okay? So if that's why you were at my fucking door, which I'm speculating, but why else would you be walking over to my door and pushing on it just lightly enough for you to see that it's not going to open at 11:34 p.m., huh? Unit 207. Oh, it feels so good when you get up from a nap and you pee and you put on your glasses and then you load up a little bit of Panama Red, highly taxed wacky tobacco into a marijuana pipe. Here's my review on that, by the way. I did a better review. I've never smoked this before, this particular strain. It's what all the hippies smoked. Boy, oh boy, does it have an aroma, though, man. I'm telling you, I got out of the shower / tub last night, and I went from smelling like Old Spice deliciousness, the Fuji body wash and shampoo, a little bit of coconut shampoo as well. I went from that deliciousness of the shower to literally turning off the shower and opening the door where I had smoked not even a whole bowl of marijuana, just like 2 or 3 puffs. And it was like, as soon as I walked into my hallway, I was like, oh my gosh, it smells like fucking marijuana. Anyway, I'm saying that just so everybody knows this is a stinky strain of marijuana. Probably won't buy it again, not because it's not good marijuana, but because it is like very aromatic. I'm burning an incense right now just because I feel like, boy, it's pungent. It's a pungent one. Anyway, I speculate one of the clowns that the FBI is attempting to piss off has been the one that's been desiring that all the YouTube live streams upstairs end between before they reach a certain duration. Watch, there's some dude upstairs. He's like, God damn it, I've been here since you started this live stream. I want to go home. Suck a dick, dude. Go home. Go home. You should be at home. Are you trying to go to prison? Anyway, for those of you upstairs actively stalking me, especially the gentleman that came down and touched my door, yeah, and woke me up. That's why I got out of bed, FYI. I was already awake. I was laying back there, and then I heard that unmistakable sound that I've heard so much since the 20th. The sound of my door hitting some of the nails. Nails. And I'm going to speculate it was some of the little nails I put in the door before the FBI told me you need to put X amount of large nails this length, this deep into the door at these specific locations. How many nails are in my door? Dude, I am not even going to count. But I'm going to bet you might get a corner of the door ramming in less than 5 minutes. A corner. And I also am going to bet nobody's going to be ramming the fucking door. Because remember, guys, the FBI is fairly confident no one will be stupid enough to break in again. I was secretly hoping, though, that the final illegal entry attempt was going to be on Friday, since there was just so much screaming and ridiculous. Mystic! Open the door! I mean, can you imagine that? I'm going to have some of my friends in the federal government show up to the whistleblowers. FYI, whistleblowers, some of you I may be friends with 6 months after everybody else is sentenced. You and I are happy. But I'm going to make one of my friends in the federal government come to your house at least once and bang on the door at random and then just start screaming your name and yelling, open the door, like a fucking psycho. I would have, FYI, never would I have ever opened my door. Not 10 years ago if you did that to me. Not 20 years ago. Fuck you. Granted, the guy came back the next day and was much more polite, but no. Anyway, so just know that, whistleblowers. At some point in the future, even though you did do the right thing, I'm sending someone from the federal government to your door to bang on it, say your name, and demand that you open the door. Call it an experiment. It will be an experiment. Who the fuck would open their door when someone's doing that? Maybe a dumb guy that's like, there might be a fire. No, motherfucker. There's not a fire. There's a crazy person banging on your door. You know what would be hilarious, though? Is if someone who was black had that happen to them, and then they opened the door and they were like, yes, master, right away, master. Because that's what that shit sounded like. That shit sounded like, you are not an American. You are a Jew. Open the door. You don't get the Fourth Amendment right. Haven't you learned that? You don't even get, list everything you guys have done. You're dumb. Open the door, make open the door and throw a bucket of piss in your face. That's what I ought to do. I literally want to fill up some squirt guns with my urine and hang a sign outside that says, if you knock on this door, squawk at this door, walk near this door, you're giving me permission to spray you in the face with my urine. Because then I could. Then I could legally. As long as the sign was on the door. And pee is sterile, everybody. But most people don't know that. And they're like, ew, pee. That's why. That's why I want to spray my pee in their faces. A super soaker to a whole new level. What I need is one of those cool Ghostbuster backpacks that came with certain Nerf guns for GIF there in the early 90s. You could get the backpack that you could fill up with water. Just imagine it filled with urine. A backpack, you heard me. It was from the Ghostbusters. You know their backpack that catches ghosts? It was large size. You got at least 3 liters of water in there on top of your full super soaker, which is connected to it with a hose. That's what I need. Anyway, I'm not ending the live stream because if you missed it in the preceding live stream, might have been this one, but I think it was the preceding one. I said, the FBI has me doing stupid times that I start and stop my live streams. I said that because they're stupid. I said that to tip anyone who is a whistleblower off that there won't be a consistency to when the live streams will be terminated. Little heads up. And why is that, you may wonder? I don't know, dude. I don't work for the fucking FBI. I've fucked enough military guys to know that it's a military tactic, too. They train you, depending on your security clearance, literally to be unpredictable. So I'm going to speculate that that's the only reason for it. Maybe there's another reason. Maybe a Nerd Squad member is like within so many feet of my door when I do it. I have no idea. Maybe it was done to make those they're most excited to go to prison blow their tops by Monday night at sundown. Are they awake? Are they calling you? Why have I not seen a terminated live stream? Osama bin Laden. Lisa. You go back to her door and try and walk in. Oh, it didn't work. It didn't work this time. Okay. Terminate the fucking live stream, Osama. What am I paying you for? Is that how it's going? Is that why you're coming downstairs? Just speculating, guys. I don't know why, but that's on the FBI, and obviously it is effectively pissing off more than one individual. And on that note, is there anything to update? Unit 207 has another hack they're attempting. They are confident, 100%, so much so that even the whistleblowers are concerned about me ending this live stream and beginning another. And it's just before midnight on Monday. That's the update. What do I think? I think if it does or doesn't start, will be whether or not there's an evidentiary value for the FBI, who has 12 individuals up here in this shitty city, like they have for 10 days tomorrow because of your domestic terrorist organization. And that suggests to me, having that amount of people on the ground, that you don't want that amount of people on the ground for 10 fucking days, dude. I think they're ready. It's also one of the reasons why I'm not looking forward to, like, let's say 20 to 24 hours from now, because I don't know what the fuck that means, that the people they're most excited to go to prison, they want them to blow their top. But I sure am hoping they're not blowing their top. I know it means wants them to get angry. Okay, I understand that. Wants them to show their true colors. That's what the goal is, obviously. But does that mean they're going to do it outside my living room window and my fucking front door? Because that's what I'm concerned about. I'm like, oh, man. I'd say absolutely not. No one would be so stupid. But look at the last 23 months. And I know a lot of you are like, I can't. I've only been here since September 2023. Yeah, I know. Others have been here for longer. It's been the same shit for 23 months. It's just that it wasn't 5 days a week until September 2023. So remember, everybody, apparently I'm convinced Tim Dillon is an angel in disguise, dude. Imagine him in a diaper with wings. Let's keep him full size, though. I don't even want to shrink him down. Like Cupid Yee. Remember South Park? Cute little evil Cartman, Cupid. Anyway, I don't really mean that, but the last 2 weeks, he's given me the best quotes I've heard all week from another human being. Last week, it was that whole reference I kept telling that some of the people who didn't blow the whistle might be getting a good plea deal in the long run, one where they get to manage a Panda Express and then tell people how they used to be a police officer. Now they manage the Panda Express, and now they handle the orange chicken complaints. Then this week's episode came out on Saturday. I watched it, thought it was hilarious at certain parts. Other parts I thought, oh, he's trying too hard. Anyway, when he said, I landed upside down. I was hanging upside down. I almost died. We talked about how stupid everybody was that was on that Delta flight. That's like, oh yeah, $30,000. That's great. That's how much your life is worth? $30,000? Fuck no. Okay, that was Tim Dillon's point. And the FBI agreed with that as far as the whistleblowers go. So just remember, when you see codename Lisa today, y'all owe me now billions of dollars. Lisa still thinks 100,000. And also, I'm a bitch and I embarrassed her. And also, terminate the live stream. We will break in. We have done all the crimes. We are going to prison. We make the best rockets. Keep proceeding. And maybe if we throw one of the people who's going to prison with us in jail, which won't even happen, maybe we can keep our jobs and not go to prison. No, dude. It was never a legit operation. You made that specific individual a member of your domestic terrorist organization, which means they're looking at a lot lengthier sentence than they would have been if they didn't join. That's what some of you are also failing to realize. Others of you know enough that you're like, this is a bad thing. Yes. Let me tell you how right that is. You've got the FBI able to arrest you all for a series of criminal acts without immunity. Then you've got the FBI adding to those domestic terrorist charges, as each and every one of those crimes perpetrated since August 6th were intended to fuck with and falsify records for your own FBI investigations. And then you've got the Attorney General saying the exact same thing. But they're saying, yeah, they tried to commit domestic terrorism against the state of Washington, too. They're trying to defraud their employer, the state of Washington, too. Or to put it another way, when I said you guys could go to Guantanamo Bay and not get a trial for 10 years, that wasn't a joke, man. For those of you that don't know, when the feds are investigating you for terrorism, it means you don't even have your Miranda rights. That's what it means. It means think of it as you're in the army, you're actively deployed, and you're doing naughty shit right next to the military police. That's what you should think of it as being like. You ever been to a military court case? Is it a tribunal? Is that what it's called? I forget what the technical term is. It is not the same thing as a civilian court case, let me tell you that. Anyway, on that note, I try and make light of it, but the reality is everyone that's pulling the whistle and done the right thing, the FBI thinks that you're literally likely to get shot, if anyone knew. And or what the FBI said is like status quo behavior of every precinct that gets this sort of heat on it, which is other officers attempting to put officers cooperating with the FBI that they catch cooperating with the FBI into the loony bin for a few days, less than a week. Also, that's crazy, dude. Can you imagine? If I ever knew that, I would have seriously be like, I don't even know if I want to be a cop. Because if I'm working with dirty ones, they can be fucking psycho. And yes, they can. Yes, they can. But anyway, Tim Dillon. I just think that Delta thing. I landed upside down. He said something that was even better. I just can't remember what it was when he was talking about landing upside down. Strapped in upside down. I don't know. And then he said he was in the commercial for the Batman ride. Dude, I rode the Batman ride the month it opened. How cool is that? It's a good ride, too. Your feet dangling as you go over the water. That's the best part of the ride. Anyway, and I think that's cool. So Tim Dillon is cooler than me, everybody. Plus, my childhood nightmare, other than Bill Cosby, the thing that scared me most as a kid, large puppets. Large puppets. Not Big Bird. Big Bird was the only one that didn't scare me. Snuffleupagus, man. The woolly mammoth. Hell no, dude. If I saw that, I would have cried and run in the opposite direction as a kid. Anyway, Tim Dillon said he was on Sesame Street and he danced with Snuffleupagus. Wow, Tim Dillon is cooler than me, dude. I wouldn't even do that shit as an adult. I feel like even today, if I saw the Snuffleupagus puppet fully out and actualized, you know that would take like 2 people. Anyway, if I saw that, I'm still pretty sure I would probably be like, I'm not approaching it. I'd probably hold my breath, slowly close the door. Like, giant puppets, man, they're scary as fuck. And then remember, the FBI agreed with Tim Dillon's assessment. So what was that? What was that for them to agree? That just tells me the whistleblowers are getting more than 30 grand. That's what it tells me. I already know that I'm going to be getting millions at minimum because the FBI told me. They told me millions, plural. So is that coming from a victim fund, which is something I didn't even know existed until I asked Gemini AI like over half a year ago? Is that coming from requirements on judges' orders? Is that coming from the attorney general? I don't know. But I do know that unlike what Tim Dillon said, which was basically hire a personal injury attorney and get more than 30 grand to everybody that landed upside down on the Delta flight, I do know none of us need to do that. All of us that have done the right thing are going to be getting paid without having to ask for anyone to pay us, because everyone knows what's been done to us and agrees that we need to be paid for that. So my interpretation from the FBI was whistleblowers are getting more than 30 grand. That was my interpretation of why they said that they agreed with that. And I just thought it was funny because just like last week, it was Tim Dillon it came from. And then I started theorizing about him being a little cherub. Because wouldn't he looks like a fucking cherub, dude. He's like fully grown though. Just throw some wings on him, take off his shirt, put a little man diaper on him, give him a harp. Let him wear sunglasses because he's a fucking nerd. Let's let him keep the sunglasses. Wear his fucking aviators. I'll be down with that. Tim Dillon as an angel wouldn't scare me at all, man. I feel more comfortable about opening my door for Tim Dillon standing naked in a man diaper with angel wings, sunglasses, and a harp knocking on my door than I would for anybody out there screaming that I open it. And then I just want to clarify for everybody, when I said you guys could have a brain, you could have just put like a Little Caesars pizza with some breadsticks outside of my boy's window. I said that because you're dumb as fuck. Because literally, had you ever done that at any point during illegally detaining me, I would have opened the fucking window and got the pizza, man. I would have worn the Obama mask and given you a thumb up. But I would have come to the fucking window to grab that pizza. But instead, it's like, no, let's intimidate the FBI informant. Tell everybody there's no FBI. Tell everybody, ignore the fact that the signs were out there addressed to us. Ignore the fact that all the 911 calls start with, the FBI is recording this. Ignore the cars that you noticed were following you. Ignore the people on cell phones in public spaces that are seemingly talking about you and what you're doing. Just the level of absurdity and stupidity of it. It's like, it was comical. And now it's just to the point where it's so fucking ridiculous. It's like, oh my gosh. Does no one have any objectivity? I'm talking about the people that haven't blown the whistle. Like, do they have no objectivity at all? Or, this is what I speculate. Or, again, this is my speculation. Or, my speculation, just an opinion. Are they so scared shitless that they just want to proceed because of what I just said a moment ago? They think, oh, if we can arrest the extortionist, we can make this all go bye-bye and keep our jobs, which is also a lack of objectivity. There is no legal pretext that ever says it's okay to target a disabled minor and abuse them in order to facilitate a kidnapping. In fact, for those of you who don't know, I forget what the charges are called, but the FBI explained to me way back in September that while you guys were busy perpetrating just what you perpetrated from August 6th to that day in September when they told me, that the act of you going into court and trying to create an imaginary court case to try and cover you for abusing and kidnapping and the hundreds of other crimes you were guilty of, that act alone is an extremely criminal act with no legal pretext. Because if anybody was watching those videos, you'll remember the FBI kept saying they're the only ones with cross-territorial jurisdiction. And that didn't have to do with locations. I thought when I first heard that it had to do with, okay, their office is in King County and they get final say, even though we're up in Snohomish County. No, has nothing to do with counties or cities. Has everything to do with they are the only ones allowed to tell judges to issue fraudulent orders in civil cases in order to help in their prosecution in criminal cases. That's what it means. They're the only enforcement agency that has that authority. The CIA doesn't have that authority. And the North Everett precinct's been pretending to have that authority that they've never had, knowing that it was 100% criminal, 100% no immunity, 100% an attempt to defraud and perpetrate terrorism against, say it with me, your employer, the state of Washington, and the United States of America / FBI, who you were orally told, including in every 911 call I made before you even began doing that you're under an FBI investigation. Some of you literally read the email from the Department of Justice telling you that their criminal special task force is on the job. For those of you that don't know, the DOJ's criminal special task force is the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So I just wish that we could find out the true psychological thoughts, not of everyone involved, but of the handful of individuals that the FBI is excited to go to prison. Because if you missed it, at last count, 10 individuals were going to prison. And the FBI is basically trying to determine if that 10 is going to become a baker's dozen. But the FBI still only really wants a handful of them to go to prison, which means 4 to 5. And yet there's 100% more than that going to prison already, and possibly 2 more. So the ones that are in the handful, those are the ones that I want to know what is going on in their minds psychologically to be continuing. And why did they ever choose what they chose over and over again since August? Did they choose it because of what I said? Did they choose it because they were accustomed to perpetrating these kind of crimes previously and never getting busted? Did they choose it? Like, I just want to know. What made you so arrogant? That's what I want to find out from the handful of individuals the FBI is excited to throw in prison. What made you so arrogant? Did we have sexual relations and then I blocked your number and ghosted you and you followed me around and showed up at places you knew I would be and I acted like you were dead? Did I have sexual relations with your boyfriend or a friend of yours, his ex-husband? Are you currently fucking someone I used to fuck who says horrible things about me because they were insane and I blocked them? These are all the things that I want to find out. Were you unloved by your mother and so you hate my mother and were projecting that onto her and decided that, like, I just want to know. I want to know all the details of the individuals that the FBI is excited to throw in prison, of their mental processes and their motivation. They can't all have the same. It has to be different. And the level of absurdity, and knowing that the forensic psychologists of the FBI have literally said, a couple of the females, specifically the females, a couple of the females, including Miss 80 plus years and the one I call Lisa Tom Dooley, the FBI has confirmed they are actually mentally ill. They said that they have never seen a woman who has gotten so many people to potentially go to prison at her request as they've seen with Miss 80 plus years, ever in their whole career. Anyway, I wonder if I'll even ever have those answers, though, because I don't know much about criminal cases. And to be honest with you, after you guys are all detained and then I find out whose names are listed and whose faces I need to block out or cut out of my live stream of you all being detained. After that, I'm not going to pay any attention to it until everyone gets sentenced, and that's when I'm going to pay attention, because I don't follow criminal trials, but I do know that the way that they work, because of unfortunately being the victim of a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser who followed me all around the country to stalk me and abuse me. I do know that usually what happens in court is the people who are bad just lie and they lie and they lie. And if you don't have a video recording to play back, or you don't have a police officer that heard them admit to it, or you don't have a police officer that saw them do it, they get away with it. And I also know the FBI is 100% confident no one is getting away with shit. So I feel like I just want to live stream, find out the names of those who got an arraignment, so I know who to cut out of the live stream video, and then wait indefinitely until I hear what everybody got sentenced with. But I am just doubtful that any of them are going to explain their true psychological motivations. But I also feel like the FBI already knows, dude. They had a forensic psychologist assess all of the individuals involved. How did they do that? I don't know, man. I've seen this crime show with this hot guy whose name is Gideon. He's a cute little actor. He's a Pisces, nice guy. I forget what it was called. I want to say CSI, but that's probably not it at all because I don't watch those crime shows. Anyway, it was like a show about, he was like a forensic psychologist, and he would just look at crime scenes of serial killers, I think is what they did. And then he would be like, oh, this person, he likes spaghetti with meatballs and has a small fluffy dog. Like, he'd just say all this shit. I don't know if it's like that or if they somehow have access to HIPAA records and they're like, no, these bitches are taking antipsychotics. But again, just to confirm, a couple of the females, the ones I call Kim J-Ug, they're fucking crazy, like real crazy. And I just want to know what everyone's motivation was. And I so want to know who the fuck the shark is, man. I'm grateful that the shark has been on the boat since December, because in December they just couldn't resist but make sure that they went to prison. But I want to know who that is. I'm still betting 95 chips on a fireman turned lieutenant turned sergeant, because the FBI made that comment about retirement. Trying to retire is not going to prevent anyone's detainments or arraignments, and it was plural, as in more than one individual thought that by retiring they wouldn't go to prison for what they did. Wrong. False. The answer is, nah, you're going to prison. Retirement will not prevent detainments and arraignments. But I also don't know, like, at what level was everyone involved at? That's another thing I'm interested about. Like, is the FBI counting anyone that's ever talked to you guys as being involved? I doubt it. But I don't know, like, any of the nuances with that. And the primary thing I want to know is why? Why? Like, Kim J-Ung and Mini-Me, one of them has to hate their fucking mom, dude. One of them has to hate their mom so much that they wanted to use my mom and me and my children and all of you as their little lab rats, knowing it was always 100% illegal, because they hate their mom so much and they wanted to project it onto my mom. And then as a result of that, they fucked over and injured all of us and are actually way worse than their fucking mom. And I'm saying that as a former mental health professional and case manager. It is purely speculation, but I speculate that Kim J-Ung, number one, or Mini-Me, one of those two wenches fucking hates their mommy. I'm out of lighters. using incense as burn sticks. I'm not really out of lighters, I might add. I have 5 brand new lighters that haven't even been opened that are still in Unit 207's house because they stole it. Remember that too? Really? When was that ever part of a legit operation, guys? Oh, well, we stole the package because we didn't want to go to the front door because she was running the live stream. But you'll come out there and be like, open the door. Open the door. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so let's talk about terrorism, guys. What are you forfeiting when you get arrested for being a domestic terrorist? Well, you're forfeiting your right to a speedy trial. You're forfeiting your right to bail. You're forfeiting basically every right that you would normally have when you're Mirandized. And you're forfeiting it just because of those charges being on your indictment. And then what the fuck are the new charges that goes on all of the people they're most excited to put in prisons indictments today, the 24th? Because remember, there are new charges going on the indictments of only the individuals the FBI is excited to throw in prison today. Charges that the FBI is confident only they and those that are members of the bar will know which charges they are. And they are bad charges. They are scary charges. Finally, some of them are scared who haven't been scared at all. But I want to know what those charges are. And I don't know why, but the FBI hasn't told me. And so I was speculating maybe there's some sort of charge that has a statute, like a statutory limitation as far as like you can be charged with being the boss of a domestic terrorist organization after you've done it. Maybe it's 2 years, because if you missed it, it'll be 2 years in March that I've been their victim, 2023, the individuals that have been up there that long. But it's possible that they were actually already starting to victimize me this week. Maybe there's something where it's like if you're perpetrating these acts of terrorism for 2 straight years and that year marker is today, maybe that's some sort of charge. Could also have something to do with the RICO charges or racketeering, because I know that the FBI is planning on putting those on everyone's indictments who are going to prison. RICO charges weren't originally going on everyone's indictments. That was a new development. I forget when it was, if it was November or December. I told everybody when the FBI told me. And that had to do with like diverting government, legally mandated government funds, acts of domestic terrorism from a variety of government institutions that your domestic terrorist organization infiltrated and corrupted. Anyway, enough chitter chatter. I want to play podcast and do other things, but just the whole process of having to end process over and over again to listen to a podcast makes you all suck so much ass. Even the whistleblowers, fuck you. I can't listen to podcasts. Well, I can if I want to stare at my fucking computer screen and push end process, end process. Oh no, it's the spare renderer. Oh no, it's the Google extension. Oh look, it's not shared worker anymore. Now it says I'm a fucking dipshit in Unit 207. HTTPS. And the whistleblowers know I'm not talking to them. You are not a dipshit. You are fucked, just like me. Although it would be nice to know what's on their mind. Like, are you feeling what? Tell me how disgruntled you're feeling. Tell me. How do you feel knowing people that you work with will blow your brains out if they knew they could get away with it and they do? Huh? Remember, the FBI didn't say that it was life or death. They said retaliation worse than what I've experienced. And again, I've experienced everything except for those few things I've listed. And I feel like the other thing the FBI said, which is very common with all of the precincts that they end up busting prior to them busting them, wherein officers commit other officers, is fucked up. Like, that's a thing, dude. I'm mad at my partner. I'm going to say he's crazy and make him go to the hospital. Sarge, will you sign off on this? Don't you think Mike's a jackass? Let's send him to the loony bin. Like, what happens to those officers? Do they get to be officers? Do they go in the records department, dude? I always wondered which kind of police officers are working in the records department. They're like behind that closed door to the right. Are any of them there consensually? Or is that like their assignment? So it's Monday, and I actually feel more apprehensive about it today than I have even since the 11th. Only because since the FBI's objective is to make these individuals blow their pop, they're going to have success with that. And I don't want them blowing their top outside of my living room window or door. So I feel already like jittery / nervous. Like, oh man, they might come here to blow their top. The FBI did not say that. They did not say they're going to come here and blow their top. But in my mind, I'm like, the FBI wouldn't tell me though, because I would be bitching about it. And I would be if I knew that was happening tonight. I would absolutely be saying, fuck you, FBI. Stop letting them come to my door. But I consented to it. I consented. I consented because I didn't realize how very taxing it would be. Let me say that. I've already said that, but it's fucking true, dude. I would have never consented had I known everything I was consenting to. I was asked directly, do you consent to X, Y, and Z, which were huge? And I said, yeah. But I didn't know about A through G. I did not know about A through G. If they would have listed all of the things, X, Y, Z, and A through G, I would have been like, no, I do not consent. Put them in jail. That would have been my for real response. Ah, that's the timer. That's the sound of a guy that's upstairs that doesn't want to be, but who's hanging out because he wants me to end this live stream so he could commit some domestic terrorism. Did you ever think that perchance, man, that the FBI is trying to prevent you from going to prison? I don't know why they have me terminating the live streams at certain times. I told you I speculate that it's because it's a pretty status quo military tactic. Common knowledge among those of us that have high security clearance. It's always good to change your behavior when dealing with terrorists. Just food for thought, dude. Maybe this live stream is supposed to terminate when it is because you go home, clock out. That's the sound of someone going to reflect. Just joking. There's the sound of somebody upstairs that's like, I'm tired of sitting at the keyboard waiting for her to do something so we can try and do some terrorism. Tired of this. I feel you, dude. And there's got to be at least one individual upstairs that's like, I'm not going to say it, but I'm happy I'm being paid to do nothing for hours. My recess has been excellent this Sunday evening. You're welcome. You're welcome. And then also, I just want to throw it out there. You're a police officer. A crime has been threatened by a fellow officer. The crime hinges on the live streams being terminated. Then you watch those idiots try and terminate all the live streams for 7 days while saying, no, we didn't do that. Click, 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 click. What are you as a law enforcement officer thinking? Dumb. Prison. Dumb. That's the answer. That's what you're thinking. Again, guys, the level of absurdity, it's like to the point where it's like, am I the only fucking sane individual in this partition of the fucking building? I know I'm not because there's whistleblowers, but I mean, the rest of you, it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Dumb as fuck. I finished my green tea. My 128, I drank 128 ounces of green tea over 2 days. And it was delicious. That means I drank 8 pounds of green tea in the last 2 days, right? I'm bad at math. Help me out. Is that right? 16, 32. Yeah, I think that's right. And I'm going to make some more. I'm so glad I found that box too. I hate all the other shit that I have because of fucking indie, but I found this box that I got for indie just as a attempt to get him to try something new, and he never opened it. And that shit is delicious, dude. It is delicious. Pomegranate green tea. Highly recommend. It's not just green tea and pomegranate. Well, it is, but it's a mixture. I'm using this disgusting Arizona diet green tea, and I'm mixing it with the exact same ratio you're supposed to use if you're just using water. Because Arizona diet green tea, if you haven't tried it, go get a can just so you can see how fucking disgusting it is. It tastes nothing like green tea. But add in there a powder packet of Crystal Light green tea and pomegranate made for a 2 liter. Mix it up, and that shit is good. It's good. And remember, green tea is the only tea that increases your IQ if you chug 8 ounces in less than 30 minutes. It increases your IQ for 4 to 5 hours. I love green tea too when I go out for Chinese food. The whole Chinese food experience, something I've been fetishizing this week. Oh, I'd love a paper menu with the Chinese Lunar New Year on it and a pot of green tea. And dim sum, baby. Dim sum is where it's at for me. I do like some General Towels. And I like my rice steamed, not fried. General Tao's chicken is good because you can say that you want it as spicy as possible. And if you've got a real Chinese guy cooking for you, or Chinese lady, they will be like, I'm going to kill the white person with the spices. And it's so good, dude. It's like, yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you for putting 100 red chilies in this shit. It's delicious. And then they look at you shocked. How is this white girl eating this? I have a spicy tooth, remember, everybody. I do have an unending surplus of candy, but that's because Godzilla's an asshole. Okay, cookies are good when you're starving, but Godzilla's an asshole. If Godzilla had the real hookup, I'd have an unlimited surplus of hot sauce. That's a fact. And the song that stuck in my head today goes like this. You've got thunder appeal. Let them say what they will. Let the good times roll. Oh, oh. You rock and roll player, let the good times roll. dude's still upstairs. He's like, no, I'm not going home. I'm going to play until you in this live stream. You start another one. All right, dude. Reflect on that. You can sit up there and reflect for a couple hours. You are getting sleepy. I think also it's possible that the reason they're having me terminate the live streams at weird fucking spots could be that they're triggers. Not ones for a computer, ones for active agents or informants. They said that if the live stream was this long, it meant that this was happening, or I'm to do this. Just speculating. I still find it kind of confusing. Okay, it is Monday, 1:06 a.m. No, I'm not ending the live stream. Hold your hostess. I know you're excited. I'm attempting to do some things that the FBI did not tell me to do. I'm opening another tab in my incognito window where this live stream is rolling. And now I'm entering in studio.youtube.com. Spare renderer initiates at 1:07. Service worker initiates at HTTPS, yada yada, YouTube. It says video is blocked in some territories of video from yesterday at midnight. I think I already looked at that. Oh, I saw another service worker as well show up. I'm going to click view options and just make sure it's the same video. I'll pretend like I didn't see that guy. You might be the one that they were trying to prevent going to prison that is just requesting it. Ah, yes, I already saw this. Blocked in the Falkland Islands. Nobody gives a Falkland. Oh, they reinitiated the spare render through another subframe. Ended those at 1:08. Told you I'm not ending the live stream yet, dude. Incognito extension office and spare renderer upon closing that tab after ending this process at 1:08. Let's open a new window that's not incognito or linked to any account other than the domestic terrorist upstairs. We have subframe Chrome untrusted. We have spare renderer again. Subframe Chrome untrusted. That's accurate. That's them, but agreed. It's untrusted because it's not really Google. It's Unit 207 trying to catch an FBI orcapod. Is it going to be Monday, Bloody Monday? Symbolically. You guys are dumb as fuck. Okay. And the visual on the Chrome browser is once again what the visual was before everything was ended that the FBI told me to end, that it shouldn't be. Noting that for the FBI. Let's see. Lives Less Ordinary podcast. This is in the Chrome browser with Google. Clicking to search, opening up the task manager because we know that that kicks off a series of tasks. Oh, it didn't. It also isn't searching. I typed it in and I pushed search. Okay, now it's searching and now I'm opening back up the task manager and we have spare renderer by itself. Ending process. Clicking on the YouTube video, it says open search in side panel. I don't know what that means. We have spare renderer, back forward cached page showing up under the tabs. So I'm going to end that. Oh, in service worker, back forward cache in service worker. I'm clicking to search on YouTube. I got brought to that podcast, but it's not the full podcast. It's 5 episodes. all of which are episodes I've heard. Service worker, HTTPS is hanging out underneath this tab. And there's a man and woman upstairs that are so happy that I clickety clackety. It's 1:11 a.m. Monday, 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 Monday. February 24th, 2025. Oh, they got rid of the service worker and then they came back. Are you being sneaky, you little Osama bin Ladens? It's weird though, because it's like I never know which one it is. Like, is this one of the ones that's a victim? We landed upside down. Dude, is that not like the perfect symbolism though for those who have been kicking it not since March or April of 2023? They're like, we did land upside down. You're damn right we did. And not on the runway either. We're in the open sea. That's right. Fucking hilarious. Anyway, on that note, guys, can you discuss, please, how come you keep coming over to my door and touching it over and over and over again? Like, hasn't anyone realized the Bluetooth is off on the think tank? What other device do you have that makes it so that you have to come over to my door? Huh? If you missed it, play back the live streams. They haven't just been coming and demanding that I open the door. They've also just been coming to my door because females upstairs are like, go, Osama bin Laden, prove your loyalty to North Korea. He makes the best rockets. Dude, he makes the best rockets. That's her, isn't it? I remember, you guys have me right now not feeling happy. Congratulations on that. I am so concerned that blowing of the tops means outside my window and front door. And again, the FBI didn't say that. So perhaps that won't be the case. But that's my concern. My concern is I don't want them blowing their tops after sundown like the FBI wants outside of my living room window or my front door. Or upstairs. I'd like them to do it in private. Uh-oh. Guy upstairs erased the service worker under this tab. He's trying something different. Is it a good thing? It could be bad, bitch. If it's good in his mind, then it's extra good for the FBI. Remember, if you forgot, what did the FBI instruct me of before I ever opened the task manager and began ending processes? Don't click on your YouTube videos. We're collecting data and evidence. Oh, and it sounds like more people are outside my door at 1:17 a.m. Yeah, affirmative. Affirmative. Smile and wave for the FBI. Oh, correction. It may not have been somebody outside. My cat is finally in the window again. Yay, meep meep. All of those sounds could have been my cat. Well, that's cool. I'm glad he's back in the window. The more I think about it, I think maybe the reason for the live stream terminations being set out as they are at present, maybe it has something to do with the shift changes since there's 12 agents up here. One thing that's lame about being on a need to know basis is there's a lot of like fill in the blanks and you don't even get a hint. It's not like insert an adjective, insert a noun, like a Mad Lib. Because sometimes there's like a whole sentence missing and you're like, well, what the fuck was that? What was that sentence? Tim Dillon, we landed upside down. We got service worker when I tried to use voice to text. Turn off your mics, unit 207. Turn off your mics. Assholes, turn off your mics. Tim Dillon, we landed upside down. Delta. Oh, I got Tim Dillon, Glendale. Really? Unit 207? Anytime Unit 207's microphones are on, I get what I'm saying and then usually like a sentence or two that they're saying. And let's be real. It's usually the same couple of people talking too. It's like there's some people upstairs that never shut the fuck up. Oh, there's not a short already of it. I wanted
Ladies
it to
and
be
gentlemen,
cut.
welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. I am here in Los Angeles.
Opening up the task manager. We have service worker. That's it. At 1:23 a.m. Damn, I have to click on the whole podcast. I don't want to listen to the thing again, but I want to hear that line. I don't know why, but I just assumed with TikTok and everything that like every 5 minutes that he said something funny, there would be little clips. Delta payoffs. This is it. This was Saturday's episode. And then just imagine Tim Dillon, guys, in a man diaper with some little wings. Oh, we have spare renderer on with the service worker too.
Did you know?
And now we have
paying
2
your bills on
service
time
workers.
raises your credit score, right?
One attempting
Wrong.
Google
In
syndication.
fact, this is the first of 3 major credit score lies you're being told by the big credit companies. Fall for any of these
Ended
3
task.
lies, and it doesn't matter what
Ended
you do.
process.
Getting to 720 and above will be a long,
They're
hard
attempting to
struggle.
terminate
if you
the
ever
Tim
get there at
Dillon
all. In fact,
podcast.
if you're one of the 153 million Americans with a credit score below 720, it's probably because you've unknowingly fallen.
You should
for
want to
one
hear this if you didn't already hear it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We are here every week for you, rain or shine.
Let's do this whole episode again.
Planes landing on their front or on their back.
Yep.
$30,000, by the way.
We
That's what
landed
Delta-
upside down.
That's what the criminals
I almost
at Delta
died.
think it's worth if you land upside down, like Batman the Ride from Great Adventure. If you remember that as a kid, I was in the commercial for Batman the Ride.
Hell
was
yeah, I
like,
remember
I don't know, 11 or something. And I went on it like 6 times in a row, and it was great. And you would hang upside down, and that was fun, but you signed up for that. Show the people Batman the Ride. Remember that? That's when life was simple and good. You would go to Six Flags, Great Adventure, and you'd go on Batman the Ride. That was your goal when you were 13 years old. Not to better understand Hitler, which is now what 13-year-olds are doing. But what was he like? Let's just go to Great Adventure. Stop talking about Hitler all the time. You're 14. But why did he do the things he did? Don't you ever wonder that? Enough! Let's go on the Scream Machine. So,
Word. Stop hailing Hitler,
Batman
everybody.
the Ride was a good
Let's go
ride.
ride some roller coasters.
And my point is, if you're on a Delta flight,
For real, though,
okay,
dude.
and it lands upside down, you should get more than $30,000. You should
Yes.
get to fly
The FBI
free
agrees.
for the rest of your life on that shit airline, which is a shit airline, Delta. It is shit. By the way, like all American carriers, they're shit. And they treat you like garbage. And they treat their employees like garbage, and their employees in turn treat you like garbage. Everyone's treating everyone like garbage. And the only reason you tolerate being treated like garbage on an American carrier is because you look at the employees and they look like they're being tortured too. You go, well, they look horrible.
Amy, were
That
you in
woman
the
has
window?
frazzled
Only for a
hair,
minute, but
and
there you
she's
were.
old, and she's limping
Yay.
down the
Happy
aisle,
kitty.
and she's a
My
cunt,
little
but you
goat.
know what? You go, she's had a
My little goat
horrible
cat.
life. So I'll
Yeah,
tolerate
you
her
can
being
do
a bitch to me because her life sucks. It is a terrible, terrible, terrible thing to travel in this country, and you should get to fly free. Delta should go, We will give you a ticket. You now, for the rest of your miserable lives, get to fly free on our shit airline that may or may not land. But you're in it for free. You don't have to pay to see a woman, a flight attendant with lupus, tell you that there's no more of the beef entree and you have to take the chicken bowl, whatever the fuck that is. So, I mean, let's get a nice video up of this accident. I want to see the landing and I want to see the plane flip over. $30,000. And Delta goes, oh, we'll give it to you with no strings attached. You're damn right you will, you whore. It's 30 grand. It's nothing. I'm hanging from the ceiling of
This
the
is
plane
literally going to be us,
because
the
you
whistleblowers, and I.
flipped it over.
You're damn right you will, whore. But we won't even have to sue 'em.
$30,000 cannot do any. Now, I know I'm out of touch. Whatever. Don't comment. 30,000 is actually a good amount of money. No, it's not. Not when you're almost dead, you dummy. Demand something for your fucking meaningless, worthless life. Demand Delta. Delta's got more money than God. They can pay you more, but they almost killed you. They almost killed you on their shit plane. You were coming from Minneapolis to Toronto. You have a horrible life. Unless you were living in Toronto and escaping Minneapolis.
It's funny because it's
whatever.
so true symbolically,
Take this
dude. You don't even have to be
opportunity. This is the
creative to
defining
get the
moment of your
similarities
life.
between the whistleblowers
Delta should
and
give
what
you
Tim Dillon is
everything
saying
they
about
fucking
Delta.
have. Look at this. Let's watch this.
Whoa, Hunter, Jesus, like a flying cow. What was that?
Oh, no.
Quit hopping. You were just in the
No.
window. Go be normal.
Who the
I
fuck
thought you were
is watching
starting a
it?
trend.
Oh, no.
Tim,
Oh,
make it
no.
Oh, don't make you cute.
There you go. 30 grand, by the way. $30,000. Play, and I have it on my Instagram. If you can't find it anywhere else, there is a video of the people hopping out of the plane. Okay? It's on my Instagram. I've set it to some music, and that music is going to get us in trouble, so don't use the music. Here it is. Now,
We're doing
this
this
is the
podcast
people.
again
This is what Delta
only
thinks
because
$30,000 makes up for. You're being evacuated from the plane,
End process.
and one
I
of the
wanted to
flight
hear this part
attendants
again.
is
I'm glad it was in the
smiling
beginning.
while she's doing this because they want this to happen, and she's sick. And she's actually happy this happened. And you should be too. You should be suing the fuck out of Delta. If you have any lawyer that is at all a competent lawyer, they're telling you to tell Delta, fuck you, 30 grand. Fuck you. Fuck you. I landed upside down. Are you fucking nuts? Are you fucking nuts? 30 grand? Because the plane landed upside down and it went on fire. At the last minute of the flight, you think it's all good, and it's not. Now, let's get one of the passengers up describing this. These people are entirely too calm. They're entirely too calm, and they're going to fuck their lawsuit up if they when I was a kid, we learned one thing and one thing only. You sue. You sue. Morgan & Morgan, you sue no matter what. It was drilled into our heads. We had a pool in my backyard. It was in ground. Sorry. We had nothing else. My mother was a nut. My father was a musician, but we somehow
It was in
had an in-ground pool. Not above ground, it was in the ground. My mother taught swimming lessons there. And she said, if somebody slips and falls on our pool deck, we're going to get sued. Do you understand that? They would say to me. Do you understand that? If you or one of your fat little friends falls on our pool deck, we lose this house. They said it to me every night. If a kid punched another kid,
in this day and age,
there would
if I
be a
had an
lawsuit.
in-ground pool, I would be making people's parents sign
If
waivers.
you
before I
injured
let their kids
yourself on a camping trip with another family, there would be a lawsuit. Everything you did, there would be a lawsuit immediately. One of my friends, I forget, he hurt himself. It wasn't even serious, okay? But literally immediately after helping him, my mother in the kitchen was screaming, "We're going to get sued now. Now we're going to get sued." I grew up with the fear of litigation. The fear of litigation. It is the most American thing to sue someone. You bring them to court and you take what they have. It is American as apple pie. When you were wronged by one of these companies, you sue the shit out of them. People sue their friends in this. I know people that are in litigation with people they are friends with because lawsuits are good and they make us who we are. You understand that out there? Can you fucking get that through your head? Without lawyers and lawsuits, we are nothing. We don't even know who we are. We exist to sue each other and the companies we can. If you can take what someone else has, you have to do it. You sue them. You serve them papers. Don't try it with me. I got great lawyers. I got great First Amendment attorneys. Don't you try it with me, Meghan Markle. I'll get in a high-profile legal battle with you tonight. Don't try it with me, you hussy. Now, look at this fool. Play the fool.
What are you doing? Like, were you injured? Just tell me how you're doing.
I'm doing all right.
No.
My back is a little sore,
Good.
but other than that,
Good.
you know, pretty relatively okay
No.
considering the circumstances.
No, you're not.
I'm still kind of taking it all in, and it
Yes,
doesn't really
you are.
feel quite
Mental
real,
anguish.
but otherwise, yeah, I'm doing all right.
You're not.
No one died, so
Shut
you
up.
know, grateful for that.
Who cares?
Grateful
They
for
could
my
have.
life, for sure.
What are you grateful for, you idiot? This is how dumb they are. Shut that off for a minute. Pause that for a minute. What are you grateful for? What are you grateful for? The plane flipped off. God help them interview me. God help them interview me. I saw God at the end. I saw God, and he said you weren't ready. But God said someone should pay for this. These fools.
Yes,
you're being
God did.
handed a pot of gold. Shut up. I haven't been the same since the accident. I cannot say. Just ask me, how have you been holding up? How have you been holding up? I'm going to be a person who's in the accident.
How have you been holding up?
How have you been holding up?
Every moment, I feel it. I feel the flipping. I feel the burning. I smell the smoke. My body doesn't work anymore, and my mind doesn't work, and they're severed. It severed my body from my mind. The accident severed my body from my mind. I feel as if I'm watching myself. That might be too much in hindsight. That might be. That might. I gotta find a middle ground. The problem with me with the acting is I go hard. I leave it on the field. I leave it all on the field. But that might be too much. But it's somewhere between what I just did and what he just did. Because this guy needs money. What, he's got a ramen shirt? What is that? What's he doing? What kind of shirt is that? Is this a magazine? This guy needs money. He's a sweet guy. Here's the thing. People have these near-death experiences. They always learn the wrong lessons. Let me educate some of you fools, okay? Everybody learns the wrong lessons. All these people go to Sedona, Arizona and take shrooms and have all these realizations. I go to Sedona, Arizona, take shrooms and go, why isn't there a Four Seasons? Why aren't we building? You know what I mean? We're in the world that we're in. Stop pretending we're in this other realm. If there is one and we get there, great. We'll deal with it then. But right now, we're in the earth, okay? And on the earth, we got lawsuits, okay? Stop having these transcendental moments with a news anchor on the fucking Canadian Broadcasting Company.
Yeah, stop
Get
having
your lawyer
transcendental
and
moments.
sue the shit out of these people. All of these people have these near-death experiences, and then they all go, well, it made me realize to appreciate life. No, you were wrong.
We don't
you were
sue.
owed.
We don't even need to sue.
Point blank.
It's all handled for us.
I'm just happy I'm here. No! You're getting it all wrong. You're supposed to hold their feet to the fire. It's Delta. They don't care about it. You're a terrible company. They're terrible people. They're terrible. They torture their employees. They don't care about anything. It's crazy. This is like if someone kidnapped you and kept you in a shed for a month and then they interviewed you and you're like, well, all's well that ends well. That's not, no. Let's see what else this bum has to say. These bums don't deserve money if they don't know how to fucking work it.
I love how Tim Dillon said,
Maybe just stop.
they said they'd give him 30 grand with no strings. And then he's like, I would say,
So,
yes,
upon
whore.
approaching
Of
the
course.
runway, there was. I didn't seem to think anything
Dude, that's how I feel
fell
about
off.
the Drizzy level.
You
Yes,
know,
whore.
like physically with
Of
the plane.
course.
Right.
There was no warning that anything was wrong either.
Yeah, you
So,
came as a surprise.
to my knowledge, or as far as going in, I thought we were just about to land and everything was going to be completely fine. And then, so it wasn't until we actually like wheels hit the ground that anything was off. And then obviously that was just when it all kind of happened. So we hit the ground, start to go on the right side of the plane, slid on the right side for a little bit, and then ended up upside down, hanging by the seatbelts.
So were you on the right side of the plane or the left side?
Okay, this anchor's so dumb. All right, enough of this. Get rid of this. I can't. God, Canada. Canada's got some real dummies up there. No offense. It's the end game of socialism in Canada, by the way. It's just, everything's just a corporate sterile hell. And obviously, I know it's not fully socialist or whatever, but I'm just saying this is what you get. You just walk by places that go wine bar, pizza, warm place. Do you want to go to warm place? Do you like warm place? It's just all, and this is the citizenry, by the way. This is what you get up there. Well, the plane was doing good, and then it exploded. And then the news anchor's like, so did you have the snack on the plane?
Tell me, just think about it, whistleblowers upstairs that are listening to this. Am I right that the symbolism
and I just got back
is
from Canada. We did a bunch of theaters up there. I love it.
Vancouver
Vancouver's stunning.
upside down.
I like Toronto. I liked it. It's becoming a very dark and criminal country with an elite that sort of runs drugs and traffics people and minerals. And I think that's fun. And the Northern Territory is very interesting to me. The Yukon and places like that. You could go see the Northern Lights. I didn't have the time. Whatever, bygones. But there are things about it that I like. I don't like poutine. I think it's shit. And, but I like it. And I like that everyone came out for it. The podcast is brought to you by Stash. Saving and investing can feel impossible. With Stash, it's not just a reality, it's easy. Stash isn't just an investing app. It's a registered investment advisor that combines automated investing with dependable financial strategies to help you reach your goals faster. They'll provide you with personalized advice on what to invest in based on your goals. Or if you just want to sit back and watch your money go to work, you can opt into their award-winning expert-managed portfolio that picks stocks for you. Stash has helped millions of Americans reach their financial goals, and it starts at just $3 per month. Don't let your savings sit around. Make it work harder for you. Go to get.stash.com/Tim to see how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and to view important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/Tim. Now, here's the thing, and I have to wade into this, and I don't want to, but I have to because it's my job. Hamas with the baby coffins. They did a whole pageant with the baby coffins or something. Now, I have struck a very reasonable tone about this whole entire Middle East thing. My position has been the entire time, stop yelling. Now, that's been the consistent position that Tim Dillon has had on the Middle East. There's far too much yelling on all sides, screaming even, these people, all of them, about something or other. Now, Gaza's not doing well. They've had quite the bombardment, as you would say. Now, so then they had like this pageant. They had like an event where they paraded these coffins around for the people in Gaza of these Israeli hostages that were killed. This is a terrible story. And they were fucking babies. this is where you cannot defend what Hamas is doing. Even if you think Israel is a monstrous, whatever, apartheid, whatever. You cannot defend the killing of babies. It's not good. No matter who does it, by the way. And I haven't defended Israel killing them, and I haven't defended Hamas killing them. I don't think we should kill any of the babies. That's been the position of the Tim Dillon Show for a very long time. Okay? Okay? Advertisers that still won't come over here? I said no babies in the ditch. Now, but what went on here at this thing, and can I say this? I'm all for gathering. Okay? I'm all for people gathering in public spaces. I've actually talked about the importance of that and the importance of community ad nauseum. I believe that people should get together more. The tree lighting, the Christmas tree lighting, it's not that religious, it's a fun seasonal thing. Okay? Now, but the baby coffin being paraded around, it sends the wrong message, I think. It's very dark. If I showed up to whatever, a 4th of July parade, a Christmas tree light, anything that went on in the center of town, a farmer's market, and then these guys are doing the baby coffin walk, I would be offended by that. Do you understand what I mean? It's not good. This is not what you want when you all get together. I think instead of that, you do a local band. Now, we know
Unit
the local
207
bands aren't
is
good. We
walking
all know
around
that.
and is
they
excitable,
do
and somebody
covers,
closed a car
mostly.
door in the alley at
But
1:43 a.m.
Instead of walking around with the baby coffins, you get a local
Monday,
band
February
and you get some
24th.
food. No one's eating. No one's drinking. You need more of a festive environment. And I just think the baby coffins, I gotta be honest, I don't think this peace in the Middle East is coming. I'm gonna make a few predictions right now, and I know many people get mad at me because I'm always right. This Elon insanity has to stop. We're getting to it. He's bombing up there at CPAC. Can Trump come back? The comic who's killing, please? And not the one who's bombing with a chainsaw. Bombing with a prop. Not what we need. That's not good. So we have Elon Musk, who is up at CPAC bombing with a chainsaw and doing weird bits. Now, Steve Bannon, who's not a liberal and didn't love his little Nazi salute, I don't know
I
why.
am clicking to edit this live stream in the description, Nerd Squad, at 1:44
I'm not
a.m.
going to do it right now. But whatever they're doing, and I know people are
I'm
trolling,
adding
and I know
in the
it's fun to troll,
description
it's going to backfire. This stuff is going to
24.
backfire. This is the equivalent of the liberals when they were doing the crazy
1:44
when the
a.m.
kente cloth came on and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and all these idiots were genuflecting with the African cloth on, and they were trying to
Unit
establish their bona fides as the most woke people ever. Whatever trolling's going on with like the Sikh hiling and stuff like that, it's appearing cringe. Trump was elected, in my estimation, to fix an economy, to limit immigration, to curtail illegality with regard to immigration, with regard to the public safety in the streets, to reverse a lot of the DEI programs that people in mass don't agree with, including blacks and Hispanics. A lot of them want merit-based policies in America. They don't feel comfortable with quotas. I don't think he was elected
saving at 1:45
and that's fine, and I think that some of that's reasonable. But you even have people, right-wing people, going, you can't smash everything immediately. You're laying off veterans. They're laying off people that voted for Trump who are veterans, who served the country, who are now out of work because they're smashing everything, as Steve Bannon said, with a hammer. Instead of, and Bannon said, listen, I'm for government cuts, but what they're doing is sloppy.
Hunter,
Which I said before, some people got angry with me. I don't care. I'm right. I'm always right. And you people aren't right. So who cares? Who cares what you're mad at? You're not right. You're led around like poodles. I'm right. You're wrong. Sorry. I don't want it to be the case. It's a curse. I'd rather be wrong like you. Life's so much fun to always be wrong and be led around like a goof. You're a goofball, most of you. Not all of you. Some of you. The people that think it's them, it's you. But the point is this. Play the chainsaw. This is, let's talk about aesthetics for a minute. Let's not talk about the politics of it. Let's talk about the appearance of it. And the appearance, it becomes the politics of it. This guy doesn't seem well right now. I don't know how to describe this. Trump seems like he has given the country to this unelected billionaire tech CEO. If the midterms become a referendum on Elon Musk, the Republicans will lose the House and the Senate. And then they will lose the presidency 2 years later. Americans, by and large, do not love Elon Musk. Some of them do, but his numbers are starting to plummet. He is not Donald Trump. Donald Trump kills. Elon Musk does not. Donald Trump's jabs land hard. He's a political genius, whether you might think he's an idiot, you might hate him, you might think he's a fascist, whatever. He's great at what he does. Elon, it doesn't land all the time. It looks like you have sort of this is like a weird billionaire talent show. This is the talent show portion of what's going on. And people are worried. I talked to a lot of people, and some of them are going, what is happening? Where is Trump? Where is the one who got elected, who communicates effectively? Susie Wiles, they just leaked something where she was like, we got to message all the stuff you're doing up there. All the stuff that Elon Musk is doing, we have to message it. We have to tell Americans why it's happening and how it benefits them. Even if it's lying, we have to do it. It's politics. So here is Elon Musk with a prop. He's so high. I do respect how high he is. I do miss and love drugs. I really do miss and love drugs. Oh man, he's high. He's feeling it. He's rolling right now. I mean, it's just.
Same question. They're also talking about you guys are going to end Social Security, you're going to end Medicare, you're going to end these things. I don't imagine that conversation has been had.
Federal felon domestic terrorist upstairs is outside talking to federal felon Andy and perhaps Kelly as well.
Support of the president and support of the agencies is what will save.
A couple of the people the
Medicare will
FBI
save
is
Social
confident will be
Security.
convicted of a series of crimes and less like blamed assault, including but not
I
limited
can't be.
to
I am.
stalking.
I'm heavily critical of. I do like the glasses, and he is clearly copying me, and I
If all the money is
don't hate
spent
that.
on paying interest on debt, there's no money left for anything.
Can we say that without the chainsaw and your 2-year-old in the White House and all that? Is there a way to do that? Can you play the meme thing where he goes, I've become meme, and it just doesn't land, and you're like, oh boy. We need Trump saying this, by the way. We need Trump more front and center. This guy can't be the only person that we see every day. I mean, this is not feasible that you elect one guy and then, here we go. Yeah, this is just,
I am become meme.
oh boy.
Yeah, pretty much.
No,
I'm living the meme. It's like there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty
Living
much
the
what's
meme,
happening.
you
You
get
know?
it, guys? It's because
Oh,
it's all
boy.
a divine
I just
comedy,
don't.
dude.
This is not good.
It's meant so
I gotta
that
be
you
honest with you.
know
I
that
don't
you're
think
the
this
most
is good.
intelligent person that's around.
This is not good.
That is the
Sometimes
game.
the
The game
optics
is you
are
have to
the
know,
story,
no matter what
meaning
they're
what it
squawking at you,
appears
you are the
becomes
smartest
the reality.
individual
Whether
in
it
the
is
room.
or isn't the reality, it actually becomes the reality. And I just,
That's what that means. Living
I
the
think
meme.
they have to rein him in over there. He's having fun. Here's what I will say. It is fun to be a billionaire and on ketamine and running around with a chainsaw. I would do it. I'm not above doing it. Do you understand? I'm not saying I'd make the cuts he's making.
Dude,
I don't know
no.
all of
I'm
the cuts.
so
Some of the cuts
klutzy.
seem to
I've
make
never
sense. Some
held
of
a
them don't.
chainsaw in my
They're getting rid
hands
of a lot of
because I
IRS
know
people. I
that
do
I could
kind of
drop
agree with
shit,
that.
dude. Held a sawzall.
Personally, I don't need everyone looking into
chainsaw
where
is
I
a
am. Where am
different
I?
thing,
Who
dude.
knows? Where do I live? Whose business is it of yours where I live? I live in a different realm. But I just think this insane, like, his appearance, which is, I guess, like the sunglasses and everything, kind of what I'm doing. I'm a comedian who has a podcast on the internet where I talk about things. He is a special advisor to the president. I know that he's having fun with it, but there's got to be a way to present this where he seems less high. I've said that to my friends. Can you just seem less high? I'm not saying don't be high. Some of my friends cannot function without drugs. I don't even want to be near them without drugs. I just mean be less high. Just be less high. Not high. Less high. Less high. There's a lot. Just don't like tweak out in front of people. I used to be really fucked up all the time. I would sit at my desk in the mortgage company, and I'd be coked out of my guts, and I'd be having drips, and I would just be kind of like, ugh. And people would be like, hey man, you're like really high. And I think, just look at him there a little bit. He seems a little high. Just be a little less high. I'm just saying, walking out on stage with sunglasses and a chainsaw is a little bit of a tell. It's a little bit of a tell that you might be. And I've tried to get him on the show, and I'd have a convo with him. I don't think he'd do it. I'd have a convo with him, and we'd be very respectful and just go, what's going on? You know what I mean? We could sit here in sunglasses. He gives me a chainsaw. We both have chainsaws. Maybe we'll do that. It's just we desperately need, I think, in this country at the moment, people that feel somewhat sober. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Whether they're high on ideas or actual drugs, I don't know. But we need sobriety in this country. We need somebody who's sober. We need a dad to come, to just go, hey man, here's the reality. You're out of control right now. You're absolutely out of control. And we need that. But this is a dad who himself is a little out of control, I think. I think you come home and you see dad with sunglasses and a chainsaw, and you go, my dad's is going through something. This is like a dad where you would tell your friends before you brought them into your house, my dad's going through something. We don't know what it is, but he's going through something. But we need somebody who's sober. And Bannon made a good point. These oligarchs are going to use Trump the way they used Isn't it funny that all these tech people were left-wing, now they're right-wing? It's almost like they don't believe in anything except their own power. That's what it seems like as an observer. Blue Chew
domestic
is putting
terrorists
its money
plotting
where its
outside
mouth
my
is and
back
offering
door.
you a month free. Guys, how many times do I have to tell you that Blue Chew is the way to go? Blue Chew is a unique online service that gets you ready for the big night or day or morning, okay? Make it a little bigger here. Make it a little bigger. Get it, Blue Chew? Make it bigger, Blue Chew? I'll tell you right now, the process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. Blue Chew tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped directly to your door. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The best part, it's all done online. This means no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Does it work? We all love it. We take it. Not even have sex, just to look at our penis in the middle of the night and go back to sleep. You could be missing out on the best sex of your life. We can all relate to wanting to feel more confident, especially in the bedroom. And Blue Chew can help, okay? We've got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first month of Blue Chew free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. We thank Blue Chew for sponsoring this podcast. Back to these little baby coffins. I don't like them. I was making a point, I got sidetracked. They're having this event in the Palestinian. Where are they? What venue is that? Can I sell enough tickets to play it? Sean Malay? How many tickets can I sell here? Can we get this YouTube up, please? Of all these, get my agent on the phone. I want to play this venue now. I want to play the baby coffin venue. I want to play it. How many tickets do I have to sell to play this venue? Pre-sale code coffin.
A somber and hugely painful day
What's
for
this? This
Israel.
is very
The
militant.
bodies of 4 hostages who died in abhorrent and cruel Hamas.
I always wanted to go to Israel to have that shakshuka. It's that breakfast that's kind of eggs are baking in a thing of tomato. But now I don't. Now look at that venue. How many people do we figure are there? Zoom. Can we zoom? It seems like an outdoor amphitheater type thing that they've.
Okay,
Maybe it's
editing
just
in the
a gathering
description
place.
that
I don't know what it is.
the domestic terrorist, including
Can I do a
Andy,
live
who
from
was
Gaza?
asked to
Tim
stalk
Dillon
me
live
with
from Gaza?
Kelly, DC
It would
wife
just be a fun
employee,
show.
North Everett Precinct brother
Live from Gaza. It's
in code
Tim
enforcement.
Dillon. So now,
1:45
Here's the thing.
a.m.
we all think what's going
to
on over there is horrible.
1:57 a.m.
A loss of human life is
Unit
distressing
207
to a lot of people. No one is
and
successful, to be
federal
honest, but a lot of other people seem
felons,
bothered. Now, I'm kidding,
Andy
but here's what I mean by this.
and Kelly,
It is very difficult
used
to
by terrorist
weigh
organization
the value.
to stalk
Okay,
me,
let's get this up here.
threaten
I was going to
me,
make a brilliant point, but I will
and
in a minute.
harass
Let's see
me.
this. Let's see this here. Let's watch it.
And I'll write in parentheses
There's music.
DCYF employee.
There's a Hamas photographer. There's a
Brother.
videographer. The Hamas videographer. Hilarious.
EPD.
There's a Hamas videographer.
Are actively planning, coordinating,
I mean, this beat.
and
Again,
amping
after the
up
killing.
for
Talking about the
further acts
Can you get the beat up again? Can we get
terrorism,
that beat? Can I say it? I like that beat.
obstruction, tampering, intimidation,
Don't like the coffin. All right, get the coffin
and
out.
potential
That's depressing.
fourth
My
attempted
thesis here is this. My prediction
illegal
is there will be no peace in the Middle East.
entry
Not going to happen.
since Friday.
I don't think they want peace either side, to be honest. I don't think either side. I think the
2:20.
people do. I don't think Hamas or Israel really wants peace. I think they just want
Earlier
I think they want to ride it out till the
at
end. I don't think
1:44
I
a.m.
think the people
Okay,
want
Nerd Squad,
peace.
I
don't
just
think
wrote
the
in
people
here,
being
it's
listened
now
to.
1:59
I think the
a.m.
people in the
2:24,
Ukraine want peace.
1:45 a.m. to
I think people in
1:57
Russia
a.m.
want peace.
Unit
I think
207
when
and federal
governments
felons
get involved
Andy and
when
Kelly,
financial interests
DCYF
get
employee,
involved,
brother
it
of
becomes very
EPD,
difficult.
used by terrorist
I think
organization,
that people have endured in unimaginable horror in
ruled
Gaza.
by
And I think the families that
Unit
were kidnapped and were killed
207
in Israel have endured an unimaginable
in EP
amount of horror on October
et
7th.
al.
Okay?
To
And
stalk
I
me,
think
threaten
that at
me,
the
and
end of the
harass me are
day,
actively planning, coordinating,
very
and amping
hard
up for further acts of
to
terrorism,
put yourself in
obstruction,
the
tampering,
position of any of
intimidation,
those people
and
who are
potential
directly
fourth attempted
affected.
illegal entry since Friday,
know?
2:20.
I'm not a person that was at a rave
Saving at 2
and ended
a.m.
up in
Nerd
a
Squad.
tunnel. Okay? I am not a person who watched my kids vaporized in front of my eyes in Gaza. All of
Changes
these
saved.
people are forever going to hate the people that are responsible
Changes
for
saved
those
showed up
atrocities.
twice,
There's
Nerd
never
Squad.
going to be. And here's what this all comes down to. Truly, I am not making enough money. I should make more money for what I do. I am not paid enough money. I should be a multi-millionaire for what I do. And I'm not. And
Changing
it's
title
disgusting.
to
And it's a
2:23, 3 p.m. to
And I
Unit
don't,
207
I don't see a
NEP
way for me to make more money from this Israel-Gaza war.
et al.
I think I'm tapped on it.
Attempting
There doesn't seem to be a way for me
fourth
to get my beak wet in
illegal
Israel-Gaza.
entry
Maybe a little Russia-Ukraine,
attempt
because Russia was handed out
since
a couple of pesos
Friday,
a few years ago, and they're not anymore. Somehow I didn't
2:20.
get on that train. Okay? What I'm saying is this: there's a lot of tragedy in the world. Okay? And I am wondering,
exposed
how can I add value, as Gary Vee
prison.
would say to this? How do I add value to this Hamas thing with the
Saving it at
Israelis?
2:01 a.m.
And I just don't see. I'm recusing myself as a commentator from this particular issue. I will still cover it, but I cannot cover it with any real. Because here's the reality: I'm not being paid enough money for this. I need more money. If you really want an in-depth analysis here of this, which means I have to go to these places, I have to fly to these, I need millions of dollars to do. I need to go. I can't do it from this desk. You need to pay me an insane
It once
amount of
again
money
sounds like
to
stalkers
risk
on
my
the
life and
exterior
limb
of my
and
front door,
and
which
to
every
go
time I've
there
said
and
that
to
so
sit
far,
down
except for
with
once
them,
earlier tonight,
all of
has
them,
been proven to be
all
true
of them,
shortly
the
thereafter.
little Hamas kids
And as
and
you've
the
read
little
in the description
IDF
and heard me
people,
orally say,
and speak
they were
to
very
them
much actively outside,
and get and say what's
illegally,
going
without
on here,
immunity,
because that's what I'd say. I'd sit them down
talking
and go, hey,
about
what's
further
going
acts
on
of domestic
here?
terrorism.
I can't do
And
it.
that fourth attempt at
I
illegal entry
can't
since
do it.
Friday.
I have too much going on right now to do it. So it is.
It's
bad
not the cat
and
this time.
sad
The cat's
and
under the ottoman.
unimaginably
He's nowhere near
horrific,
the window.
this whole thing. I'm just saying I don't know what to do, really. I can't solve this, and I don't think anyone can. And I know you're all thinking you can, and on X, and on your Blue Sky, and on Threads, and I hope you do. Here's what I'm telling you all. I hope you do. You're smarter than me.
Editing again.
You're smarter than me. I hope you solve it. I don't know what to do. In a world where
2:03
we're having little
a.m.
baby coffin
Unit
parades, and then the other
207
side is just going to
NEP.
in mass firebomb everybody, and everybody hates
May,
everybody over there.
in desperation,
I just can't.
attempt fourth
I just don't know.
illegal
I hope they turn over
entry
new leaf. I really do.
during
You know, all
the
the
90
things in our country
seconds.
that we ridicule, the consumerism, the malls, the bullshit, they need it. They need it
It
there.
takes
They're steeped
to
in these,
initiate
ideologies,
the next one
these insane pathologies for
their
generations. They
active
need a PacSun.
early
They need a mall. Trump
morning
is right. Sorry.
terrorism
They need to develop that area. They shouldn't be kicked out,
coordinations,
but they need the things that we have. They need
fellow
dumb, consumerist, empty, hollow
terrorists
shit. This is the other option.
on
The
grounds
baby coffin parade.
Monday
They need other things.
at
They need movie theaters where you could go,
2:04
that sucked. They need
a.m.
that. Hamas
PST.
needs to go to a movie and go, that sucked. Movies are dead. That's what they
K
need.
Nerd Squad
They
224
need a
at 2:03
Ranch One.
a.m.
Remember that?
Unit
The chicken
207
sandwich, they
slash
had the flat pickle.
NEP may
They
in
need
desperation attempt fourth
They need
illegal
these
entry
things.
during
They
the
can't,
90 seconds it
you
takes
know,
to
and Israel
initiate
needs to
the
chillax
next
a
live
little bit.
stream
They're also insane,
per
by the
their
way.
active
They're religiously insane, and you don't realize that, you know? But I do like that hat, that furry, that Schreimel they have. I do like that.
per their
But they
active
need that.
early
They need
morning
that.
terrorism slash
They just
coordination
get the
slash
Ranch One
fellow
chicken and
terrorist
cheese
on
up, please,
grounds
and put
Monday
it on
at
the
2:04
Ranch
a.m.
One
PST,
chicken and cheese. What do you
whom
mean?
they
Give me
were
the
just
chicken and cheese.
conspiring
This is
with.
the classic sandwich. The chicken and cheese is the flat pickle. If you could go to a mall and have a chicken and cheese, what the fuck happened to the chicken and cheese? Can we get their menu up? This is about the Middle East. Are they out of business? What happened to the chicken and cheese? I'll call Ranch One right now. Does Ranch One still exist? Ranch One locations. Woodbury Park, New Jersey. We're calling right now. Why wouldn't they answer?
Changing title to 2:23 3 p.m. Unit 207
Where
NEP
is the
et
chicken
al.
and
Fourth
cheese?
illegal entry attempt since Friday 2:20. Exposed
What the
prison
fuck?
FBI inform. Saving at 2:05
How about
a.m.
Patterson, New Jersey? We're going to do this for another hour. I'm going to join Hamas if they don't answer this phone.
That's my husband.
Hi, is this Ranch One?
Yeah, bring the lunch for my husband.
Do you have the chicken and cheese?
Chicken and cheese with what?
Do you know the sandwich, the chicken and cheese sandwich?
Yeah, we have green chicken, we have red chicken.
No, but there was a sandwich called the chicken and cheese that had the pickle, the flat pickle, and the lettuce tomato. Do you still have that?
Yeah, we have that.
Oh, you have the chicken and cheese.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to come and I'm going to eat one.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I love you.
Oh, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. People actually like that when you say that to them. Enough with the baby coffins, really. Multiple bus explosions in Israel. I mean, guys, stop dominating the cycle. Kash Patel's in at the FBI. That's going to be wacky. Kash Patel's going to go in there. You know, the FBI is a very corrupt institution. That's the thing with a lot of these government institutions. Elon and these guys aren't wrong. There is a ton of government corruption. I just don't think a ketamine-fueled chainsaw swinging festival and then laying everyone off immediately is the move. I think you should do some audits. I think you should, play it close to the chest a little bit. Like, I'm not saying the instinct is wrong. I think the instinct is correct. The FBI is an insanely corrupt agency. And that's something liberals should agree with. And I think Kash Patel's going to go in there and find some stuff out. I think there is going to be uncomfortable things coming out. And I'm sure there is waste and there is corruption. These things all can be true at once, by the way. I know it's hard to hold different thoughts in your head, but you can say, yes, this is fucked. And at the end of the day, it is good to go and challenge all this stuff, but we just have to do it in a way where people aren't like, wait a minute, we all just got fired. Now we're pissed. The economy sucks. And you know what? Fuck it. We're going to completely disavow any faith that we had in this administration, because they're going to be there 4 years. Whether you hate them or not, they're going to be there. And if they can't competently govern, it's going to be a problem for the entire country. So that needs to be the goal, is competent governance, which is why guys like Bannon, who are big fans of a lot of what Trump is saying, are saying you can't smash everything with a hammer because you're going to drive the country into a level of chaos that's going to cause people to completely abandon anything you want to do. Any of the goals that you had, you probably won't be able to accomplish. 3 Michigan children found living in squalor after their mother abandoned them, and this woman was arrested. Good. 3 Michigan children found living alone in absolute squalor after mother abandoned them for years. The situation would be deemed deplorable and intolerable for an animal. It is utterly unacceptable for 3 children. Let's watch a little bit of this. I am a fan of parents being held accountable. But by the way, with all due respect, is this that bad? No, I mean literally. I personally have spent time in homes that were worse than that. That doesn't seem, it's a little clutter and shit on the walls. There's a little bit of clutter and a small amount of what seems to be feces on the door. But is it that bad? Are these kids, I'm gotta be honest with you with these kids today. Are these kids being too demanding and too entitled? And I don't know if they're being too entitled, because that to me seems like a perfectly livable situation. That should not hold anyone back from being a billionaire in our country. Living like that and growing up like that, it should only strengthen you and inspire you, as Gary Vee would say, who I love. But I believe, and the many imitators of him, of which there are legion on the internet, the like hustle and grind and, and pump a coin and dump a coin and we're all criminals now. What does it matter? Who cares? It's all fake. That crew, you know what I mean? That crew of like, it's your own fault you're not a billionaire. Just hit someone over the head. Let's watch a little bit of this.
Just can't do kids like that.
Right.
They can't fend for themselves.
That's right.
I have never in my 60 years of living heard of nobody not checking on nobody.
We are still waiting to find out what the charges will be for the mother accused of leaving her kids inside of this Pontiac home in the worst conditions for years. Allegedly, she only popped up weeks at a time to give out food. In the meantime, the Oakland County Sheriff's Department is taking donations for the teens pulled out of the house by CPS, who are now staying with a relative. One question that remains is how 3 of these children were able to fall through the cracks with family members, neighbors, teachers, and so many others not being able to tell that something was clearly wrong. Regardless, one organization already trying to help is the Ennis Center for Children.
Ennis Center for Children are going to donate.
This is the problem. There are so many cases like this. Let's pause this. There are so many cases like this where kids fall through the cracks in our society that it is very difficult to justify an open-ended, unending commitment to giving military aid to the Ukraine when we have children in our society that no one cares at all about, by the way. No one in our government cares at all about any of these kids. They care about, you know why? I'll tell you why. These kids aren't sitting on considerable mineral deposits, okay? Now, if these kids were sitting on mineral deposits, or if their backyard was the breadbasket of Europe, okay? If there was grain and lithium ion, or if they, then we would really care, and there'd be speeches about it, how important it is. We can't abandon these kids. It's who we are. We're people that come to the rescue of these kids. And Lindsey Graham would be out there being like, with his faggoty ass, would be like, hey, y'all, these kids need our help. We need to give money to these kids. And their mother, Vladimir Putin's an animal, and she only dropped food off every couple of weeks. But we don't do that. We don't do that because these kids mean nothing to those politicians. In fact, those are the kids who end up in horrible situations, are then abused by said politicians, by the way, historically, okay? That is the pipeline of children that disappear and all this stuff. So never, ever, ever fall for the high horse moral bullshit. When they're talking about the Ukraine, they don't give a fuck about anyone in the Ukraine. They just let them all get slaughtered, okay? They don't care. They would fund that war until the end of time, and the entire country of the Ukraine would be decimated, and they would kill every last man, woman, and child so that they could get a win against the Russian military, but more importantly, so that they could take all of that money for themselves. And, you know, Trump's in there now going, well, we're going to carve it up, and we want $500 billion and this, that, and the other thing, and we gave you all this money. And years and years and years ago, I had a Ukrainian comedian on my show who now lives in America. Nice kid. And I think it's a tragedy and a horror what happened to that country. But every war in history has ended with some type of deal, an exchange of land, a territory deal, borders, everything, every single one. So it is obvious to a lot of people that years ago there could have been an agreement made. And maybe it wouldn't have been an agreement that people loved. Maybe it would have been a stopgap. It would have been a Band-Aid. It would have been something. It would have prevented the enormous amount of death and destruction that we have seen right now. And when you see the conditions that kids, and this is not, and I love the news, it was like, how did this happen? How were these kids, we're shocked that these kids fell through the cracks. It's all over the place. Shit like that is happening. And we do not care. It's our own country. We don't care. We've abandoned those people completely. And that's the issue. It's not that I don't feel for people in the Ukraine. It's not that I don't feel for people in Russia. It's not that I don't feel for people in Israel or Gaza or wherever. It's that if you're abandoning the people that live in your own country, in your own precinct, and you don't care about these people, you don't care if they're working, you don't care if they have health care, you don't care if they're living or dead, and then you expect me to believe that you care magically about the people that live in the Ukraine? You care about them? You don't care about the people that you see every day? The people in your own country, you don't care. You drive by factories that have closed down. You drive by boarded up Main Street stores. None of it means anything to you. You don't give a shit. You drive by all this stuff. You drive around the ghettos and those areas where people get shot in the head, and you go, man, that sucks. You don't care about any of that. And then you go eat at the Capitol Grill. But you care about the Ukraine. Huh. That's interesting. That never made any sense to me. Never made any sense to me. So it's not that there's that I don't have empathy for people that are dying in the Ukraine. This is terrible. We should have tried to end this war years ago. So this is the takeaway for something like that, because that's not rare, by the way. That house you saw, that poverty, those people in there, the parents that are on drugs and that have abandoned the kids, that's actually not rare. It's happening all over the place. It's happening all the time. And, it's unfortunate. It's not as bad as this. The LA home of Keith Urban and Nicole Kidman was burglarized on Valentine's Day. How low can these people go? How low can you go? Now, she lives by me in Tribeca. She's got a penthouse, 24 mil. Who cares? It's really not great, to be honest. No views. And her and Keith Urban, and by the way, what is this? But those two, they have a house in LA. I don't know what's happening. They have a house in Los Angeles, and it was robbed on Valentine's Day. Listen to this. Listen to how sick people are that they would rob this house on Valentine's Day. Let's hear this. We get some volume here.
This morning, Nicole Kidman and Keith Urban, the latest victims of a string of thefts nationwide, targeting the homes of high-profile celebrities and athletes.
Wrong.
Two law enforcement sources tell NBC News the couple's Los Angeles mansion was broken into on Valentine's Day night when at least one burglar smashed through glass to gain entry. An employee at the property called police, prompting the burglar to flee. It's unclear what, if anything, was taken. According to the sources, neither Kidman nor Urban were home at the time. Urban has been performing at his residency in Las Vegas.
It's utopia. You would want to be in here.
Posting a photo of the two on Valentine's Day. While it's not clear who was behind the break-in at the home of one of Hollywood's most famous couples, officials have been raising the alarm about robberies targeting celebrities.
How did they even break in? It is extremely rare for a celebrity not to live in a gang.
It's the Chilean. It's this Chilean gang of Chileans. I'm telling you, it's true.
At least in this
There's a Chilean gang and they're targeting high-profile people. Not me. Why not? I got shit.
Guard, at least
They've never tried to rob me. You really learn where in the pecking order you are when no one tries to rob your damn house. They drive by, they go, what's in that? What's that guy got? Who cares? Chinese food? We're not going to risk our freedom for that. Well, what has he got? It's sad. That's them, the Chileans. Is that the Chileans or is that a music group?
These are the Chileans.
These are the Chileans. One of them's kind of hot. Then there's a fatty. Social media is fucking everybody up. Stop posing with all the shit you stole, you retard. God. Our criminals are getting dumber. And the public is getting dumber. What does that mean for the future of crime? And also, it is funny, no one cares. Like, nobody's a sympathetic figure anymore. Like, we've driven people into such state of desperation in this country that literally no one cares about anything. And you can't even blame them because they're living in a house with shit on the walls. And then they're like, Nicole Kidman was beheaded. And you go, whatever. No one cares. No one has sympathy for anybody anymore. Nicole Kidman was beheaded in her home and they stole her teeth. So what? Who gives a fuck? She ain't made nothing good in years. Just eating a thing you found. Just eating some cat. There's people eating cats in this country, cooking them in oil and eating them. And then they got to hear about Nicole Kidman's house getting broken into by the Chileans, and no one cares. And that's what happens when you make people desperate. When you make they become themselves. They lose a little bit of their humanity. I'm not saying you have to care about Nicole Kidman's whatever, but it's the design of making people desperate and angry, and you make them desperate, and you immiserate them, and their lives suck, and then they go, "Yeah, we don't care. We don't give a shit." Now, here's the way I feel about it. No matter what you think, Nicole Kidman is kind of a person. She's almost a person. She's similar to a person. Nicole Kidman appears like a person. Nicole Kidman almost feels like a person. And that's sad that something would happen to her belongings. You might think, oh, she's rich, she's an actress. Yeah, but she's very similar to a human being. Nicole Kidman's very similar to a human being. She appears to be one. If you saw her, you would get the idea that at one time she was a human being. Or she's learned how to be a human being. If you see her up close, you'd go, that feels like a human being. I know it's not, but so that's what I mean. It's like when someone's like, for example, that little robot in LA that has the googly eyes, I don't like when the home and it delivers the food. I don't like, get it up. That little robot with the googly eyes that delivers the food in LA. I don't know its name, but it has a name. Robot with the googly eyes in LA that delivers the food. It's like a little cooler. It's this, yeah, get him up. There he is. There, yeah, that thing. What is that? That thing. Make it bigger, that guy. Make him bigger, or her, or it. Yeah, so they do Uber Eats, that little robot. Now, because it has googly eyes, I don't like when the homeless people kick it. That's the way I feel about Nicole Kidman. Do you see what I mean, getting robbed? Nicole Kidman is a better looking version of that. She has eyes. Who knows what she is? No one knows. Do you see what I mean? It doesn't matter. I'm saying you should feel a little bad for when bad things happen. Like, I don't like to see that little googly-eyed thing get kicked because it has the eyes. Without the eyes, I don't care. It's just someone kicking a garbage can but they were smart to put those little eyes on it. Because I go, well, don't kick it now. A lot of sometimes they'll just see a homeless person kick one. Now, I wouldn't care if it didn't have the googly eyes, but because it has the googly eyes, you feel a way about it. And that's how the AI comes in, and that's how we all die. Because I do, every now and then, I'll be on Sunset Boulevard, and I'll be in my car, I'll roll down the window, and I'll see a homeless man or woman kicking this googly-eyed delivery thing. And I feel bad about it. I go, that's not good. Now, I know that thing can't feel, but I'm like, it's just doing its job. That's what I feel. Literally, I go, it's just delivering a burrito bowl or something to someone. It didn't want to do that, but it's doing it. This is what it is. It didn't want to do that, but it just got built to do that. Someone built it to do that. Someone built it to be that. Whether it wants to or not doesn't matter. It was built to be that. Nicole Kidman. You see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? You would see Nicole Kidman and go, I wouldn't usually care if someone kicked it, but it has eyes. That's the way I feel. That's the way I feel. That's the empathy. That's the way I feel when in the Palisades, all these cunts' homes burned down. And it was sad, even though it wasn't. They have eyes. Do you know what I mean? Nicole Kidman has a face. Sure, is she a person the way you would understand a person? Probably not. Probably not. She doesn't seem to be. But she's very similar to one. She's almost a human being. And that matters. She's more of a human being than that little service Uber Eats thing. To be honest, maybe not. They're about the same. But she's hotter. She is hotter than the little bucket who brings you the smoothie with the googly eyes in LA. That little robot bucket. Nicole Kidman's hotter than that bucket. They have the same inner life. That bucket and Nicole Kidman are essentially the same thing. She's just bringing you a smoothie. The smoothie is a film. The film is about her getting fingered by a guy. It's 50 Shades of Grey, and she makes that weird noise, and she goes, and there's something about her ear that's not right. But my point is that she's just trying to bring you a smoothie, a burrito bowl, sustenance, cheap crap, stuff to eat. She's just trying to bring you something to chew on to get through this thing we call life. And she has eyes. Don't kick her. You know what I mean? Don't kick her. She's kind of similar to what appears to be, in a way, tangentially related to a human. And that's not nothing. Do you understand? That's the way we see these people now. Sure, Elon Musk's on drugs with sunglasses and a chainsaw, but at one time he was a human. We're going to have to remember that about most of the people who rule us, be they Nicole Kidman, Elon Musk, or that googly-eyed bucket who gives you the smoothie from Uber Eats. At one time, these were people. At one time, these were people. And you're going to have to treat them like that. Are they people now? Who even knows? That's the wrong question. That's the wrong question. The answer is they have eyes. They have eyes for the moment. They have eyes. Those googly eyes are so important. They knew it when they built that little bucket. They said, we got to give it googly eyes so that people feel bad when the homeless kick it. And that's what I'm asking Elon Musk to remember. Remember that. Show us your eyes. Every now and then. Remember, we all need to see the googly eyes on the little robot who brings us the burrito bowl. It's important. This is a lesson for the Trump administration. This is a lesson for Delta. This is a lesson for all the corporate oligarchs, old and new. The tech oligarchs, the plain scum, whoever you are out there. Put googly eyes on your delivery bucket so that we feel bad when you're kicked. If you leave the eyes off the bucket, not only are we not going to feel bad when you get kicked, we are going to kick you. Because every now and then you see a crowd of homeless people and they're kicking it and they're trying to pry it open and they're trying to take the burrito bowl for themselves. And that's what you all want to avoid, isn't it? Isn't it? Give it googly eyes. Make it feel like Nicole Kidman. Make yourselves
they've erased
into
their service
kind of
worker
people.
and then resumed their service worker at
see?
2:29
That's
a.m.
the
at the
beauty of
behest of a female
Or
upstairs.
we're gonna
That's one
sue
of the
you.
ones the FBI is excited to
Good night.
detain. It could have been because the YouTube video was ending and rolling into another one.
Controversial, but
Spare Renderer just popped up to Nerd Squad at 2:29 a.m. as well as
47
Subframe
pounds in
Google
2 months.
syndication.
All of the neighborhood men who are married have been hitting on me. Just saying. Story time. I'll tell you how I did it. Seriously, it is even more powerful than Manjaro pens, and I cannot take
process
any
on
more
both of
messages
those.
asking me, Marta, is it true? Did you really lose 40 pounds in 2 months?
Service
Yes.
workers still
Yes, it
hanging
is
out
true.
underneath
Actually,
this
I
live
lost
stream
47 pounds in 2
on the
months.
task
but it's not true.
manager
I'm
at
tired of
2:29
explaining
a.m.
how I did it, so I'm going to record this video so that people stop asking me if I've had bariatric surgery or something. Because no, I know it sounds crazy, but okay. It all started after I started taking Ozempic, and I did everything that the doctor told me to do. I followed everything to the letter, and guess what? I ended up in the emergency room. So while I was there, waiting for my turn in the emergency room, I saw this super viral video about a doctor. He was an endocrinologist, and he was explaining how to take apple cider vinegar and turn it into this like super Brazilian manjaro. And I saw that thousands of women had so much weight loss success using this recipe, and I thought, okay, like I'll give it a try. If it
Now
works for
I'm
them,
clicking
it
on
works for me
this
too. And on the first
browser,
day, I
which
only
is
lost
not the
2
one
pounds.
running
But
the
within
live
a
stream,
week,
and I'm going to
I lost 7
clear
pounds.
browsing
I began
data,
to
and then I'm
notice that my
opening back
face
up
was
the
so much
task
slimmer.
manager
I mean, like the
so I can
results
see
were
that
rapid.
Spare
And within a
Renderer has
month, I
popped
lost
up,
28 pounds and gone from a size large, extra large
and I can
to
push
small.
end
And the most absurd
process.
thing is that I didn't go on any diet. Okay, my breakfast every day was still freaking waffles and bacon. I was so happy with the results. I ran to show my sister, who is also overweight. She's
then I
lost
can
25 pounds
clear
and has only
data.
been using the Brazilian Manjaro for like 20, 25
Then I can
days,
open
something
Task
like that.
Manager.
So for all of you women who follow me, I'm going to leave a link for you to watch this video that I watched with Dr.
Service worker disappeared
Diane
Nerd
Miller,
Squad at
and she
2:31 a.m.
reveals the step-by-step process to make an apple cider vinegar
After
drink
clearing
with
the
2 other
browser,
added
or I
ingredients.
think before.
And yeah, you could lose up to like 5 pounds in 24 hours. Wait, I don't know if I can do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. We are
Welcome
late,
to
and
the
we
show.
apologize for that because I was coming back from the Levity Live Comedy Club in
Clicking on a different episode to see what that does.
Ladies and
Service
gentlemen, welcome
worker
to the
is
Tim
gone.
Dillon Show.
Spare
I have
vendor is
injured
back
the side
at
of my
2:31
mouth
a.m.
by biting it, and if you've ever done that, when you bite the side of your mouth, it inflames and it swells, and you keep biting it, and that is the Middle East. That's all it'll ever be. That is it. You don't have to read any books on it. You don't have to take any courses. You don't have to listen to your friend's wife who saw a documentary. It is biting the side of your cheek. I get very excited sometimes when I eat. I do not take my time. My grandmother used to say, you don't know your body has eaten. That's why you keep eating. Your mind doesn't know that your body is full. So when you bite the side of your mouth, it inflames and it's there, and you keep biting it, and then sometimes you'll get a chunk of it in your mouth and release. You'll go, that was close, because it could have been bad. That's the entire Middle East. That's it. There's nothing else to do. You can read, you can learn words like Bedouin or whatever. It doesn't matter. That's essentially what's happening. We are in World War III. I am on war footing. I am ready to go. Are you? I punched an Iranian woman today in the face in Starbucks. The cops later told me she was Greek, but she called me a fat shit. And I was like, this is what war looks like on the home turf. You call me a fat shit, I'm going to rock you. And I rocked her. Now I have a court date, which I'll have to, no, of course, that is kidding. I'm against violence against women, kind of. But what I think is important, I just got back from a trip abroad. I was abroad. And with the great Sam Talent, nobody better to travel with. We did it all. I'm not going to name where we were, but we were everywhere, and I talked to everybody about everything. I have all of the opinions from the European continent for you. And I have condensed them to one sentence because everybody has a lot of things to say, but we don't have the time. We're not living in a time, so I've condensed them. I've truncated all of the different opinions from Scandinavia, from the south of France, from Glasgow, Scotland, the rainy Glasgow, from London. I've condensed all the opinions from Finland on the border of Russia. I've condensed the opinions to one sentence. Actually, 4 words. What I have learned after, and why are you nervous? The producer gets nervous now because he doesn't know what's about to happen because he's trying to get lifestyle brands.
Editing in the description, Nerd Squad, 2:24, 2:32 a.m., Unit 207, North Everett Precinct, clears service worker to attempt new unknown task to prevent superseding live stream. Male responsible following instructions of female felon. FBI is excited to detain. Mini-Me, i.e. Tom Dooley, i.e. Lisa, code names for her. They believe 100% they will terminate live and premeditated and reported felonies again. Some more.
This is the headline.
My door is to remain closed as it has since 1-2, aside from when they sent the 2 disabled boys they've used directly and with co-conspirators, fellow terrorists, to facilitate the premeditated and illegal kidnappings after illegally detaining me for weeks.
The Holocaust.
And
I'm kidding.
Over a year of cease and desist letters
what I'm getting at.
To their domestic terrorist organization.
Israel is not popular right now. They're not popular.
Back
right now.
Before
they're having
8/6/24
problems
when
at the
it
moment.
Was
it's
only
the girl who's feeling
an
herself
aggravated
too much.
Criminal
We're happy she made a full recovery after the car accident.
Criminal
Donna,
enterprise.
We love it. We're happy. We're happy that you're up walking around and she lost a little weight.
Which is
and she
what
dyed her hair.
it
And the kids
has
call this a
always
blow up.
been for
But it's
the
a lot now,
FBI.
Donna. Donna, it's a lot. It's a girl who's
Until
feeling herself a bit
they decided
too much. She has pain.
to attempt
We all have pain.
to defraud,
She has pain. And she
tamper,
reminds you of her pain.
obstruct,
She'll tell you. She's
and
that
perp
girl with the pain. And it's
terrorism
very accessible. She can
on
go
their
to the well of
employer,
her pain, and she
the
knows.
state of
She's
Washington,
been through it. She was bullied in
the
6th
attorney
grade bad. And people will
general,
tell you, they'll go, Donna, man, oof. 6th
and
grade
the
was rough
U.S.
for Donna. Every day, tough.
and
She had to get on
the
that
FBI,
bus,
who
and they went
they
at her.
have
They went at her
known
throat.
is investigating them
Everyone knows someone like we get it.
since
Israel has
before
had pain,
they
and I'm not
chose
taking it away from them. But
to
now
become
they are kind
a
of
domestic terrorist
feeling
organization.
themselves a bit too much. They're doing what this. They're doing the most.
New
is
live
what the
stream
lexicon of the internet
will
would
be
say.
running
And
on private
people are
if perps choose
they're a little
not to go to
there's a
jail
level of
sooner than FBI projection,
even the supporters of Israel are kind of going,
i.e.,
hey,
if they fail at blocking
it's
live streams
watching a friend
to
make
obstruct,
a very bad decision. That is like what
tamper,
I think what we're watching right
perp
now.
more
I understand the
terrorism.
problem. I understand the issues. I'm not a child.
Saving at
I'm not at
2:38
the
a.m.
Columbia,
Nerd
what's
Squad.
the thing they're doing now? Trans for Iran, the protest. Everyone's mad at. They're doing trans for Iran. Let them do it. Let the kids be trans for Iran if they want, because that's the funny of what the time we're living in. The Iranians should have to have trans allies in dog collars with COVID masks on. That's what they get. You don't always have the fan base you want.
The Arbor and Vineyard Park of Bremerton are the best choices for assisted living and memory care because we deliver quality, compassionate care at an affordable price. And if you ever run out of funds and need to convert to Medicaid, we'll never ask you to move. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com or click now.
Step into your new ride at Wilder Volkswagen of Port Angeles.
Oh, they have
The IRGT
subframe
Quad is a
Google
spacious and sophisticated
syndication
SUV
under
that refuses to
tab
sacrifice
Iran
style. Make one
Israel
yours today
ending
with impressive
process.
zero-
Ending process. They also pop spare renderer on, and I didn't make any changes at 2:39 a.m. Nerd Squad. I told you guys, the FBI has odd times they want me to terminate these live streams, which I could be wrong, but I speculate that unless there's an evidentiary value to it, there'll be another live stream after this. Also, do you realize how absurd and illegal everything that you're doing and actively attempting to do and unlawful? Do you realize how much evidentiary value you've provided in your own prosecution since the 11th with every attempt to terminate my live stream? I'm largely talking to codename Lisa. Lisa, you don't get it. Just remember, guys, a couple of years ago, the FBI could have arrested just a handful of people. And now 10 individuals are going to prison, and the FBI is trying to determine if it's going to be 12. That's where we're at now. And that's with over 20 plus separate individuals blowing the whistle and not facing any form of prosecution. There's still 10 going to prison. That means like half of those individuals, the FBI doesn't even want to put in prison, but they did it to themselves. Just food for thought. Throwing some food for thought out there. And then for the whistleblowers, shout out to you, ladies and gentlemen. You know who you are. This is some fucking bullshit, dude. I'm glad, though, that we can all agree that the symbolism from the Tim Dillon podcast regarding the Delta flight, we landed upside down. I almost died. You're damn right, whore. You're going to give me money. You're damn right. We can all relate to that. Unit 207 is anxious. The live stream's almost at the maximum recording length. When am I going to terminate it? Everybody is geared up, ready to go at their keyboards. So now what am I doing? I'm going back to the browser where I was just listening to Tim Dillon, where I ended process. I'm going back to more tools. I'm going to clear browsing data. I'm going to my task manager. I'm seeing the spare renderer. I'm clicking on that. I'm ending that process. Going back to the tabs. I'm clearing data. Going back to the task manager. I'm ending the process on the tab settings. Now I'm going to close this. It's closed. And on closing it, extension office editing popped up, ending process. Spare renderer popped up, ending process. I'm going to enlarge the task manager. I'm going to go into this live stream and click edit again. I'm editing the title again. 3 p.m. Unit 207 NEP et al. Conspiring for remaining felonies. Relying on ability to not have film. I'm going to the description, going to the portion of the description where I wrote